Welcome, one and all, back to the North American Challengers League. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Joshi, and we have another action-packed day for you. You thought yesterday was good? Well, hopefully today can get even better. Joshi, I'm excited to be reunited with you today.
Yeah,
are you ready for some games?
You're setting up like really high expectations.
Absolutely.
We had our number 1 and our number 2 play yesterday, and we technically have our number 1 and number 2 playing again today. They're just not playing each other.
Yeah.
But we're actually starting on the other end, where we will need to see whether or not one of these teams can find a much-needed win towards the end of their season.
That's the craziest thing, is even if it is the other side, it is also super important. And while that might have been the best series we get all season last night, I still expect there to be some really, really good games today. Exciting games as well. Let's go ahead and talk a little bit more about what we saw yesterday and kind of that lead in to our standings here, because FlyQuest Challengers, they are sitting at the undisputed, undefeated spot, 6-0, but that can all change today. Maryville fell yesterday, but they will also be playing today. But any other likely candidates you see important takes here, Joshi?
I mean, the big thing is that Supernova has pretty firmly cemented themselves in this conversation as a team that can still win, but I don't think anybody's really surprised by the fact that FlyQuest is the undisputed champion so far of the league. Really, most of the surprise have been elsewhere, right? Maryville giving them such a run for their money last night and continuing to be one of the strongest teams is still super impressive for a team that most people had in their bottom two.
That's the craziest thing, is like all the games just kept going back and forth, back and forth. There was a lot of throwing back and forth to each other and having a great time. I do expect, though, the bottom of these standings to be super important, especially today, like you had highlighted earlier. We have our Mirage versus TLC game, which in its outright is the most important, as you said before we got on camera today. And we'll take a look at the standings hopefully soon, or at least not standings, the upcoming matches, because we start off with that series, then we move on to FlyQuest Challengers versus AOE, and then MU versus Lit.
Yeah, and this one is going to be rather interesting, right? I think that looking at the top of the day, the Mirage Alliance going up against Team Liquid Challengers is the one that you need to be looking at in particular, because these two teams are currently fighting for their spot to make playoffs, because the team that doesn't find their way into the top 8 will have to play their way back into the league once again through the promotion tournament. Unlike how it used to work in previous incarnations of the Challengers League, Team Liquid Challengers can be relegated if they are not able to win that promotion tournament.
And for a roster that I would not have expected to even be in the conversation, as we're going to go ahead and bring up the conversation about them, this roster as a whole just hasn't been able to put it together, even with some of the brightest pieces we saw last year.
And this is honestly, it's hard to put a word on this that is nice, right? This is a team that on paper should be competing. Most people had Team Liquid right beneath FlyQuest Challengers, up there with Disguised and Supernova at the beginning of the year, but this is a roster where we expected every single one of these pieces was going to be top half in their role for sure, and we haven't really been seeing that coming out of this team, and they don't have a lot of time left to turn it around.
3 more games. And speaking of 3 more games, another team that is needing to pick up every possible win, Mirage Alliance. They finally got their first, but they're going to need a lot more, and this team has as well struggled to come together, even with some of the bright moments. I think RJS has been a bit of a standout. We've seen Will still on his last year stuff where he's getting tons of kills and not winning games, but trying to pull it together is important.
Yeah, this is definitely a classic too many cooks in the kitchen situation. A lot of people were not sure what to make of Mirage Alliance when they came in. And so this is definitely a spot where they can showcase, they can make their way towards playoffs, and you just need to make your way to playoffs at all.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you're first seed or last seed going to playoffs. Just making the postseason is an achievement, and you give yourself a way to continue fighting for the rest of the league.
Gotta make it there. Well, let's go ahead and make it into draft number 1. We're already getting started. Mirage Alliance versus Team Liquid Challengers. Mirage Alliance on the blue side this time around, trying to take advantage of maybe some of the adaptations in the meta. I wonder what TFs we get today, or if we get any finickiness with that. We do get the Rumble locked away first, though.
Yeah, it is a fairly interesting patch, because we know that going into 14.4, both Calista and Vars did take nerfs, but if you take a look at their win rate, like, it did not budge even a little bit for either of these champions, so they are still very strong in the meta. But we do have some cool things coming out with their Ruden's Hurricane being enabled for melee champions. I'm sure everybody has seen all the fun, Instagram reels at this point of silly things that you can do on Mastery,
We did get the ban away of the Keel Ivern here as well, so some respect going that way, I think very importantly. So we did get the Senna and the Azir ban. So I'm looking at a couple things here, maybe some last second first phase bans, Joshi, that are pretty meta right now. The TF is one of them, and it goes away.
Yeah, it's playable everywhere. I'm also expecting probably, not the Varus ban. It is going to be the Ashe, and Varus has been like Prismal's most played champion, I believe, this split. He loves playing. It's still super versatile. You can play it on hit. You can play it lethality. You can even play it AP if you want to, but Spawn around the other side going to be turning it around with the Kalista, trying to abuse that, and also giving Roamer something that they've had a fair amount of success on, and also a champion that RJS likes to play whenever it's up.
Yeah, I like the Prismal Varus. He's played a couple times this year, but especially the utility it brings for him. He has a really good mindset of like trying to get engages, so the Chains of Corruption on him is super useful. I'm interested. Spawn going with another tried and true pick for him, his second most played this year so far. The Kalista, the Orianna combo. We immediately get the double lock-in of the Viego and the Nico. So it's looking like an RJS Will-centered matchup right now for Mirage.
I mean, you say that, but I look at this Nico, and I know it's at least a triple flex between Alorum, RJS, and Dardoch. I mean, we know every single one of these guys plays this champion because they're all looking to make different plays. On the other hand, though, Jenkins is going to be going with the blind Gnar here and instantly banning away the Malphite. Now, I'm not a huge Gnar I'm not super excited about this pick in general in the current meta, but I actually think this is a really neat read into Alorum specifically because he loves to play tanks, and Gnar has pretty good matchups into a lot of the champions that Alorum does like to play. And it even has a pretty decent matchup into the Nico as well because you're constantly able to dodge out from all of the Nico routes. So I think this is a really cool read coming from the side of Team Liquid Challengers. It's all about whether or not they'll be able to make something happen with it now that they've thrown down the gauntlet.
We're getting some of those top lane bans towards Alorum. We'd get that Malphite as well as the Poppy. Some flexibility in that as well. But the Renata, rightfully banned. I feel like surprised it got to the second phase here, but it does get banned away from the Kalista combo.
Yeah. I am kind of expecting Rakan to come out for Kim Down. It has been something he's been playing quite a bit this year, though admittedly not as effectively as he did in 2023. But this is still a spot where I feel as though Team Liquid Challengers have set themselves up for success. Keel kind of has a pick of the litter in terms of what junglers he wants to go for, and we know that he's oftentimes been playing towards the top side of the map, and by picking up this Rel, they're leaving their options open.
I like the Rel flexibility, also just the length of engage you can get with the Rel and the kind of instant turnaround. I think Keel, particularly, is somebody who has a really good head about the game, and whenever he's followed up by a team, we saw a lot of success with that when he was on Wildcard. See if that can continue here. Maybe that's something they've been building towards here, but I think in the second phase, it's super important. We're going to have that final pick. It looks like it's going to be a potential flex between jungle and support there. But the Scion locked in for Mirage. They're playing with the draft a little bit.
This matchup is very easy for Gnar, especially if you don't get a lot of jungle interference. By the time the Scion gets his ultimate, Gnar has already gotten enough base stats up that he's not really under threat of getting a one-shot. And we know Alorum's not going to be going like the Baus FS, kind of like try to build like the lethality Scion. This should be a good opportunity for Jenkins to be set up to be a dominant force in this game. As the Alistar comes through, it will make the Rel's job harder on the other side. And Mirage Alliance has kind of just built themselves like a death ball, right? Like everybody's kind of short range. You have plenty of tools. It's very spiky, but we're going to be getting the Zac coming through. Okay, I know my roommate Hawk is super excited to see this. He's been playing this quite a bit. It's kind of a classic combination going up with the Orianna as well. I really like the tools available to this Team Liquid Challengers composition. They should be winning most of the front to backs, provided that they have just a little bit of a lead going into the mid game, and the later the game goes, the more powerful it will actually become for Roamer to potentially take over this game.
I'm just glad Keel put back on his chef hat here. He's cooking. I love it. And, who else would we want to step up between these two? I love that combination because that ball delivery system is going to be super important. On the other side, you're trying to survive fights until you get those resets for Will and let him go to Reset City, right?
Yeah, but there's not, like, super great reset targets, right? Most people you're going to be hitting are the Rel, the Zac, the Gnar, who are going to be pretty tanky, right? Gnar doesn't actually have to be a damage dealer in this composition because you have so much of it coming from your AD carry and your mid laner. So Team Liquid Challengers, I really like this. They need to find this win so they can keep themselves ahead from Mirage Alliance and keep Mirage Alliance down to their 1 win.
That's the most important thing. We circle back to it before we get into game, is this series, every series, the remaining 3, including this one, for both these two teams is oh so important. You want to stop yourself from being put into the promotion tournament. And as we get into game 1, I know it's going to mean a lot for these players, but especially being able to set themselves up in this best of 3 as Mirage Alliance versus Team Liquid Challengers kicks off.
Yeah, it's definitely a big one here, Lennon, because we know that Mirage Alliance, if you looked at their schedule at the beginning of the split, you would have thought that they would go 0-3 in their last 3 sets. They're going up against Team Liquid today, then next week they have to play Disguised, and lastly they're going to be playing FlyQuest Challenge. But Mirage Alliance trying to find something right off the bat, and Spawn giving them lots of respect, not going to be giving them anything, they're just going to be getting some vision. But this is the spot where Mirage Alliance are actually within punching distance of where Team Liquid Challengers and Disguised are. So if they can find a win today, or they can find a win next week, suddenly they're looking at a spot where they are still in contention for playoffs.
And I love it because we got to talk with them after their win, and I think the most important factor coming away from that is all the community sentiment of, oh, everybody hates each other, everybody's always just like ragging on each other. That's not true, right? They are all competitors, they all want to win, and they're trying to make it work, right? And I think that's the biggest thing to realize is everybody's human, and we're seeing if they can put this one together for themselves. And I think the head's in the right place. It's just about getting the execution down as well. Meanwhile, TLC, they'll get a little advantage on bot side. I see a 1 to a 0. Spawn's got the advantage with that ward clear.
That might get them level 2, 1 caster minion early, maybe, but that's usually, you're not usually counting the caster minions, right? You're counting the melee minions as the big source of EXP in the bottom lane. But yeah, to kind of go back to your point, I had an opportunity to talk with Will this last week about what he's been working on. One of the things that he was saying is, you know, understanding when he needs to take control of the communications and when he should be backing up and letting somebody else deal with it. And kind of reading between the lines, you know, I have no doubt that these guys get along fairly well as people. But as competitors, there's a lot of very strong, strong opinion players on this team. They're all very vocal, and while that's really good to have like 1 or 2 of these players on your team, we have seen that it has led to Mirage Alliance looking a little bit lost when it comes to crunch time and decisions.
See if they can pick it up and put it together like we were saying earlier. But I think for Team Liquid Challengers, a team that has known a lot of success in its time in Challengers League is definitely not in that way now. And I think you know, a core component of the offseason that we were super excited about was Keel, the mastermind jungler, the guy who literally is attacking you from draft, it feels like. Speaking of attacking you, Romer and RJS going at it. But this guy is needing to be kind of that pillar for Team Liquid.
Yeah, and we haven't necessarily seen that. And admittedly, I don't feel as though it's mostly Keel's fault. I honestly have to say, unfortunately, the bottom half of the Team Liquid Challengers roster is not living up to the expectations. Spawn and Kimdown, I mean, Kimdown was pretty much unanimously voted like most improved player over his time in Challengers League in 2023. And unfortunately, I don't even think we're seeing him play as well as he did last year, right? This is one of those things where I feel as though a lot of the confidence he had laning with Arrow has been kind of shaken, and we've been seeing him miss way more skill shots than we're used to, and we're hoping that we can see that confidence return, but like we said, they don't have a lot of time left to do it, and I think Keel coming down here to try and get them an advantage early on might be their best avenue.
Love the utilization of the vision there, and I think just hovering this, making sure that Spawn and Kimdown are in a good position is super important. As we know, Varus has been picked for a reason. It's not only some of the decent laning survivability, but it's also just the setup and the damage you have later on. He's also going the attack speed version, so still pretty scary, and I think you're going to want to lead as Kalista ahead of time. Yeah.
I also do want to point out, I did not see anybody ping, because Keel, when he was backing, did drop a ward, but he ended up completing the back. That's why he's on the top side of the map here. But nobody pinged out the ward, so it does make me wonder if Mirage Alliance still have Will down here to try and go for a counter gank if they're just going to be trying to mirror each other. Because if Zach gets to free farm his way to, you know, 2-3 items, he is incredibly difficult to kill for this Mirage Alliance team.
He also does just a ridiculous amount of damage. Like, we had a game the other night in the LPL, and Ben did like literally all the damage in a fight. It was literally insane. So I do think that there's some willingness to say that you need to be proactive on the side of Mirage Alliance. I know I was saying that for Spawn and Kim down on the side of Team Liquid, but Viego is not always the greatest champion when behind, and a backstop by Kim down will put worse for wear on Mirage Alliance.
With the grubbies.
He steals it.
Gets one. That's a lot of experience,
That's
actually.
all he needs. You just gotta steal the one.
He doesn't have priority from his mid laner at all, and so it is going to be a tough position. That's why we are seeing Will back out instead of trying to go for the 1v1, because Roamer was able... No way! Okay.
He was about to just scoop in and take another one. That would have been hilarious.
Will has Smite, and Keel does not.
It's coming up, though. It's coming up. He's trying to keep it healthy, above 600. He doesn't keep it above 600, and Will takes away 2 of them.
That's funny.
A thrilling episode of the Telegrubbies.
That was honestly one of the funniest interactions around the grubs I've seen in a long time, where it's just like, haha, come and smite one, and it takes you so long that the smite comes up to smite a second one away, and then nobody really came down. I feel as though if Roamer had committed to pushing Will away, it does get Team Liquid their second grub, but, I mean, now Keel's on the other side of the map, and he's just like, well, that didn't go quite as planned. Time to start up the dragon instead. Even with this damage coming through, it should be relatively easy for Keel to go for this one. And yes, you can disable that ward, but Will has enough time to get over here.
I feel like Team Liquid have a decent setup for a fight here. They are going to bring a little bit of heat on a Dardoch, who's just getting tanked. And he goes down. First blood to Spawn.
I do, yeah, I am going to say that's a little lucky, but here we go, RJS.
The flash out, he's out.
Yeah, I do feel a little bit bad for Dardoch because he flashed at like the same time that the shockwave went off, and so then it looked really bad, but it probably wouldn't have been that bad if he actually got the W off and like knocked somebody back towards his own 80 carry. Unfortunately for Mirage Alliance fans, Team Liquid does find that one, and they will get Roamer back on the map if they do want to try and play for this dragon, but I'm surprised that they're just giving it entirely at this point.
I will say, Will is level 6 now. You have a lot of skirmishing potential there. Also, RJS being that. Obviously, I think a little bit of relaxation maybe go in the way of Team Liquid challengers, the tender love and care. But I think, in a way, giving some of these objectives, we're going to start seeing a lot more contesting in the next ones. Yeah,
for sure. But the big thing is that Roamer is not going to be strong for a while, right? He's going to take quite a bit of time to ramp up, and at this point it's going to be on Spawn, and yes, getting that 1 kill is helping out, but they don't really have much of a lead in the bottom half of the map, and instead it is going to be the side of Mirage Alliance are potentially looking to put even more pressure on the bottom half, but as long as Prismal doesn't get the back off, Spawn should be enjoying this lane.
The ulti in mid, Scion Speedway, and Alorum's just going to say hello to Roamer.
I heard that sound, I was like, what was that? And then I see, oh, it's Alarm coming down the river. All right, makes sense. But you do see that Jenkins has built up a decent lead, right? He's up about 2 waves after this wave will crash. And so that is a good spot for Jenkins to start becoming very, very strong in this game. And Alorum, for his part, I don't really know what role he can proactively play in this. He's just going to be a very big tanky guy at the front of the fight, but he doesn't have easy access to Roamer, he doesn't have easy access to Spawn, and he's going to never win a fight against Zac because of how much Zac heals every time he picks up a blob.
It's so insane how much he heals. We'll see if that comes into effect. Speaking of coming into effect, though, Keel's on his way down here. Dardoch's already tanking so many of those spears. He's trying to make it out, but he's going to get his heart ripped out of him. No, he's out of there alive. Now Keel's in a lot of trouble. He's going to use a little bit of bouncing. See if Will can actually connect with the flash. Not going to go for it. Nice little shatter strike there from Kim down, but can they save him? One more little minion. They get him. The reset comes through, and now Will's off to the races. Bates' call comes back. Dardoch's going down. He finally falls, but Will is getting more kills. Prismal's going to take another one, but 2 have gone to Will.
That's a disaster coming up for Team Liquid Challengers. We see that Mirage Alliance, they have the hands, but it's not done. Alorum probably going to need to flash here.
Ooh, uses the minions to block out.
Alright, yeah, getting the minions between you for the rock, really big spot there, because a second rock might have been able to take him down, but the bottom side of the map going so hugely in favor of Mirage Alliance gives them a lot of play left in this game. What is this? Was there a kill mid lane?
RJS died in mid lane, if I'm not mistaken.
Shockwave? Yeah, and then just running him down.
Run him down!
Yeah, I mean, he thought he had the damage, he was wrong, and then RJS ends up being the ones to die. But here in the bottom lane, you got to give a lot of credit to Dardoch for being able to survive as long as he did in order to create enough space during these fights. And not getting that first kill, turning it around when you don't have any of your abilities left, does mean that Zach, he's not tanky yet. He just has the crowd control, but now a third grub going over to Mirage Alliance at the same time. It kind of feels as though they're winning across the map, but then you take a look at this CS where both Roamer and Jenkins are making up this entire deficit that the rest of their map is kind of looking at.
And it shocks me the amount of times that we see Mirage Alliance, but specifically Will-centered jungle teams get in positions like this. Like early game, you get kills on the jungle, a carry jungle. It looks good. But the question becomes, after 15 minutes, can they actually continue putting it together? And they are set up with Will, a primary piece here. The carry I feel like that the comp was going for at the beginning. Has 2 kills, has the Sundered Sky, and can play a little bit more aggressively.
Yep. Sign going towards top lane as he yells out. But yeah, Will going for more grubs at the same time. Team Liquid will not be able to contest him, and so that should be 4, maybe 5. Should be 5. Roamer and Keel are thinking about it, but RJS is also here to stop them. Are they going to try and steal one of them?
It's an item differential, though. It's really tough. It's just going to be taken away.
Yeah, and that'll be all 5 grubs, or not all, you know. You get 5 grubs, that means you get the little Twitch chatters every single time you go in, and Spawn needs to be very careful.
Ooh, beautiful Chains of Corruption there as well, and everything just piercing straight through. 1 auto, and Prismal gets the kill. TP back.
Roamer.
They want to get revenge. There's a double. Avenger Beam summoned in the bot lane, and Team Liquid Challengers are out.
Wow, I mean, that's just a blunder coming in from Spawn. That's going to put them a little bit further behind, and Prismal is one of the big keys, right? You were talking about Will, but if you want to have a chance at winning the front-to-back coming through for Mirage Alliance, it's going to be on Prismal being strong, and that is, I believe, his 3rd KP so far in this game. I think he has 2 kills already. That's a lot of pressure that Mirage Alliance is already putting on. Now they're going to try and look for a dive, but he's got friends on the way.
He does have friends, but I don't know if they're going to get here fast enough. Roamer's going to step up. Here comes the slingshot, and onto the Varus goes Team Liquid. Kim down, does not make it out. He will get the trade back, and Prismal gets himself a kill.
Yeah, I mean, the 1-for-1 there is brutal. That's a 3rd kill going over to Prismal. He is skyrocketing his way into the game, but at least Team Liquid will be able to trade back for this Dragon. We were looking at a pretty big advantage coming in for Roamer and Jenkins in the solo lanes. But this is what we were kind of talking about, right? We are seeing a lot of things come out for Team Liquid Challengers on the bottom side, and they're particularly trying to play towards the bottom side of the map today. And it's not building them the lead that they feel as though they should have, and they don't even pick up the Dragon at the end of it.
Will be a second Dragon that's started up at least by Mirage Alliance. Heel is going to go the other way, so it looks like he's going to cede control of that one. So really, really good objective control so far for Mirage Alliance.
Yeah, and they just have a lot of pressure everywhere else. We hear the ultimate going out from Alorum, I believe, to try and stop a dive on the top half of the map. But either way, looking at the way that Mirage Alliance has been moving, this feels a lot more coordinated. And this is something that we remember seeing. I want to say that we've been seeing Team Liquid Challengers go for a lot of attempts at things on the bottom half of the map, right? This is something that we remember for the Jan and Harry and Bradley version of Team Liquid Challengers. They would go for a lot of things early on in the game, but they would work a lot more than what we're seeing right now. This Team Liquid Challengers team has not shown a lot of proficiency in necessarily coming back in a lot of situations, so I do still think they are a little bit favored. But the fact that so many of their plays have gotten turned around so far, the grubs, the bottom lane dive, even the Dragon, is very rapidly becoming a position where Spawn is losing his ability to do damage in this game.
Team Liquid will see everything coming towards them down bottom side with some nice vision control there, but Does end up getting a little bit pressure seated from Will down there. The thing is, with some of that being said, the lack of putting things at least in a proficient manner for Team Liquid, they do have some advantages that we had highlighted earlier, some of the CS advantage, some of the I feel like scaling that Orianna is going to bring with the combo of the Zac. So some serious team fight advantages,
Yes.
I feel like, towards them, at least in the way they can set team fights up.
Yeah, this is going to be one of the big things for Team Liquid Challengers. If they can just take normal front to backs, they will be in a strong position later on in the game. And I'm actually very surprised to see that Keel going for this Leandries on the Zac. Not because I think it's a bad build on the Zac, but rather because you already kind of have the damage. You just need people to be able to stand in front, and Jenkins picking up the Trinity Force. You expect that from the Gnar, but then after that, it's like, well, we do need people who are going to be tanky coming up relatively soon. And Jenkins, I mean, you were saying that this team is good for Herald.
Just denied the slingshot there. That's actually really big and takes a brunt of damage. Looks like Mirage Alliance, prime position for the Rift Herald, started up.
You were the one that was saying that Team Liquid Challengers is really good at taking Rift Heralds, right?
I do believe. Let me
Yeah.
go double check my stat while you continue speaking.
This is this is a really rough position. Keel losing out on a lot of the HP. Again, he scales super well, and you're going to get some damage down here on the bottom side of the map for Spawn, but the teleport's coming through, and here comes RJS.
That's a little rough. Spawn's going to need to find his way out of here. Can he hop, skip, and a jump? He's going to flash, so that's about the same. Double TPs coming in from Team Liquid. They want to make a play on bot side, all right. RJS going to flash away. He's going to get scooped into the wall, though, and he's gone. Kim down trying to go for the Shattered Strike there. He does get it. Nice little bounce house created by Keel. Prismal's got some distance, though. Beautiful connection there by Keel. Gets another kill for Team Liquid Challengers, and there's that putting together we wanted.
Yeah, it's a huge commitment, but it was very much necessary. Even with this Rift Herald coming out from Will, it will be the bottom lane turret that goes over to Team Liquid Challengers. And Roamer, he gets here in time to actually put a stop to this. The shockwave used to clear out the wave. This is going to be a pretty big gold lead coming through for Team Liquid Challengers for the first time. And this looked like it could have been disaster right off the bat.
Yeah.
But RGS, he knows that Spawn has the flash. He knows it's really dangerous to root himself in place to throw out the E. By the time he actually throws out the ultimate, Spawn is already out of range. The double teleport and Keel already being here means that there's not a lot left for Mirage Alliance to do. I'm actually really impressed that Team Liquid is able to chase down Dardoch immediately after that, but that's the chase potential that you get with the Zac on your team.
There's little things like that that are really giving me promise for Team Liquid, right? We saw the capitalization on Dardoch earlier where they were all getting collapsed on. They said, oh, we need to go now, and they find that engage there. We have a little play set up in the mid lane right now. But Team Liquid Challengers are really at least playing together so far in this game, number one. Mirage Alliance trying to get something together in mid lane, too. They should get this outer tower and threaten a bit of a dive. Here comes that Unstoppable as Alorum going to tank it up here. Not going to find too much, but that priority in mid lane is important because we have Dragon coming up about 35. Jenkins going to take a side lane tower here, too.
Yeah, that pressure coming through by taking down this mid lane turret, definitely worth the ultimate from Silent because it's such a low cooldown. But, like you said, getting these Dragons will help out quite a bit, and I do feel as though Mirage Alliance needs to push the advantages they should feel like they have right now, because this is where a lot of their characters are at some of their strongest. The Nico is not going to be out fighting the Orianna later in the game, and you know that the Varus will have a lot of freedom to hit in these before the Zac gets super tanky.
RJS' saving grace is finding big flanks to force Team Liquid not to play that front to back we said that they wanted. Now Dragon, number one for Team Liquid Challengers, is going to be taken here. It's the first of a Cloud Dragon soul for them. See those two dragons early going over to Mirage Alliance.
It is going to be Cloud Dragons, which is nice for Kalista in particular, but everything else is just going to be A-okay. And Team Liquid Challengers trying to maintain control of their top half of the jungle. Kim Down is here, but Will could be the difference maker if any fight does actually break out.
That's the biggest thing, is there's like, it's one of those decision trees down in a fight, right? Did Will get resets? If yes, Mirage Alliance win. If Team Liquid deny him resets, well, then I don't know what happens. Maybe the other side of the coin. We did get second items completed now, at least for Roamer. Pretty big with the Seraphs. Going to have that activation there as well with the transformation. So we'll see those second items getting very close to being there, and honestly sets up, I feel like, a little bit more in favor of Mirage Alliance once they get there.
Yeah. It was an interesting spot, right? Because Team Liquid's turn was taking the dragon, and then Mirage Alliance tried to take a turn in order to take something away from the top half of the jungle, but they were not able to actually get anything done. And so we reset to a position where Team Liquid is a little bit stronger wherever they do choose to set themselves up, and it looks like they're going to be not getting anything done proactively. Instead, might be losing his bottom lane turret.
Baron's scary as ever. Something else that might be a little scary, I don't know. Get your thoughts here. The Malignants. Their first item for RJS, not something I typically see on the Nico, but appreciate the activation with the ulti combos.
Okay, Alarm. Nice.
Really good slingshot from Keel, and now Alarm's just gonna die. Roamer on a killing spree.
Well done coming out from Keel, like you said, to block the ultimate from Alarm in its tracks, and that will be kind of the counterpunch, right? We saw the bottom lane turret go down, Keel comes up to the top side, finds a kill, and Jenkins really intelligently waits a long time in the brush in the bottom side to make sure that they aren't visible. And who's this? Is this Dardoch? Does he live?
Oh, gonna miss the Shadow Stride. It's okay. It's okay.
That's all right.
Keel's got another angle. More flangles. Ball delivery not available. So we'll check back the next day. It's one of those notes you put on the door. It's like, hey, we'll be back at 2 p.m. tomorrow.
Yeah, you got to check the your tracking number, see what UPS has to say about that delivery. But either way, Team Liquid Challengers, they are in a good position now. It feels as though they have gone through what is supposed to be the hardest points of the game for them, and this is where we start looking at how their late game shot calling generally goes. In previous teams and previous games, we've generally associated this with Keel for the side of Team Liquid Challengers, but we know that Jenkins is also a relatively vocal member, and he's kind of playing this game like I do, a lot of the times. Like, hey, I just win this side lane. Can you guys just play as 4? Yeah? Okay, cool. I'm going to just build to kill this guy over and over. You're good, right? Yeah? All right, cool. I'll see you never. So I definitely think this is a good spot. With mixed results. Jenkins is a little bit of a better player than I am. But this is the kind of thing that I always do. And so if someone becomes on Alarm because he loses the side lane, to constantly sacrifice some of his position on the map. And because he has waited so long and Jenkins is on the Mirage Alliance side of the map, it's kind of late for Alarm to leave. He needs to get the push before going for any of these plays, because now Jenkins will have freedom to take away Krugs to start hitting the turret.
Oh my god! That's literally one combo from Roamer. He's going to hit him back, though. This is really big. They could get some damage back. That Heartbreaker goes completely wide. RJS gets him, though, and they might get the reset here for Will. This was the biggest thing. A shutdown also to the man himself. And the Heartbreaker over the wall, straight on to Keel, whose Bloblets do not survive. Now the Baron for Mirage Alliance, and this is some serious tempo gaming.
Yeah, we need to see Jenkins teleport as soon as possible if they want to try and contest this, but this is what happens, right? This is the terror when you are playing this split push style. If your team goes for fights and loses them, it's a disaster. And suddenly, the Baron going over to Mirage Alliance, one, nullifies most of the gold that Team Liquid Challengers had. And also, yes, Jenkins got some gold there, but he's not going to be the primary carry. He's not going to be able to split push effectively going into the Baron buff. And with 30 seconds left until the next dragon, Mirage Alliance can reset on the map and take another turn. This looked really good, but this ward that Dardoch was able to put down ends up meaning they are in a really tough position. Not having spawn here for this fight, Mirage Alliance reacts quicker, brings all 5 members to this fight, and Team Liquid were only playing with 3.
I just can't believe Dardoch survived there. He throws up the Teemo emote at the end just to make sure, worse for wear, as really, really good heads-up play, at least from Mirage Alliance, to realize the position they were in. And Roamer getting baited by the amount of damage that he did, honestly. We do have the Dragon on the other side, though, coming up, and Mirage Alliance are first and foremost there.
Yeah, and this should be theirs for sure. They will get every single wave pushing. Jenkins has the teleport, but so does Alarm. But Alarm, he likes being there relatively quickly. We are still seeing that Jenkins, he has a lot of control over the side lane. He's optimizing to fight Alarm off in the side lane, and he's gotten a couple turrets for it, but it's not enough when the rest of your team is not able to be on the same page for a lot of these fights. They're not able to find the engages that they need, and Mirage Alliance, they get the dragon. They're also pushing up at the same time. They're going to be getting this, bottom lane turret. in a much faster way than Jenkins did for himself.
Because they have the 5 grubs. I mean, it helps.
Let's go Twitch chat. I'm going to call that one Maniac Oaks.
So yesterday I was talking with Beatdown because, you know, I like to call them the Telegrubbies, and it's like episodes of the Telegrubbies, and I was trying to figure out what version of the Mites were the Telegrubby section. But I think Prismal may have some time to think and help me with that.
I don't remember that episode.
Shutdown goes through, and now the triple with that clone being knocked up, and it's going to lead to Team Liquid Challengers picking up 3 members of Mirage Alliance somehow.
That's what happens. You just get Keel launching himself in right there at Prismal, and if the AD carry has no flash, you don't have a lot of recourse for that at all. And now, Team Liquid Challengers can turn around the Rally Cry Baron buff right on its head. They're the ones who are going to be taking more structures down during this time window. So this is, you know, good for Team Liquid once again. Every single time, it feels as though Team Liquid's in a good spot, Mirage Alliance does something good. And whenever it feels as though it's a really tough position for Mirage Alliance to play, Team Liquid kind of throws it back, and now it feels as though Team Liquid Challengers, now that the game should be firmly in hand, you almost have your 3rd item completed onto Roamer's Orianna, and you have 2 items already complete on Keel. They should be able to win these front-to-back team fights almost every single time. Now it's just a matter of setting up to actually take them with 3 minutes left before the next objectives. We're kind of in a position where we should be seeing a whole lot of nothing for a little while, other than what kind of pressure Jenkins can put in the sideline.
And the big theme was the kind of pressure that is on every single series for either of these teams going through and going forward, right? There's 3 series left for either one, and each one matters outright. And I think the fact that we've gotten this style from the both of them, I think Team Liquid may be a little bit more known for these kind of back and forth games over the recent history. But I applaud both the teams for putting a lot of effort into this one and not backing down, right? Yes, there's been a consistent lead for Team Liquid Challengers, but as we've seen, some of that tempo really relying on Mirage Alliance to find some ins, and Will getting resets again, the biggest proponent of that.
True. Never give up, never what?
You gonna say it one more time?
Never back down, never what?
I love it.
You know, we got there either way. But still, it is the one thing I do want to bring up yet again, because it has remained true, is that Roamer and Jenkins have had a significant CS lead in both lanes. This is something that Roamer has actually done fairly well compared to a lot of mid laners in the league, is get himself the farm that he needs. He tends to have really good lane assignments for a mid laner, and this is definitely showcasing one of the ways that it can help. A lot of the 3,000 gold lead that they have comes off the fact that he is making sure to keep his farm numbers very, very high. But Team Liquid Challengers, they are in a position now where it is going to be very tough for the members of Mirage Alliance to dictate fights. They are this death ball composition. They're not in a position to do it. And so usually when we have these death balls, I generally look at Alorum to kind of lead the way in picking out those fights, but he can't leave the sideline unless they're willing to give up the inhibitor turret.
It's always the push and pull in that situation. Both mid laners getting some huge chunks on both supports. So RJS going to go for a sneaky play, but he didn't time the walking fast enough there.
You know, it's okay. It's fine.
It's okay. It's fine. The interesting point is the fact that Mirage Alliance have a lot of entrances into fights if they want to, if they can get the angles right. And so I think those TP wars are going to be even more crucial to watch out. We saw last fight how important it actually was for Mirage Alliance, but that's where that stability I still feel like relies. I know Spawn may be in a bit of a tough spot, but the safety and the stability relies in the team fight for Team Liquid Challenge. I feel like that puts them in a better position.
Yeah, and it's also one of the advantages of having Kim down, having been on Team Liquid Challengers for a while under the tutelage of Arrow and Spawn. Both coach and player, you are seeing a pretty big vision differential come through in terms of what Kim down is able to do over Dardak. It will flip for a little bit here, but Kim down has been relatively good at maintaining vision over whatever part of the map they do want to play for. It's mostly been an execution issue immediately after that. But here we see, again, Alorum not matching Jenkins. It's going to mean that Jenkins is going to take at least half this inhibitor turret before Alorum can do anything.
Just getting posturing around the Baron buff. Another Baron does spawn, but meanwhile, Gnar is up to Gnar things in the side lane, forcing Mirage Alliance's hand to maybe try to do something here. Nice little turret taken by him, and he is just doing so much work as the attack speed style will start up the Baron from Mirage Alliance. See Team Liquid Challengers trying to come in to contest here. We actually see a bit of fighting. I mean, if Valorem loses that, they lose the game. So that is why this is so important. He will be okay, but Mirage Alliance will stop the Baron.
Yeah, and Team Liquid Challengers, as long as they move in together, they're going to be in a hugely advantageous position for a lot of these fights. And so the fact that RGS has moved off to one side is going to be their way to try and take some of these fights. This flank is incredibly important, but like you said, Jenkins constantly applying pressure in the bottom half of the map. He will get mega soon, but the fight starts.
Fate's Call does come out. Kim Down going right back in on a Dardoch slingshot used. RJS on a two-man pop blossom. Kim Down's gone. Heel's trying to get some. He gets the shockwave back from Roamer. Nice damage there, but on the other side, Alorm is losing the fight. If he loses that, they lose the game. He's going to go down here, maybe, but he's trying to bounce back to the turret, and Jenkins is going to get knocked up. In the end, he goes for the flash, and he's trying to get the kill. He gets it. The solo bolo for Jenkins because he's got that dog in him.
Dang, super close fight there from Jenkins, switching over to the minion at the perfect time for the auto, but now Team Liquid also starting up the Baron at the same time. Mirage Alliance had backed away. Prismal now the only one still alive, getting pulled every which way. Team Liquid able to pull this one out. Now Jenkins can teleport back into the fight as well. He's going top lane.
Wow, big play coming up now. Can't Will get the steal? Our sweet summer child, as he's only ever played in summer before this split. Can he make the difference here? I don't think he's got an entrance. The Baron going down. Will's not even close, and that means Mirage Alliance just trying to take the fight. But RJS, he comes in. The resets are going to start going. If he can get him. A nice little re-engage from Kim Down, but Mirage Alliance, they're trying to make it happen. Another 1,000 gold shut down to Will. And now Keel's running away, but Will ain't going to let him go. My sweet summer child, welcome to spring.
Oh my gosh, he's gonna hold the game. No way. No way, Zach!
This? Come
Zach!
on,
No!
way!
Oh god!
The Baron minions! Kale gets a double kill, and it's insanity!
And he's full health again, he hasn't even backed yet. That's insane. Zach coming through, 3 items down, doing so much damage there, but this fight so confused coming up from the side of Team Liquid Challengers. It looks like it could start okay. They have 5 members to only 3, but then RJS, the huge teleport, disrupts everything on the backside, and getting so many members so low so quickly suddenly means that Will can find the resets that he has been needing this entire game. And because all this front line is so confused, you don't have the damage that you need coming out from Roamer. It does mean that almost everybody goes down, but this might be the funniest.
Is insane.
The funniest turnaround I've seen in a long time. Dardoch knows he doesn't want to be hitting these blobs because, one, you're trying to give it to Will, but also you don't want to die to the minions. But as soon as Keel gets back up, the healing, look at that. 467, 490 healing on those different blobs.
And then he gets knocked through the blobs there and heals like 3/4 of his health as well. That's actually insane. The fact that the minions kept the Baron buff when he was in his bot, I don't know. A little sus to me, but it does work out that way. Now Mirage Alliance on the back foot and about a 3.5k deficit, even with the soul that they acquired in the replay.
Yeah. Soul is nice, but the bigger thing is if Prismal's flash is down, he is at huge risk of getting blown up by Keel. And also, having the 1 Baron buff is all Team Liquid Challengers needs in order to create a lot of pressure here. They have Jenkins at the bottom side of the map, and they have a wave pushing up in the top lane as well. And as RJS goes to try and deal with that, he needs to be very careful. He's okay. All right, everybody is going to back away. The Soul, like we said, is nice, but this should be a game where Team Liquid Challengers can close it out relatively cleanly. The biggest thing, if it was me, I'd probably be like, guys, my Orianna is got 2 needlessly large rods. It looks like we have enough money here to get a full-on brand new spanking hat, and we do. And now it's like, okay, guys, I am 4-item Orianna. I will one-shot everybody on the other team. Now let's go in for a fight. We don't even need to do it around objective. We can just set up around any of these siege opportunities because there's not great flanks that Mirage Alliance can go for, especially if Team Liquid Challengers moved all of their pressure towards the top lane.
They are definitely in prime position here, but it's just been insane the amount of gold that has been dropped into Will's pocket with all these shutdowns going over his way as well. Prismal doing his own handiwork too, trying to make something. RJS just gets A little bit chunked there, trying to make a play, and they go on to Romer. He's going to go golden now as well, but they did get the resets now, and Will having that strength is so ridiculous. Kim Down getting caught down now too, and that'll be 2 quick kills. Tempo gaining again in the favor of Mirage Alliance,
It's
and they
not
want
done.
to keep on going as Jenkins going to hop, skip out. Prismal's moving on to the turrets. He's got that damage. He's got the at least pushing powers. Jenkins now doesn't have Meganar. They're trying to get on the tower. They should
Oh
get
my
an
God.
inhib here, and the Mites.
They're going to try. They have to try and end
They
the
have
game
to
here.
win.
They do not go for a better fight later on. An embarrassing mistake from Romer could give Mirage Alliance the game.
If that's literally how these guys win the game, that is insane. One slip up, one mistake,
Uh-oh.
and they stop
Jenkins.
it. Team Liquid going in. They have the TP back in from RJS. He is back to full
5
health,
seconds
and
on Kim
they're
Down.
in pushing. They're trying to get these last Nexus towers here. One knock-up kill gets him.
RJS!
RJS movement. He can't get it. He can't get the damage. They need to get the turrets.
Prismal!
Somebody's got to focus the
Oh, no!
turrets. Oh, no. It's all going to hell in a handbasket as Mirage Alliance. They tried to play, but it comes up short, and the air ball goes through.
Oh no, Jenkins runs them down. There's no way Alarm gets out of this one. The turnaround coming through. I don't know how Prismal got that far forward, but it's a brutal position to find yourself in. Jenkins going towards the top side, and Keel never has to kill this guy. He just needs to prevent the back. 28 seconds now on Prismal in order to get anybody back alive, and they're able to run from one base towards the other in order to close this one out. Surely they have the damage to take this one down. They have the 80 carries ready to go. But 15 seconds.
Thumbs up coming out from Mr. Keel, but he can't chase him down any longer. It looks like it'll just be the inhib in top as the unstoppable onslaught comes through from Alorm.
40 seconds left until the Baron. The fact that the game is still going here, Mazel, is
Would we expect
insane.
nothing else from these two teams? Like, Team Liquid literally drove Cubby to the bridge of insanity last week.
Man, it is absolutely crazy, and it is. We've just been seeing blunders. I would love to see a replay of that base defense coming up for Team Liquid, because I need to know how Prismal put himself in a position where Keel could jump on him. Yeah, I understand Keel can jump an entire screen, but that is a brutal mistake. And with only one Nexus turret still standing, there is opportunities for someone like Will to try and go for something sneaky. But you have to remember, Mirage Alliance should not be able to win front-to-back team fights. They are relying on these sneaky plays. RJS caught out Romer once. Spawn doesn't have flash. There's no way it happens again.
No way it happens again, right? Right? RJS getting ulted immediately. Romer doing the math there. He's like, no, you can't do that. But meanwhile, Jenkins is ending the game. Alorum can't get out of this. He has no TP. He has to be able to ult there, but Jenkins doesn't have much in his way.
Yeah, the ult coming through from Alorum. They will continue to pressure the game, but we have the Baron alive, but the Elder Dragon spawning in 20 seconds. This could be the best opportunity. Alorum has no teleport and no ultimate. Alorum cannot join this fight.
This is so
Team Liquid
rough.
Challengers. He's got a perfect bar for Jenkins.
Will has to find the difference here. He has to get a steal, but Team Liquid aren't even going to get him the chance. They're going to go on to Gnar, at least here, but here comes Keel. RJS has a flank.
Oh!
RJS, the catch-up from Keel's pretty big. Prismal's getting chunked. Here comes RJS, but he can't get it. And now Team Liquid right back onto him. He goes gold and he buys some time, but Will can't get in. Will needs to get the resets. He's got one. He could get started, but no, it's the Bloblets, and Prismal's trying to take them out
it's
too.
back and forth.
Mirage Alliance have done it. They fought them back. They've turned the tides of war, and at a 6K deficit, they find a team fight.
There's no way. There's no way. How are Team Liquid losing these fights, man? It is absolute insanity that they're not able to do it, but they're not going to end the game. They're too afraid going into Jenkins and Spawn, but they have the jungler. They have the Elder Dragon here to pick up as well. Mirage Alliance fighting their way back over and over again, and Prismal, we said he needed to be strong. He and Will picking up the dragon. He and Will standing tall in that last fight. Watch how Prismal's able to get away from Keel in this, because he's positioning himself in a position where neither Jenkins nor Kimdown can get to him. It's only Keel that can disrupt him. And yes, Dardoch takes forever to die, but as soon as Keel turns around, suddenly Prismal will be able to go back into the fight here in a moment. And he and Will, after getting enough players low enough, they get the resets, they get Will popping off, and there's not enough damage left over for Spawn and Romer to actually take him down.
It's insane how these fights are playing out back and forth, but it's a little thing, and that's what we set up, right? Like, both teams have good fights. It's just one or two things going right for either side. Right now, it's RJS fighting flanks and Will getting reset somehow, and Keel and the rest of Team Liquid not able to kind of get together in these fights, and we're starting to see the lack of that prio that the Callista brings to the table later on in the game. Now, we are getting to a point where literally one lost fight loses this game. This is only game one, Joshi.
It's already 40 minutes. It's going to be it could be one of our longest series in Challengers League this split. And so far, Mirage Alliance, they have both the Rally Cry Baron buff, they have the Elder Dragon as well, and they should be able to push for the end here. But I mean, Team Liquid Challengers, they've been trying to get really cute. They just need to go back to basics and play the fundamentals of this team composition. And they only need to hold out for one more minute of the Elder Dragon. They might be able to do that, but it looks like Mirage Alliance trying to end the game with a single Nexus turret.
I mean, you have 5 grubs, or 5 of the, at least the mites coming
down.
through. Down goes in. Keel is on top of him, but then look at the Prismal's just blasting the Nexus. Mirage Alliance know what they need, and it's a win in game one. 1-0 for Mirage Alliance themselves over Team Liquid.
Oh man, Mirage Alliance needed that win a lot. Team Liquid needed that win a lot, and I gotta say, that should have been Team Liquid's game, but Mirage Alliance, they find multiple moments. They find Roamer in the mid lane, and then they turned around what's supposed to be an impossible fight next to the Baron buff in order to win that game. But you gotta win one more in order to find the whole win and try and climb your way up where you no longer have to play in promotions.
I'm curious to see if Team Liquid lost that with a gold lead, but we are going to take a small little break after that crazy game number 1. We're going to come back with game 2 after a short one, so be back here soon.
They said it couldn't be done. They said the world would never accept a cookie this long. Or a churro, and probably not a pretzel either. They also said, under no circumstances should those really long and delicious treats be wildly affordable. To which we said, but we already made them. And they are. Introducing the incredible new foot-long sidekicks. Get one at Subway today.
LCS players are some of the best that North America has to offer. But did they start out that way? Did they just wake up one morning and decide they were LCS ready? No, of course not. They all had to start somewhere. And that where, for most of the players that you've seen, was here, in the NACL. And while NACL stands for the North American Challengers League, it also stands for our core fundamental tenets, being new and old competitors learning. And that has been our fundamental belief since this league's inception, and has led to the success of many players who need no introduction. Their stories differ. Younger players looking to, or just starting to make their mark here in the LCS, or you have older, more experienced players trying to breathe new life in their careers after minor or significant dips. What matters is that NACL is not where stories end, it's where they begin. And you're wondering, how do they do this? How do these players grind up for the first time? How do they make a comeback after falling off? Well, for one thing, the NACL is on live patch, much like the LCS. On top of that, we have something that they don't, and that is Fearless Draft. Fearless Draft, if you don't know, is a setup where when a team picks a champion, that champion is no longer available for the rest of the series. Something that was implemented in hopes to improve champion flexibility in our players and strategic depth in our coaches. And it is something that our teams have already taken to quite well. All right, let's bring it back to the players. Even at this moment, they are grinding it out in the NACL, showing their stuff, honing their skills in hopes that they can promote to the LCS and make it to that big stage. And we have names that you should be very excited about as an LCS viewer, because you may see them sooner than you think. And if you want to get ahead on that knowledge, and you want to get to know the future of the LCS, all you have to do is watch.
Welcome back, everyone, to the North American Challengers League, presented by Subway. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Joshi, and what a game one we had, my friend. Are you hanging in there? You doing all right?
Look, I'm going to be bald at the end of this. Like, geez, that was... You know, there was a lot going into that one, and I feel as though both teams tried to be too cute in that game. It ends up being like, this is kind of Mirage Alliance's wheelhouse, right? They love playing games that are a little too cute. We know RJS, he caught out way too many people with the NACL ultimates off of using, you know, just different disguises, finding themselves in unusual places. That's something that we know RJS likes to do. He really likes to be cute with a lot of these angles. But then Team Liquid would go for these fights like, guys, let's just go back to basics, play the front to back. It is an unlosable front to back, I promise you. And they're like, oh, but what if we flanked 3 people instead? And it's like, guys, come on, you have the Orianna, please.
I love it because Jenkins was just like on the verge of ending the game all game long. It just didn't matter because they were consistently taking fights on the other side of the map.
Yeah, exactly. Because Jenkins had the pressure on the other side, it is the rest of the team's job to either create pressure by grouping up or just like getting waves pushed, and you cannot give things. It is okay to like back up and let Alorm like constantly be looking for these engagements as long as you don't give them. And that was the thing that really hurt them. His team was like, oh, this guy caught out, kill him. And it's like, oh, but that is Alistar. Oh wait, we can't kill him. Everyone out. No. Abort. It's like, guys, I want to see Team Liquid Challengers return to their fundamentals, because we know that they're all individually talented, but they have clearly skipped some steps in order to actually get their spots. And Mirage Alliance, I also think they actually did a really good job this game of turning things around and actually looking a lot more coordinated than we've seen them a lot of times in the past. Even though Alorm gave up so much in the side lane, he was constantly creating pressure, and it worked out for them because they're like, well, we are now committed to trying to fight. Yeah,
and I think the biggest thing for me for Mirage Alliance, they were actually making holistic plays after 20 minutes, right? And I think that's something we know that they can get leads, and we saw that. You know, Will had 2 kills early on in the game, and I think all in all, our focus on Keel versus Will was rightfully placed, right? They were 2 extremely core components to how a lot of the fights were maintained.
Keel won the 1v1.
Keel won the 1v1. I will just say that Will won the everything else, because that man had a ton of kills. And he was the resets over and over again, getting shutdowns left and right. So I think the continued focus on that matchup is super important, but how the meta now plays out, especially going into the next game, because again, to refocus on it, this series is almightily important for both these 2 teams. And I think moving forward, especially with our Fearless, and hopefully we'll actually be able to take a look at some of those bans that are going to be here, but it does change up your factors, right? Viego no longer available for Will. Yes, a lot more skirmish junglers still available there, but something to think about where Keel's wheelhouse is untouched. You've taken a little bit of dust off of one of the trophies, and you know, there's a bunch left to choose.
Yeah, I also do want to point out that, you know, now that Mirage Alliance has won Game 1, they have a very, you know, natural path. I don't want to say easy path, but a path that they can find their way to playoffs at the end. Whereas Team Liquid, after this, they would have to play Maryville University and then Lit. And I think Lit is attainable for them, but based on the way the Team Liquid Challengers and Maryville have been playing, Maryville should absolutely win that series. And so this is incredibly important for Team Liquid Challengers to turn it around. They have a lot of tools still in their wheelhouse, and they will be on blue side, so they should naturally be getting the Varus or at least some other priority pick for their bottom lane.
I think that will be extremely important, at least for them to get some stability down there. But also maybe looking at some of this mid lane matchup and seeing if you can get any ups, I guess, against RJS. Because RJS had a much more impactful game number 1, I feel like, than Roamer did. Even though we did see a couple big key moments from Roamer. You know, the pop blossoms make the biggest difference when you could find multi-mans every single time. And that was like the big focus we had for their team composition. So maybe keeping that kind of style is good. I love to see that Mirage Alliance, again, were able to close out a game where we've seen them falter so many times before. And not saying they didn't falter in this one. Both teams did a little bit. But I think we're starting to see some of that competitiveness be bored into positivity, I feel like, for Mirage Alliance.
Yeah. And it's definitely interesting. I'd be really curious to go back and ask. I did have a little bit of chance to talk to Will during the week, but I didn't ask like what his expectations were of this split. And as we jump into the draft here, you have to know that the expectations for Mirage, who were, you know, thrown together a little bit last minute with a new player coming in, basically as the season was starting, their expectations should not have been as high as the Team Liquid Challengers' expectations were. But now that we do see the Senna coming in for the side of Team Liquid Challengers, it does give them a lot of opportunities to again try and play this front-to-back style that kind of eluded them last game.
I did talk to Will, like I think it was like week 1 or something along those lines, and his mindset coming into this year, he was going to go to Korea and play solo queue all year long. He was just going to, like, at least until summer and try to come back and find a team, but the Mirage Alliance had reached out and he had come in last second. So I definitely think those expectations not as lofty in the setup, but the Kai'Sa is locked in, something we've been seeing rise in priority here, often locked in with the Nautilus though, at least recently. Yeah.
And also something that has been one of Prismo's classic champions. As a major playmaking ADC, he loves being forward in the action. And, you know, that bit him a couple of times in the last game. But this time around, we are going to be seeing the Senna Nautilus, a pretty classic matchup, going down there into the bottom side of the map. And
Jenkins,
they will have a lot of control down there. But there's Rumble also coming through for Jenkins. Puts a lot of pressure, right? We saw that the Gnar, I really liked it. It did a really good job creating pressure in the side lanes in order to put Alarm on the back foot. But the rest of the team kind of crumbled around them, and this time coming in with the Ornn, the Bellows Breath, and the Flame Spitter kind of neutralize each other a lot because of how much percentage damage Ornn can do with it.
Alarm fine, putting on the tank duty hat. No big deal, Captain. We'll get the engages there. The amount of engage in CC that Mirage Alliance have in the first phase is pretty terrifying. I think finding some stability, at least in the composition, is really important for Team Liquid in the second phase. We do get the Jace banned away by Mirage Alliance, though.
Very good champion now, by the way. Very good champion. I did forget that Kai'Sa did receive a small buff so that the range on her ultimate is a little bit longer than it used to be, which is, it mostly just feels good more than anything else. Like, it just feels nice to have, but in this game, it is definitely going to be giving them a lot of opportunity because Ornn will put the Brittle as well as what's it called, Plasma on different characters for Kai'Sa to jump to in the backside. If you can blow up the Senna, Kai'Sa can absolutely do that very, very quickly.
I will say that the Rumble is one pick, but the fact that it's Jenkins Rumble, it's actually pretty terrifying. We'll see the matchup in its own right. I don't feel like this is a normal matchup we see in the meta here this year, but I'm excited to see it nonetheless. In the second phase, though, we get that respect ban again towards Keel, the Ivern banned away, as well as the Wukong and the Orianna were the bans for Team Liquid.
Oh, I'm liking this draft quite a bit coming out for Mirage Alliance because it's relatively straightforward, right? You have a lot of tools with crowd control that can get towards the backside of the map, get towards spawn, get towards roamer, and then with Kai'Sa, you're definitely an all-in composition, whereas Team Liquid Challengers, they have some tools, but it's actually really hard to use the equalizer against this composition because of how hyper-mobile a lot of the members of Mirage Alliance are. You have to be very, very patient, and Keel, going with the Void Mommy, going to be coming in here with the Bel'Veth, and you're going to have a lot of opportunities to try and shut things down. But Team Liquid Challengers, they have shifted from a strictly front-to-back style to a team that really wants to snowball this game before things get out of control.
They have the Senna, obviously it's going to be scaling for them, but yeah, the Bel'Veth always presents a very peculiar moment in the games because there's a very specific play style, very specific timings, and if you can get that going, it looks really good. But if Bel'Veth is behind, it's very tough. Keel, I love to see his Bel'Veth coming back out, especially being able to see it once again in this year, something we haven't gotten to see from him yet. But it's also giving him a lot more of the resources here too. So refocusing on that jungle matchup, I feel like in the second game is oh so crucial if Team Liquid especially want to keep their head in this game in particular.
Feels like playing against a World Eaters comp here.
They just want to run at you.
You know, they all, or the orcs, you know, they just wide, everybody's advanced in charge, and suddenly everything in the backline is like, wait, hold on, I did not think you could get this far. It is a little bit too much distance coming out, and Mirage Alliance, like the threat range that they have on Roamer and Spawn is insane.
Yeah.
They can go so far in order to actually go for all of these attacks, and it's going to be creating a lot of trouble. And normally when you have like this kind of overdive, you know, you get really caught out if you do not get to your target, right? If Kim Down, Keel, and Jenkins can create enough space that Romer and Spawn can get away, then the Mirage Alliance will just kind of get caught in no man's land. But we have been seeing that when the entire team is on the same page, Mirage Alliance have the hands to contend with some of the better teams in the league.
Well, we're into game 2. Make or break for Team Liquid Challengers. Only 3 series left, including this one for both these two teams to keep themselves out of the promotion tournament. Team Liquid Challengers versus Mirage Alliance. Game 2 kicks off now, and you got to spam in chat who you got. Is it MA for Mirage Alliance or TLC for Team Liquid Challengers?
I want to say Team Liquid Challengers because I'm pretty unashamedly a fan of the Team Liquid organization, but I think this is a ma kind of game. You know, get the ma down there in chat. It is a tough one here for Team Liquid Challengers to try and play. Jenkins also opting to go for the first strike up in the top lane in order to try and farm some gold off of Aloran, but he doesn't have the ignite. He doesn't have opportunities to try and get the kills in the top lane nearly as easily, and that's going to put them in a bit of a rough position. At the same time, Keel, if you pick Bel'Veth, you know you should be trying to go for aggressive plays basically right off the bat, but he looks like he's going to be playing to start at his own Raptors. And this is a composition that they want somebody to be strong in order to pull some attention away from Spawn and Romer.
And last game, at least, Romer had some pretty big moments. I think in this one, as Nohue, a little bit less priority there, depending on how the mid lane goes. I haven't seen the matchup into Ori itself, actually, so I'm very curious to see if Romer can put a halt on some of the mobility that RJS brings to the table. But we do have the same side starts for both junglers, so looks like we'll be partying up top or mid.
It's also farming Senna. I just realized that. Kim Down did go for the support item, so that changes the dynamic a lot in this lane. You scale faster with farming Senna than you do for what do you call it? Fasting. Yeah, fasting Senna, because you get the gold. You don't get the range nearly as quickly, but you do have the ability to buy, items that can go on hit relatively fast because you just have more money than you would have otherwise. However, it will mean that Kim Down is not as tanky. They're relying on him to just be a crowd control bot, which, I'm not the biggest fan of here, but at the same time, look at where Keel is going. He does see where Will is, and he's trying to get revenge for the missed smites around the brothers.
That's what it is. Just a little bit of revenge from last game, but love to see these two guys go at it. Jenkins going to try to go for a bit of proxy farming there. Going to be harassed on the way out. Will was spotted there, so Jenkins just trying to get there to force him out of the jungle. The red buff going to be stolen away by Keel over Will.
Aha! And plus 18 gold as well coming in for Jenkins. Keel should be able to pick up this red buff because good pressure coming out from Romer and Jenkins. And now Aloran thinks Jenkins is by himself. I don't know why you think that.
Keel has this fight easy. They're going to try to get him back, though. Will has some good damage back on the level 3. He's going to have to burn the flash, though.
See, okay, that's one of the spots where you really wish you had the ignite. They definitely could have gotten a kill there if Jenkins had that, but Keel taking a lot of damage up front. Kim Down going to be getting some vision down. So it's overall really good pressure coming out from the side of Team Liquid Challengers. They're going to be taking away the red buff. They're going to take away the Krugs. And Will is going to have to go towards the bottom side where Kim Down is already trying to get some pressure.
Any advantage you can bring to the table for the Bel'Veth is oh so sweet. And any farming advantage is nice because the speed of clear just gets ridiculous with this champion. You do have a decent amount of pressure being provided by Romer, too, to enable the split Scuttle Crab take by both junglers.
Yeah, but look at how Team Liquid Challengers' bottom lane is operating. They're at least trying. They're asking, like, hey, do we want to try and attack this guy? No, it's a little bit too late. That's okay. But Will now moving in to try and rectify some of the issues that we were having earlier. Oh, Lauren? Okay.
Be all right. He didn't expect the amount of heat that was coming off the engine of Jenkins.
Yeah, I mean, he's alive, but, this lane position is terrible. You are actually in a really brutal position up here in the top side. Jenkins has created a bit of a freeze, but the fact that he has not backed away does mean that Aloran should be able to get the wave underneath the turret. So I would love to see Keel book a top lane right now, punish Aloran so he does not have the health in order to deny the freeze coming out from Jenkins. But Keel not going to be able to do that. Jenkins is going to be on his own up here in the top side.
Already gained for the bot lane of Mirage Lions just to get it back off there for Prismal, it seems. Dragon is spawning, and so are the Telegrubbies on the other side of the map. Both junglers on the bottom side, though. Don't expect objective priority to be the name of the game right now.
No, I mean, it shouldn't be happening. And you see Jenkins, he's actually trying to go for a back up at the top side of the map, and you do see Alorum is able to get the wave underneath. This is why, like, you could have effectively removed Alorum from the game if you had sent Kill top lane instead of to go clean up his own Raptors. And so now Jenkins loses the dominant advantage that he had. He's still in a good position, but he could have been like in a game-endingly good position.
So it actually seems like both junglers want to path up towards top side. A reunion at the Grubbies, but should be Keel starting this one up with Will seeding them at least this first round of them.
Yeah, and because Keel is not yet level 6, not going to be getting mommy for him just quite yet. So still going to be in a good position, having a lot of extra money and all the experience that comes along with taking these down. You do still love that, but RJS, nah, not even going to be trying at this point. So Team Liquid Challengers pretty unashamedly just ahead across the board. Bottom lane still relatively even. It's because Keel has not been paying any attention to this side of the map just quite yet. And having no plays go through, except for the invade onto the red buff, you know, it's kind of a return to basics, but it's not necessarily the kind of Team Liquid thing that we were kind of seeing. So it is now a question of, can they win given this advantage already?
Yeah, I mean, it's at least a step in the right direction. Any lead is good for Team Liquid. If they were behind, it'd be a lot more terrifying. I do think Mirage Alliance are calmly waiting. They're patiently waiting for that level 6 mark, because that's when the combo of RJS and Will truly gets unlocked from mid lane. So they're literally just trying to farm up. Oh, or not. They're just going to go for the fight here. Keel's able to dash out with that flash. Him down. Able to be a stalwart tank in the front line. RJS has an angle.
You got a really good angle. I'm a little bit surprised that Keel even tried to go for that at all, because he saw multiple people were right there, and as they back away, it's like, well, they do not have to go back to the turret. We did not see the wave get pushed in, and so the crab does go over, and Keel losing his flash, I mean, he's still fine. He's going to be in a position where he can play for the next set of grubs. He will be level 6 by then, so he can become, you know, mommy after that. But Team Liquid Challengers is definitely in a position where they still want to keep this ball rolling, because the mid game and you know, when RJS is on 1 to 2 items, when Prismal is on 1 to 2 items, that's when it becomes really, really scary for Spawn and Roamer in particular, because neither of them have any mobility.
Yeah, very true. We did just get level 6s, at least complete for both junglers. See if RJS wants to, immediately. They want to try to connect, but he's going to go back mid. I think as well, just the presence of Keel with the Noon Quiver. I think he was trying to take advantage of that in that fight, but realizing damage isn't going to give you more of a health bar. Yep. Will actually playing around this control ward here. They knew this control ward was there, and they do end up taking a brunt of damage onto Keel.
That's alright. He's got red buff. He's a jungler. He can jungle privilege his way back up. You see that instant, the on my way ping from Keel towards the opposing red buff. They have the timers over there. They have the priority in the mid lane, that priority in the top lane. We're going to see another set of pressure coming through from Keel. So great read from Keel on this so far in order to exacerbate some of the issues that we have been seeing across the board. Jenkins, once again, massively ahead of Alorum, and Roamer not going to have the same kind of crazy lead he had before, but still a good lead in order to try and push them later on into the game.
Looks like we're going to get the trade of objectives here finally. The Dragon being focused now by Will, realizing he probably lost the top side of his map, as Keel will end up clearing the red and those Chicky Nuggies. The Dragon spotted out being done, but the back was coming through. Spawn stops the back, meaning Kimdown stops his back, and the wave crashing from Mirage Alliance will secure this one for them.
Yeah, good stuff coming out from Dardoch too.
They're on their way.
Yeah, I think this should be Will still. Yeah, I mean, Keel and Roamer not able to go in. You would have an Ahri coming in behind you, and your bottom lane would be late to the fight. So, overall, like that call off from Team Liquid Challengers. What are you doing here, Dardoch? What's the plan?
Cooking.
He's cooking. What is he cooking? Cooking a back?
Grilled cheese.
All right, you know. Take it. No, it doesn't need to be fancy. Just like wave your guild trees.
Exactly.
Get some butter in there.
Exactly. That's all you need. But then you could also make like a super fancy grilled cheese. Okay, well then now I want to talk about like what would each team's grilled cheese be. Mirage Alliance probably like spam. Spam grilled cheese.
Could you explain why spam?
No.
No.
No answer. What do you got for
No-
Team
no
Liquid?
further
What kind of grilled cheese are you making for Team Liquid?
I don't know. They feel like a provolone kind of team.
Bro, who makes a grilled cheese with provolone?
Team Liquid Challenge.
Team Liquid challenges. All right, well.
Yeah, okay, but Spawn needs to get out of here. Being able to deny any targeting from Will is going to help out quite a bit, but we are still seeing that Prismal and Dardoch have been doing a good job down here in the bottom lane. It has been rather tough watching Spawn and Kim down, who had made so many strides in their way of playing the laning phase, not necessarily being able to find a whole lot more out of that. But on the other side of the map, Keel does get Mommy form here, going to be very powerful. And again, you're going to have both the Grubbies and the Fishies, and it's an incredibly powerful combination to get both Twitch Chat and Fish in the same team.
Seems like a recipe
Twitch
for
Chat fears
disaster.
me, Fish want me. Is that how it goes?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
3 plates have gone down to Mirage
come
on
on!
bottom side, and Kim down walks right up to the gank. TP coming down now. Oh, Ornhorn, he stops it! And now it's just the 3v3. Keel coming around, though, but he does have that Mommy form you were so talking about. Dawning Shadow comes across, but the Magnet Storm bringing him in, and First Blood ends up going to Mirage Alliance. They're trying to take down Keel after her, but he's got the reset now, too, and Romer has joined. TP very late. RJS coming in now, but I don't know if he can get Kim down. They get him in the end, and RJS going to use his way out of there. The Prismal gets taken out in the end, and a double kill to Romer. As he can try to chase this one down, you still have one more charge of the Spirit Rush. Team Liquid with a scrappy fight, and bot side come out on top.
I mean, it ends up working out, but like, that was sloppy coming out for Team Liquid Challengers. They end up going in a position where Keel is rushing. He's going as fast as he can to be able to join the fight, and he gets there towards the end. He does do something kind of cute in that fight as well, but I mean, Kim Down's like, come on, dude, you know they're in there. You are still Nautilus. You're not tanky enough, and he just ends up losing a lot of his HP for free. And by the time the re-engage actually starts, you now put Spawn in a position where he can get jumped on right away. That's a lot of damage and a lot of souls that he's not going to be able to grab. And when the kill actually gets here and Romer's actually able to join the fight, it's, you know, they still come out ahead, but they could have had a much better fight if they were a bit more patient. I do want to praise Keel for holding off on, you know, getting the ascended form by like killing somebody and then getting another reset off of that, waiting for the teleport to come through, so he was going to do the damage on arrival. That was cute, but it's one of those things where it's like, back to fundamentals, guys.
The beneficiaries of all of that, the mid laners. Romer and RJS coming away with some kills. Way with that first item completion, as well as the Lich Bane for RJS there, and we'll start seeing a potential move on the map a lot more frequently from Dardoch and Kim Down.
I'm really looking forward to seeing how the future teleports go as well. What?
There's a lot of
what
damage.
will happen?
I mean, Dardoch just took like almost half his health from what ability from Romer.
Yeah, no, it happens.
It's the caster's companion, you know?
Yeah, you know, you're playing a support. You deserve it, you know?
What a weird
just how it
name
works.
for an item, by the way. Caster's companion.
Oh. Is it not Luden's companion?
Caster's companion. This is what it has on Wikipedia. Luden's companion. Caster's companion. Same thing. Mage's best friend. Get yours today. Is it? Is it, Joshi?
You know, it's my best friend.
Oh.
But either way, sorry to break this news to you, but anyway, we have another dragon spawning here in about 40 seconds, and Team Liquid, they are still in a... No way.
Oh, Keel's just gone? Okay. Well, nothing to see here. Any Hell Divers will be very excited for that one. Oh, Spiraling Despair is going to be used. Okay, we just get 2 kills. Now Romer's getting engaged on. It's just like dominoes. Here comes Alorum right onto him, but he goes for the fadeaway. And a shutdown goes to Mirage Alliance. Team Liquid are dusted off of the map.
I don't really know what to say. Like, that's the kind of play that we should be expecting more of from teams in Challengers League, right? Keel going in. Like, you have no reason to think he's alone in that play, and like best case scenario, you get a ward. All right, he's still able to leave, and then Dardoch dying immediately afterwards. It's just like, what do we fight? Why do we think these are picks? You know, there's the kind of thing where these are both teams where there's enough veterancy on both of them that we should be not expecting. We should be demanding more from these players. this is a very unusual position, and it's part of why I think we haven't been seeing the success from either of these teams that we were kind of hoping to. I am really looking at a spot now where, like, Mirage Alliance, because they thrive in this chaos a little bit more, they look like they're actually favorites in this series at this point, Mazel.
They do, and they have 2 dragons to speak of. Yes, the other pit has been fully controlled by Team Liquid Challengers,
which is good.
I think with a Hex Soul, you'll take that for Mirage Alliance, as I think some things going back and forth as we would expect, but the biggest thing now is looking at what is coming next for Keel and Will. Again, our big spotlights here, and a lot of the drivers for these teams so far. And right now, Keel is starting to clear up. He won't have much to go for, so maybe Team Liquid looking for a play.
Yeah. I mean, the big thing now is it's very difficult for Team Liquid to make plays proactively because it is so easy for Mirage Alliance to fall back in charge. You say, hey, we're going to be going for spawn. We're going to be trying to hit Roam. We're going to be teleporting RJS top lane in order to stop any movement up there. But it is so easy for RJS to just call a target, right? That's what I love about this composition. You say a name, and that person might die. But now Jenkins...
Did he not see him go in there? He's getting chased down now. It does have the Spirit Rush. That one was a little bit short of a rush. Equalizer did come out because Mirage Alliance was coming down for a gank. As we see Keel, the driver there. Oh my god, that's a lot of... Oh my god, there's a swarm in bot lane. Jenkins just got murdered in topside. Dardoch gonna get a kill back.
But bottom lane,
give the kill.
The fishies!
The Tyranids have taken over. Summoner's Rift. Oh my god. What are you gonna do, Alorum? Oh my gosh. There's so many.
There's so many.
That's ridiculous.
Oh, I love it. Absolutely, I did not know. I think every single time one of the little guys from the Twitch chatters died, they got turned into a fish, which is not an expectation I expected to be seeing coming into this one. That just made it so easy to pick that up, and so great turnaround from Team Liquid for that one. I like the idea for Mirage Alliance, but because Will doesn't land the Q initially, not able to get Prismal in, not able to get the damage right off the bat, and that is what allows Jenkins to turn that one around and find a kill going right on back the other direction. So it is still a position where most of the plays from both teams are getting turned around because they're reaching very far in order to try and make some of these things happen. And that's one of the things where, again, I want to see a return to fundamentals for both of these teams because Spawn, I would love a soul check if we could get it relatively soon. He is going to be a pretty significant threat for damage as RGS takes an ult.
Dardoch going to get ulted as well here. Equalizer over the top by Jenkins. Not much else going to come here. RJS very low. Lorem going to use his Unstoppable to get out of that route. I think, interestingly enough, nothing else happens here. The soul count is 28, so not too high.
Pretty low. I mean, it is farming Senna, so you do not get nearly as many going out of the, when you're actually lasting the minions yourself.
Oh, Jenkins.
Ow.
Get the Oranhorn popped over the side, and here comes the Flame Spitter to fight back onto Will, but they have way too much sustain, way too much damage, and Will gets the kill.
I mean, honestly, if I was Jenkins, I would not expect people there, but RGS should know people are here. They, will spot out Will or Keel as they move towards the top side of the map, and
Oh, Prismal! He got that item spike, and he uses it well! The Killer Instinct alive and well in the ADC for Mirage Alliance.
The number of isolated deaths in this game is crazy. It is absolutely insane. People are getting caught everywhere across the map, and luckily for Team Liquid Challengers, it is just the kills. It doesn't look as though any structures are likely to go down, and they will be alive for this upcoming Dragon fight, but it means that they're not on the map right now to fix their waves. And again, Mirage Alliance has been thriving in this chaos. The one thing that we gotta check is what ultimates will still be available for Mirage Alliance, because now Spawn, no cleanse, no flash, he is public enemy #1. They can kill him so quickly by Mirage Alliance.
I do want to point out some of the item completions here. We didn't really focus on it, but the Eclipse was the first item for Prismal there, so trying to get... I think Kim Down did not want to take that. Equalizer goes through as well. They're going to collapse onto Dardoch, and he's just already gone. Crypt Bloom goes wild for Jenkins. As RJS has TP, now it is an unmanned fight from Mirage Alliance.
Yeah, RJS bringing the teleport as well to try and get there quickly. It ends up being a bait and counter bait from Kim Down, but now they're out of position for this, and Alorum
and the rest of Mirage Alliance are way overextended, but Team Liquid not able to capitalize just yet. The
charm.
charm comes through on NACL. Alorum's just getting run down here. We'll have the speed up for all of Team Liquid there through the scuttle
and the Baron.
and it's going to be a dead Ornn as Alorum goes down straight into it. And I do hear that we unfortunately will have a pause coming up quickly here soon.
All right, and it looks like there it is. I'm a little bit surprised Team Liquid Challengers, they're in a perfect position to try and go for the Baron there. But again, the number of like ISO deaths we're seeing is crazy this game.
Yeah.
Right, I do have to say that one felt like a bait and a counter bait, right? It looked as though Mirage Alliance was trying to bait Kim Down in, and then Kim Down goes for the bait, and it's like, aha, I was fooling you the whole time. I had everybody right here in this bush behind me. So, you know, I will give Team Liquid and Mirage Alliance some more credit on that one, but it is definitely, hey, this is the first time I actually feel like I agree with like some of the emos that we throw down. Ah, we're just suffering. I wonder whose fire alarm is going off this time, because that does seem to be the classic thing coming here from
Fire
Challengers League.
alarm, it could be, what are the other outcomes that it could possibly be? Do you want to just go wild?
I
with it?
didn't-
It could be like,
I guess it could be an interaction that we haven't yet seen on screen.
Could be.
Yeah, because sometimes those do
Just
happen.
gotta
Anyway,
keep
we'll
your
find
eyes
out.
open.
Find out relatively soon. But still, as we do look at this one, it's hard. Like whenever I see games that I used to play in like my own rec league games, where games like this started happening, and again, these guys are way better. But when you just start seeing people get picked off like all over the place, in my experience, it's usually because people have stopped talking, right? And that is disaster for a team if that is actually what's happening. And I actually believe that when you have teams like kind of like out of it or just like not coordinating quite as well, Mirage Alliance are favored in a lot of those games because they don't. You're going to get Dardoch, you're going to get RJS, who are going to be loud. They're going to be talking. Prismal is going to be asking for things, and you know, as somebody who has hung out with Prismal at like karaoke and things, that guy is absolutely going to be taking full control whenever there is any lull time in some of the communication. So if nobody's talking, you just have one person going for it, Mirage Alliance are going to have the composition that is going to be straightforward. They're going to be able to pick a single target, they're going to yell a name, and then they can't go down.
We saw coming back into it that Team Liquid did not go for the Baron. They went straight for that Dragon to stop the stacking for Mirage Alliance at least. And I think that's a pretty good saving grace for them, right? You're still playing towards your win condition. As long as you have an advantage and you're going to the late game, I feel like you have some say in this game for Team Liquid.
Yeah. The game is definitely not over. It's just tough, right? Because you don't have a lot of control over when fights start. Or the same ability to just focus down a single target in the way that Mirage Alliance do. And so I would love to see more plays from Kim Down. One of the things he got way better at over 2023, and we've seen a little bit of it this year, is his willingness to stand in off angles and already go for some of these flanks. And now they're just trying to take a fight.
Kim Down gonna pop the depth charge there. There comes that Void Seeker from Prisma. Did have a chunk of his health taken away.
Yeah.
Won't be able to hit that one. It is Mirage Alliance who actually force a lot of the vision out of this top side of the map.
Yeah, and that is really good. That is something that they can do because they have, again, the ability to turn so quickly. And now that Alorum is around now, it is mostly important that Alorum gets to level 15 this game, right? Because you want to make sure that you can get items onto RJS and Prismal in particular when you start getting those levels. And so I want to see Alorum in a side lane a little bit longer in order to start picking those up and make sure that he can buff up his teammates very effectively.
It's crazy. We're almost getting the third item for Prismal. I think slowly but surely he's becoming the difference maker. Here comes the Ornn onto multiple members, but Jenkins already gone. Means that the follow-up continues. And we were talking about the chase down that Mirage Alliance have. They're trying to chase down kill, but RJS is a bit overextended now. Into the spiraling despair he goes, losing a ton of his health. Mirage Alliance, they do come away with one.
I've lost fights in that exact same corridor plenty of times. You have the Ornn, the bowling pins go through, and it's like, hey, we're going to take down everyone. Absolutely huge ultimate from Alorum. But they're actually going to be losing this in the mid lane, because like you said, RJS went too far afterwards. And the Grubbies, Twitch chat, you know, they run in, they're able to get a little bit of damage as well. But Mirage Alliance ends up being okay for them, but we did not get to see, because just as the corridor was helping them for the ultimate from Alorum, it meant that it was really hard for them to get to Spawn or Roamer in that last fight, and Spawn will have Flash up for the next one.
We did get Titanic Hydra completed for Keel, so upping the ante and sustainability that he has. Also, a Lord Dom's second item for Spawn on the Senna.
He knows he's got to be hitting the Ornn and the Rel for a lot of this game. Even the Vi will have quite a bit more HP than he does, and so you get a lot of value on that in this game. So, with all this said, I'm really looking towards the next Dragon as an opportunity for our Mirage Alliance to try and get something done. And we got to go back to Will, because he has the easiest crowd control to land. He's the one who's going to be setting up for most of the different players. But the biggest counterplay is Spawn. With this mist that he can throw up and make himself untargetable, we have to watch his positioning with a very critical eye during the next fight, because if he can prevent Will from getting into him, if he can force the fight to go for a little while before he ends up going in for any of these auto attacks, he can dictate how effectively Mirage Alliance can go for him. But Spawn's been playing a lot more aggressively. It feels as though something that he has almost forgotten a little bit in some of the previous games.
See Lorm getting engaged on. The TP's coming down now as well. Lorm's going to go unstoppable, but the slowdown from the green smite is going to burn his flash. TP was in response from RJS. Both teams, they're just fishing, and I love it.
Yeah, lots of little opportunities back and forth, and Mirage Alliance, I love this from RJS, gets a good charm.
The charm on a Roamer. Lorm's going to pop the ulti. Depth charge goes through on a Will here, though, but the Spiraling Despair kills Dardo and puts Spawn on toe. Now Lorm gets caught under tower. They still haven't killed the tower, and Mirage Alliance are killing themselves upon the base of TLC.
Wow, the tower living with just a little bit of HP. Huge win coming through for Team Liquid. And Spawn, uh-oh.
Almost goes down. Spirit Rush is popped by RJS.
Wow, I mean, both Spawn and Roamer walking away from that fight alive and with their flashes is bad news for Mirage, because now Team Liquid Challengers, they're the ones who are going to be starting up the Baron, and RJS and Prismal don't have the mobility to try and stop this.
TP's coming down as well from Roamer. This will be a Baron secured for Team Liquid Challengers. The fight does continue, though, on the other side of the map. The Dragon is spawning, and Mirage Alliance will finally get that turret as the Rally Cry Baron buff goes over to Team Liquid.
A small lead continues to be built up for Team Liquid Challengers, but Mirage Alliance, like you were calling out, because they are still here on the map, they can cheat tempo a little bit, but this will give Team Liquid Challengers an opportunity to push really aggressively on the map, because they don't have anything distracting them at all anywhere that they would have to go to instead of just pushing out these waves. Now that Team Liquid knows that, it looks as though they're going to be trying to push in either the mid lane or the bottom lane. Heal should have bunch of fishies to help them push wherever they go, and so the longer that Heal can stay in a single lane and build up those fish, it's going to help out a huge amount for the upcoming push.
Yeah, very true. And just utilizing that, it's what gives this unique style to the Bel'Veth compositions. We are starting to get the Ornhorn items, the ornaments, if you will, coming through. The Eclipse has been upgraded, as well as the
That one's called
Jack
Syzygy, or it
Yeah.
used to be. I don't know if it still is.
And now that continuation of the scaling is the conversation from Mirage Alliance, because they have a swarm being developed on bottom side right now by Team Liquid.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of the fish missed out on the Baron buff there, but you still have, every single time any minion dies here, you get another fish coming through. It's a lot of opportunities. Uh-oh, Kimdon took a lot of damage.
He did. I don't know if they have the engage potential here, but Keel is front and center. Spawn getting the mist out there. RJS has an angle here. Roamer trying to spot him out on the side there as well. The tower does go down, and now Keel goes forward. Keel is tanking up a storm right now, as now Ornhorn coming down to dissuade the fight from Team Liquid. Only going to hit a couple members, and the Void goes wide. Won't see Team Liquid back off because they want the in-hit.
Yeah, we're not seeing Mirage Alliance, like, they're not pulling the trigger. They're not being the ones dictating the engage. Instead, it has been Team Liquid Challengers ready to just throw down, and the Fishies doing a really big job in helping them take down all of these structures. They open at the bottom side inhibitor. They still have about a minute of the Baron buff, so they can go towards the top side and create another big siege again.
They just have to keep utilizing that. I mean, that's the thing, is anytime you see a Bel'Veth comp, if they're not doing this, that's when things go wrong, right? But if you're utilizing the base mechanics of the champion in its own right, I think it's super important to keep the pressure up here for Team Liquid. As we said, they are in a lead. They're feeling fine. The fishes are swimming around.
Ooh, charm.
Now Keel is going forward. Dardoch had an angle, but not going to go for it yet, and the siege continues.
Yeah, they still have 30 more seconds. That's a big wave there. They can look towards RJS as well. Instead, they're just going to take away everything here on the top side of the map. And Alorum, still with the ultimate down, not going to be able to pull the trigger. Still only level 14, needs one more level to give RJS another upgraded item at the same time. RJS, sneaky, sneaky.
This is not a tanky Jenkins. Prismal almost gets caught in mid. They're going to go ahead and pop it top side. Jenkins pops the Flame Spitter and pulls Mirage Alliance off. They were a little bit afraid of the collapse that was coming through from Team Liquid.
Makes sense. I mean, you end up giving up a decent amount there, but the gold lead, I mean, Mirage Alliance have won team fights this series with a larger gold deficit than this. It's still something that they can do, and I really want to see this third item come out for RGS. They will do a lot of damage as soon as they finish their next item. It looks like as though they're going towards a Void Staff. And you know that Prismal will have a ton of damage as well at really long ranges because they are going for a very heavy Magic Pen style of build. They can play for the Hextech Soul, and it becomes a massive problem for everyone on Team Liquid Challengers when they are permanently slowed.
It just feels like we're watching two giant land masses just crush against each other here. Team Liquid with a very specific game plan moving forward, but Mirage Alliance not backing down, realizing that there is a light at the end of the tunnel and it might not just be a train. You can actually have that scaling late game where you can find Prismal a big fight and he's really able to pump the damage. He's on those 3.5 item spikes now as well as a majority of other members.
Yeah, and it's interesting to watch this game because it, you know, it's not necessarily Prismal making a lot of big plays. He did find that one pick onto spawn way earlier in the game, but after that, it's mostly just been relatively smart positioning, his willingness to just take fights that are relatively long-term, and it's something where you know he's this big playmaking AD carry. That's how he loves to play the game. It's how he's always loved to play, but he's not necessarily putting himself in spots where he is easy to attack like has been one of his weaknesses in the past.
45 seconds for a Dragon. A monumental moment for Will and Mirage Alliance if they can get it, but can also seed it and buy a little bit more time for themselves. Team Liquid move in mid lane. They will keep priority there. RJS was looking for a flank.
Yeah, takes a bit of damage for his troubles as well, but it is going to be Alarm hitting a level 15. We'll need to see. It looks like he's already done it on the Luden's Companion. I don't know what that one's called when they level it up, but they still have lots of opportunities to move in. Now, Mirage Alliance can come from multiple different angles. You see that they're playing on 3 different angles. The Force of Arms coming through, but now Team Liquid Challengers, because they're grouped up so effectively, they have an opportunity to try and play and pick which one of the pieces of Mirage Alliance they actually want to go for. It's not even going to be a contest for Mirage Alliance.
And there's nothing else on this other side of the map, so they can't force it. They're just going to buy themselves some time. A second Hex Dragon gotten by Team Liquid Challengers. They get all 4. That's even more terrifying, but you expect that Mirage Alliance are holding steady now. We did get that third item, Wits In, completed for Spawn, too.
And there should be an item completion for Prismal. He's spending a lot of time sitting on the fountain here. The Void Staff must be done, you would expect. But it is going to be a lot of damage. Ah, right. That's the other thing that you can build. This is a very interesting position because now Team Liquid, they can prey on Will. That's a lot of damage coming out from Jenkins. Now that he has the Rabadons completed. Wait, RJS is here, huh?
Oh, he didn't have the scanner. He gets it at the end, and he just outright gets Roamer. The team is on their way here. I don't know if they can get him, though, and there's the Spirit Rush back out. He doesn't have an exit, though, and RJS going to get slowed down. Keel goes over, and it should just go down. A shutdown ends up going to Keel.
Yeah, that's a lot of money coming through. But it's interesting. The question is, who provides more in these fights? Is RGS or Roamer? It's really tough to tell. The fact that there's no equalizer left should mean that Mirage Alliance should feel a little bit more comfortable trying to actually make one of these plays happen, but they're the ones giving ground right now.
It's giving ground. I don't know.
Slay.
It doesn't work. Anyways, we're looking back at this. Alorum, the constant defender of this inhib, and it looks like the battle will be won once again by the stalwart man. Now, and back in the Baron pit, Dardoch does have to use his crash down out of there. It was a little dicey, but does make it out alive. And the continued focus to the Baron goes Team Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, Keel's hitting it. He is definitely in a position where he can do it by himself,
solos
right? He's not taking a lot of damage now. Team Liquid Challengers in full control, and Mirage Alliance realizing too late that this is happening.
They are not going to be even close as they realize there's vision. Kim Down could be looking. If they had committed, they probably had an angle, but they do not, and they will not. As Baron buff acquired, the Rally Cry buff all over Team Liquid.
Okay.
Dardoch wants to play. Here comes
Oh.
everybody as the Crypt Bloom starts
Keel?
working. Keel's in. Keel's getting reset, and Keel's doing work. You gotta watch this, man. As now Will goes in on the back. They do
Nice.
end up getting a double kill for Prismal, but Keel has gotten reset after reset, and he's the most terrifying menace in this game.
Prismal barely surviving that one. Needs to be very
Oh,
careful.
they spot him out. Prismal. You
Run!
can't be greedy like that, man. As he just gets shut down. Keel's looking for more. He goes over the wall. RJS is now the target, and he's been set sights. A double kill for the jungler of Team Liquid.
Oh my gosh, so much coming through, and he gets the fish again. He's got the Baron buff. This should be a lot of the structures for Mirage Alliance going down here in a sec. Because look at the slappy fish is going. It's going hard. And Ornn and Rel are not going to do anything to stop this whatsoever. Look at how many minions are here to take this down. Yes, they can try and stop Spawn, but the teleport from Jenkins is coming.
The fact that Keel waited to go in for so long, knew that Mirage Alliance were full committing to the fight, and this cleaned house afterwards. The swarm has come for Mirage Alliance, and a Game 3 is on the horizon as Team Liquid will bring it back from the brink and push us all the way as Keel is going in more. He's getting more resets. Now Prismal does some work, though, and gets a shutdown. I think the minions might be enough, though. They're all focusing the Nexus, and that's it. Team Liquid tie us up 1-1.
A huge play from Keel at the very end of that game saves it. It looked as though Mirage Alliance could have been able to take it, and great syncing up coming in from Will and RJS almost kept that game going. But like you said, I mean, Keel finds multiple members. At the very end, he finds Prismal going for the red buff, being a little bit greedy there. He finds RJS immediately after that, and those 2 solo kills that he finds means that he has the freedom to just push the top lane all the way to victory.
We're going to take a look at that last fight as well. The setup was there. I mean, Keel was the first one that started this immediately, so the call was all in his fault.
Yeah, I mean, we see this going onto Jenkins, and killing him before the equalizer goes down, before he can pop Zonios or anything like that is a big deal. But because everybody commits over here, it does mean that Keel, he is super tanky. He has had a lot of time to scale. And then you just look at the other side where, like, Spawn hasn't really been doing anything. It's just Keel and Roamer trying to play around. But then, almost getting the pick off from Prismal, they know he's over here, they know he's super low. And you just don't know that he's coming over the wall. He's able to pop that because he does have the ultimate form, and you can't kill him from this position, right? He is way too tanky. He does too much damage too quickly, and of course, like, it's just too strong.
Can't kill him.
Can't kill him. So very good stuff coming through from Keel at the very end to make sure this game and this series goes to a Game 3.
Wouldn't have it any other way. It's the bottom of the table, but it's oh so important. Mirage Alliance, Team Liquid Challengers going at it. We'll be back for Game 3.
Introducing the new foot-long sidekicks at Subway. Try the warm and delicious foot-long cookie, foot-long pretzel, or foot-long churro.
Before this guy won this, he actually won this. And now these guys, they're trying to do the same.
He's looking for the killer instinct. He's going in.
Basu!
He finds 2. He finds 3.
Basu, you are utterly ridiculous. This guy is also trying to do what that guy did. And he didn't win one of those, but he did win this.
Welcome to the new era! A toast to our champions, disguised!
This guy played one split of LCS and then made semis at Worlds.
It's been a long journey, but I'm happy to be here now.
He's always been really good, but he finally made the comeback. Oh, and he did it with this guy. This guy won Academy, and he had some dreams.
I want to be like the best NA mid laner to go to Worlds, right?
Dokla, however, very, very low, reinforced by the Senna ultimate, and the Pop Blossom is so awesome!
This kid? Yeah, this kid. He actually didn't win an Academy, but a lot of people thought he was good, and boy, were they right. This guy made Worlds his very first year as a player. It took him a while to get back. He even played with this kid. But then, they did all of this together.
Nobody thought they'd win LCS! Nobody thought they'd beat G2! It's time to change your mind!
You know all of these names, but do you know the names of who's next? The future of the LCS starts right after the LCS. Welcome to Challengers League.
Get up on your feet, this is a shakedown.
Surprise, surprise! We're back for game number 3 of Mirage Alliance versus Team Liquid Challengers. Who could have guessed it that we go the distance for this one? Everything on the line for these teams, every win mattering. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Joshi. And as we get into game number 3, do you have any thoughts or feelings of the first 2 games we've seen so far?
I wish one of these teams would have won cleanly. Is the biggest thing that I feel like I could say, is because both these teams are fighting so hard for their opportunity to like move into the playoffs and avoid the promotion tournament. And if one of them had showcased that they was like, yes, we're the ones that deserve it, I would have had more excitement for both these teams towards the end. But it is a spot where, as we salute themselves going into game 3, it's a bit tough to kind of predict who is going to necessarily be clawing their way up to play with the best at the end of the season.
And I know I've harped on it, but I think it's rightfully so. Just getting to see these 2 junglers work their magic in the way they have. Also being supported by a lot of the team, but we saw Will take a heavy hand in game number 1. give that right back with the Belveth in game number 2 for Kiel. I'm excited to see what these two guys have to offer us in game number 3 because, not only is it important to highlight the organizations wanting to stay out of the promotion tournament, but for a lot of players we've heard this year, this is kind of the last push for a lot of them. So it's really interesting to think about. But we got to think about our best of 3 sidekicks because we got 3 of them. There's a churro, there's a cookie,
And a pretzel.
and there's a pretzel. And we have to think of champions that remind you of these. So my go-to, it was a pretzel yesterday, and it was correct. It was nice. It was warm. It's the Kindred. Yet again, I want to see the Kindred come out for one of these two guys. I think it would be actually incredible. It would be more so for Kiel, I think, than Will. But this pick being, again, a very resource-driven champion right on the back of Will and Kiel, I think it fits perfectly. And today, it's not a pretzel. It's not a churro.
It's a
the cookie.
Oh. What's the cookie? Is the Kindred the cookie?
The Kindred, yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure we got there.
Got to make sure what is what. Now you got to come up with a churro or a pretzel, whichever one.
Okay. I do think so. One of the interesting things I just asking a lot of players over this last week is like, hey, how many champions do you think are going to be played in this season? Last season there was 130 champions played in spring, and they're like, I think it'll be more than that. And Will was saying that he dreaded certain champions coming out during the regular season. He said things like Shaco, but the other thing that he said is, you know what champion I really hope never gets played? Nunu. And so that's going to be my churro coming through right now for Kiel on the other side as the best Nunu player in North America. We have seen him do some crazy things on this champion as well, and it's the perfect opportunity for them to kind of bring it out because I don't know if Kiel knows this, but it'll probably just tilt Will instantly.
That would be so funny if he does know that. He's like, guys, I have the ultimate game 3 counter pick against Will. It doesn't matter what he picks. I'm just going to take the Nunu. I would love it. And it's a classic pick for Kiel. Again, a story of a guy that I feel like has been so interesting. Now we got to think about the churro.
All right.
I think who's going to be the churro?
Now we got to do the pretzel. Yeah, the Nunu is the churro.
Oh, yeah, I forgot you chose churro. Well, I want another churro. So I'm going to choose. I want a second churro. I'm going to go ahead and go with the Jin. Not for Prismal. We saw how that happened last time.
Is it for you? Is this for you?
Yes.
Are you going to be playing it?
Because I wanted a churro. I wanted a Jin. No, I think it would be really interesting when you have such carry-oriented junglers. A Jin does provide a ton of utility to be able to set those junglers up. So I think
that is true.
All the memes aside, I think Jin can actually be pretty powerful depending on the rest of the composition. So as we get into our draft for game number 3, the end-all, be-all between these two teams, let's think about those Subway sidekicks a little bit. Now, we do have a ton of bans on the table because of the Fearless system. So a ton of those off of at least being able to be picked by certain teams. We do have Mirage Alliance on the blue side with Team Liquid on the red.
Yeah, one of the interesting things is very often when you see these Fearless bans pop up, it's because teams have kind of traded back and forth characters, right? You'd have like, hey, we're both going to play Cassante. Hey, we're both going to play Varus. Hey, we're both going to play Kalista. But that has not happened so far. So instead, I think it's 20 unique champions across the board. Oh, the Rel. Okay, 19 unique champions across the top where teams cannot play them. But as we start looking into this one, it is very interesting to start paying attention because one of the champions that you would always see traded back and forth was Cassante. Cassante sucks on 14-14. Like, this champion just instantly has disappeared from the meta. But it is something where you look across and the Twisted Fate was not banned. It got some nerfs on this patch, but it's still very good in the mid lane. It's still very good in the top lane as well. Mirage Alliance gets one of the most fun picks on this patch.
Also ADC, if you want to be a little wild.
That is true. That is
true.
true.
The flexibility is king, and it's been banned away every single game so far. We'll finally be let through. We'll see if Team Liquid have an answer into it. I feel like if it is going to be a top lane, Jenkins definitely cooking something up here for sure. This is another pick that we have not seen let through, or at least not let through, even picked or banned. The Smolder is going to come through for at least Spawn.
Yeah, Smolder I think is a lot of fun, right? He's a really weird champion, but he creates a lot of pressure. With the most recent changes to his kit, we've actually been seeing the AP builds performing even better relative to the Essence Reaver builds than before. Oh no. Okay. I hate this champion. I think this champion is so useless, but it is the one thing I can say about it is you do have a nearly guaranteed seismic shove onto Twisted Fate, because as soon as he roots himself to throw the gold card, you're like, aha, you cannot move, and you throw the seismic shove under him, and you both stun each other, and neither of you do any damage to each other for like 2 seconds.
And if it is in mid lane, you at least have that mobility with the Weaver's Wall to get plays in the side where you can match the Destiny. I know last time we saw TF in the meta, I think it was last year, a year before that, Talia was a big answer to it because you could just match, right? If there was a Destiny play in the side lane, yes, you would have to be in primary position for it to get the Weaver's Wall in time, but there was a lot of that outplay potential there. The Lee Sin locked in for Will. We know where the resources are going for Mirage Alliance, at least.
Yep. This is also part of why I did not like the Talia pick as early as it was, because now you start asking, like, ooh, where can we put this other than mid lane? Because this matchup sucks. Like, you do not want to play this one. This is something where it feels as though Team Liquid have already drafted themselves into a hole. Now you need something that can beat up on Twisted Fate really effectively in the top lane, and I'm trying to think of, like, what even does that. Like, what beats Twisted Fate super effectively on its own?
Why is that bad?
Vi's okay. You know, you don't have a lot of mobility on the Twisted Fate, but you can play really, really safe up there at the same time. And that's the other thing too, is like Twisted Fate can still play in the bottom lane. Like I don't even know what Team Liquid are trying to do from this position. I guess you now have tools to one-shot the mid lane as soon as you hit level 6 on Keel.
Yeah, I mean, you hit level 6, you use that cease and desist with that seismic shove on top of it. You're guaranteeing a ton of damage delivery. The Tom Kinch locked away by Team Liquid, doing a little bit of research there and some combos available, as you still have the counter pick for them too.
I am very surprised that we are seeing this Cassante ban coming through at all, because this champion feels terrible to play at this point. Like, the W is... Yeah, it feels really
still
bad.
Cassante?
No, you actually, because you lost the slow on your all-out Q and your W, you have to full charge it now. You don't have the same kind of mobility. You don't have the same, like, sticking power. And so you are still very tanky. You are still hard to kill, but you can't kill people nearly as effectively, and your all-in power is significantly reduced. That said, looking at the rest of the draft right now, Team Liquid Challengers, they have some tools. They have a really strong front to back with the Smolder, but it's going to take them some time, right? Around 22 minutes is kind of like the benchmark for hitting the 225 stacks on Smolder. But before that, like, the mid-game coming through from Mirage Alliance is terrifying.
Yeah, it definitely is. So what you're saying is no more Cassante copy pastas. We do get the Alistar band away. Maybe later. Get the Alistar band away here, the Xayah as well, like you were saying, some of that safety. But also, we've seen an uptick in Xayah because it just starts pumping damage post 20 minutes as well. Truly back to the hyper carry nature, I feel like. But this big pick for Kim Down, you had highlighted earlier in the series itself, a tried and true for him on the Rakan.
Yeah, and there's a lot of, like, screening elements here for Team Liquid Challengers, right? Between the Vi and the Rakan, you can create a lot of space for Talia and Smolder to operate, but Mirage Alliance, they also just kill one target, right? You land a stun from either the Syndra or the Twisted Fate, you follow it up with the Lee Sin, you have a lot of bursts coming out, and you are just able to have good positions from there. But now we know it is going to be the Twisted Fate being piloted by Prismal down in the bottom lane, with the Udyr going up towards the top side. Now the only question is, what do we pair with this Twisted Fate in order to try and create some space? Because it's a little bit tough for Twisted Fate to actually play into the Smolder. You don't have a ton of pressure all on your own, and you really need something to set up your gold cards for you.
Yeah, and again, one of the biggest mechanics is the double auto attack after holding the gold card. We'll take a look at Dardoch back to a Bard that I find curiously enough. We get Jenkins classic here. He's got that dog in him. I think he's got that dog in him.
He's got that dog. This is going to be hilarious to watch, because it is one of those positions where suddenly, you know, Jenkins has been outlaning Alorum all day long, and this is one of his pocket picks. It has a really high sustain, so you can match a lot of what Udyr will be doing, and you're less mana hungry than the Udyr, just because you can just sit there and trade auto attacks for forever. So we know that Team Liquid Challengers should have an advantage on the top side. It is a very, very volatile mid-jungle 2v2. In the bottom lane, like, Twisted Fate is just really strong, and they have a very powerful mid-game coming in for the side of Mirage Alliance, where they can take control there. But eventually, we get to Spawn having 225 stacks. The game flips almost instantly.
Yeah, I mean, you get the lockdown and everything on top of that, too. I know we've made a meme video for, at least on the range last year for Jenkins on the Warwick, some of the dirty things he was doing at the level 1 mark, but this guy cooks, and so does Allura. We'll see what the Udyr versus Warwick matchup has, but again, the stakes are never high. You have 3 series left, including this one for both these two teams, and every win matters to try to keep yourself out of that promotion tournament. Who you got? Spam it in chat. Mirage Alliance or Team Liquid Challengers as we get into our culmination of their series.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. If Team Liquid Challengers wins this game, Mirage Alliance are nearly mathematically eliminated from that position because they will be 2 series behind Team Liquid, and if Area of Effect and Lit Esports find a win for either or any of their remaining series, Mirage Alliance will be 2 series behind just about everyone, having lost a tiebreaker to Team Liquid. So this is really important for Mirage Alliance to turn this one around. They have the tools to do it, but it's mostly going to be coming around this mid-jungle 2v2. Can Will and RJS outplay Keel and Roamer?
We're going to have to see this jungle matchup early and what the pathing's going to look like. I love that both guys got a lot of skirmish potential with their picks. See Mirage Alliance going for some early warding here, as well as Jenkins playing around with it as well. Should make it in there. I don't know if he makes it out without a tussle, though. He does win the level 1 wholeheartedly. He is a Warwick. Some decent damage with the Phoenix Storm back.
But the big thing here is, like, Jenkins actually has better sustain right off the bat, and so normally Udyr is the one who does this to a lot of different characters, but Jenkins is the one who does it. And every time you see that little ring flash, it's because Jenkins is like getting into range for his own Q, and you can see Jenkins is going to be getting all of the experience there, whereas Allura definitely missed at least 2 of those melee minis, so he is behind a lot of experience right off the bat. And you're already seeing Jenkins is putting so much pressure. He still has the barrier, so he's not actually at threat of dying at all, and he's going to have a level advantage and a health advantage against Allura for a long time.
And we got to watch that barrier because it's so clutch on Warwick. You heal so much underneath the protection of the barrier after you get those auto attacks off. And Jenkins is one to cook, right? He knows he picked this to get a winning matchup in topside, to put pressure on Allura, and to win the matchup that he's been winning every game in the series so far. Keel pathing up towards topside. We will have that same sort of path for Will as well. So mirror, or at least same side starts for both junglers.
I feel as though Jenkins has kind of picked up where Dokla and Darshan were playing before, where they really, really heavily optimized for their play around level 1 and 2. And now Jenkins, he's a whole level up again.
He's got the fear here too, and he's going to get it. One more auto, but didn't want to take that extra tower shot there.
Yeah, goes back, gets the cannon minion as well. Going to be forcing some early recalls from Allura. That gives Keel the pressure necessary to go for an invade again.
Using the priority in topside to force Will out of the jungle. This is exactly the tussle that needed to be the primary focus here, and now Will goes in for the fight here. He might actually have it. Jenkins is on his way, but he's tanking a lot. Will gonna back off now that RJS is here. This has caused a cataclysm of fighting, but Team Liquid Challengers will try to capitalize. They do lose out on that blue buff invade.
Yeah, ultimately though, look at Allura CS. He is just now getting some of his first. He's at 4 at 3.5 minutes already. He's going to try and create a freeze here, but Jenkins is healthy enough that he will be able to break it all on his own. And Keel, even just putting that pressure down, is putting Allura in an incredibly uncomfortable position. And oh man, this wave is going to start pushing right on back towards Jenkins. This top lane is going to become a problem for the side of Mirage Alliance unless... he's fine. He's still got barrier.
Got a little bit of tussling, but you got to have some of that fighting back and forth, right? You can't just cede the lane completely. I think now that Allura has the forms, I think he's going to feel a little bit more confident.
Next time Jenkins like throws out a Q, you'll just see him heal like 200 HP.
Yeah, I mean you can see it on his little icon up there too. It's literally healing so much. Is going to need to find a way to make this advantageous for them, though, because I think that's the biggest question is, like, both these teams, we've seen some good early machinations from them, but it's about making sure they can win the game with it.
Yeah. Now, it is worth noting that the loss of lethal tempo attack speed, okay, he's taking a lot of minion damage here.
He's taking a lot.
Yeah. But he's really playing with fire, right? This is the kind of thing where you do not just pull out Warwick on a whim. This was something he was doing last year, and he was having a lot of pressure. And now, Keel coming topside, the ward has disappeared. Keel has the Q flash available.
Yep, and you have flash barrier for Jenkins. The fear can set it up. The vault breaker not there, but the invade is.
Yeah. Okay, so the Grom will get picked up as part of the rewards for Jenkins' dominance up here on the top side of the map. Oh, the Q almost got it.
Take it.
Yeah, and now they see him.
Yeah, they're going to try to make a play in front of Will here. They actually aren't going to use a vault breaker, realizing too many tower shots have gone down, and Jenkins rightfully will pull away.
Yeah, ultimately, I mean, seeing Will too close, also seeing that the shield gets put up from Alarm is a bit too much extra HP, but Roamer and Kimdown are both here, as is Dardoch.
Ooh, they actually make a play with the Weaver's Wall. RJS is in some trouble. Dardoch has come across with the magical journey. He tries to flash, but he flashes into the wall, and Kill gets first blood. Here comes Will, though, trying to get something back. A little bit of revenge is best served cold, and he can't get him. The shield comes back, and Will flashes. Grand entrance, and
Dardoch.
the rocks will be Will's doom. As Dardoch flashes too, Alarm is here, Prismal's here. We have the carousel that keeps on turning.
Dang, everybody but Spawn showing up to this one, and his Team Liquid Challengers emerging with an early game advantage, a massive lead appearing up in the top side, and finding these kills only making it worse and worse. This is actually really smart. Roamer and Kimdown pushing RJS right back to Keel with waiting arms, and like you said, he flashed but not able to create enough distance, and then after that, so close. They're so close to being able to take down Keel. One more auto attack could have done it, but the shield into shield coming through from Vi. The Triumph coming in immediately after that means that there's just not enough damage to take him down.
The fact that you get the passive shield at the last second there from Vi to...
it's just like in Arcane.
It's just like in Arcane. You should have watched Arcane. Will actually going... Well, okay, Will should have watched her. As I did see a little bit of spiciness with this invade. I don't know if it's something that Mirage Alliance necessarily were fully willing to do, but it looks like they're going to commit to it anyways.
Yeah. Either way, I mean, you get a little bit of recompense for all of that, but I am curious at this point because we have been spending so much time looking at how the top side of the map has been going. We actually have not been looking at the bottom side. Prism is going for an attack speed style build. Will very likely be going towards the Pikachu sword, Static Shiv.
Static Shiv.
Yeah, that's the one.
I like the Pikachu sword better.
Yeah. But I am looking at Spawn because we have been seeing Dardoch moving out of lane quite a bit. Prismal not really choosing to interact with Spawn very much. You're not seeing a particularly high number of Dragon practice stacks come through for Spawn just quite yet. This will need to pick up in the mid game if we want to hit that 22-23 minute mark coming through for Spawn. But I feel like it might actually be fairly late due to the fact that Mirage Alliance are going to be dictating how fights will be going for a lot of this early game.
I'm telling you, people missed out by not making a How to Train Your Dragon video for Smolder. That's all I'm saying. LOL Esports, you know where I'm at.
Okay, but I've seen Smolder do the dance, you know?
Yeah.
The toothless dance.
It's so good. It's literally so good. That's what, like, a whole piece of content dedicated to recreate the movies of How to Train Your Dragon, but with Smolder.
Yeah, I'll just I'll just get a dragon suit. You know, I can use it both for Dino
Will you be my
Nar.
Smolder?
Yeah. What? I'm trying to figure out what that means. Am I gonna be calling for my
leave
mom
it
all
up
this
to the
time?
imagination, all right?
All
Let's
right.
leave it up to the imagination. We did get something that's not as imaginary.
Here goes.
As a gank and top side's going to come across. Keel has shown up. Cease
Suppression
and
2.
desist is available. Stand down, Alorum, as Keel will get a second kill.
Wow, I didn't even need to ult. That is a problem for this top side of the map. Look at where this wave is. Oh god, as a top
He
laner.
didn't even get an assist. What?
What?
That's
Keel got the
hilarious.
kill. Huh?
At least the assist going through. I think it's hilarious.
Oh, that
well,
Jenkins
because
got
you
it?
want to get Jenkins the kills, right? But
I
obviously,
guess.
like capitalizing on it is just
Yeah,
important
that's
in the first
fine,
place.
that's fine. Yeah, but like, if I'm top lane, like, this is where I tell my team, guys, I don't get to play for a while. You guys are playing 4v5. You know, I'll be a champion again in 30 minutes. So
That's a long.
good
time.
luck. That's a lot of minutes, unfortunately. Alarm's game is over in many ways, right? He is really far behind in gold. He's actually probably... I have the thing. Let me pull it up.
You do!
I can do this.
Ladies and gentlemen, he has realized
Show
that he has the
gold
power.
leaderboard. What? Oh, yeah. No, there he is. He's all the way down at the bottom. He has less gold than the supports.
Which is real rough.
It is a problem. Yeah. That is going to be putting Alarm in a very tough spot.
That is the conversation that I love about our league and our fearless draft system, right? Like, you get plays like this, not only the crazy picks, but it comes at crucial moments. And the fact that Jenkins, we've seen the hovers from people even yesterday, multiple teams hovering Warwicks over and over again. Jenkins maybe having some scrim bucks tied to his name, but he brings it out and he's absolutely whomping on Alorum.
Yeah, and it is such a hard counter pick, even with the lethal tempo nerfs for melee champions early in the game. But the trade-off to that is it actually scales harder than it used to. So that's a really good position coming out for the side of Jenkins. He has a free early laning phase. He will become even stronger as the game goes on. And he knows he's got the scaling elements for Spawn as the Ghost is forced to be used.
Get a couple more of those training stacks over to Spawn, but a collapse from Team Liquid was in tow for Prismal. He is at 72 now, so at least made a little bit of progress there, but not close to the 125 just yet. We'll get the reset out. A lot of movement from Mirage Alliance, but that's where I want to set up a little bit of the fight compositional style from Mirage Alliance here themselves. Big catch outs with the Destiny, but no real other way to follow that up. Maybe setting up with a Tempered Fate or something, Josh.
Yeah, I mean, you got the RJS stuns, which are very nice, but that's going to be how they're supposed to be playing. And normally you are playing this kind of composition with the intention of being ahead in the mid game. But, I mean, with the top lane going wrong and the rest of your lanes not necessarily doing better because of the disastrous mid lane skirmish from Mirage Alliance. Look at that healing. Like, what is that? It is definitely a spot where Mirage, they have to start asking how they can play for this upcoming dragon. And see, Jenkins looks low, but he's not.
Yeah, and then he just heals half his health back. No big deal.
Because he's got the ultimate, he's got the barrier, and now Keel comes through. They have both.
Oh, there's the ultimate, and there is an infinite amount of duress towards Alorum, and he will be down. Weaver's wall across onto RJS, who overextended mid lane, but it will not go through.
As soon as you said that, I got a flashback to a guy I used to play League of Legends with. His mom comes through. Here's the way. All right. I got a flashback to a guy I used to play League of Legends with back in like 2013, 14. His tag was Bojangles, and he would say in the most aggressive way as he would play Warwick, "I'm going to duress you. I'm going to duress you." It's like, yeah, you know, there's not a lot of opportunities. Here we go.
This is aggressive too, though. They got the Destiny in mid. Power Unleashed, and it does get it. Shutdown goes over, but immediately turned around on its head. RJS bites the dust.
Yeah, Prismal not able to get that last auto attack with the gold card off on Kim down, and they make a play. They get the pick. But it cost them something right on back, and we're giving more and more time for Spawn to just kind of be like, yep, we're playing the game, and he's going for the good build.
He's got the Blade of the Ruined King now for Jenkins too completed. We do have those first items coming across.
True. I was just going to say, Spawn's going for the good build on Smolder, right? The Spear Shojin, Rift Maker, Leandri's kind of stuff. Like, it does even better now because you are trying to play for more of the scaling. This gives you a bit more early laning power that you really need. And you don't really have any tanks you need to crush down with, what do you call it? With Essex Reaver. Also that. Yeah.
True.
I don't know why, like, item names are just not coming to me today.
It's all right. It's fine.
It's all right.
I got, you know, the caster companion earlier. You got everything else. I do find it interesting, though, because, you know, I play Jhin. I get a lot of dopamine from the grenade stacks. I'm not going to get to talk about that because Dardoch's just going to face check a bush and get instantly obliterated. Spawn does use the mom, does end up getting the kill with it as well. The fight continues, though, on top side as well as the mid, as Will just gets killed to a killing spree to kill. The cleanse comes out too early from Spawn there. Top side, Jenkins won't find the kill, but Prismal makes it out.
Yeah. I want to say that this one should be basically over, right? Mirage Alliance are behind and losing fights in the part of the game where they are supposed to be looking to have a lot of power. And Team Liquid Challengers has a fantastic scaling element in Spawn, who had just finished the Spear of Shojin as well. However, we have been seeing that both these teams have been making a lot of mistakes in the mid game, getting a lot of picks, and RJS is also a fantastic scaling champion. And now that we hear all the Twitch chat coming through Dardoch, all right, there's no ultimate for Keel. Otherwise, that probably would have been, you know, a dead Bard. But I've been seeing a lot of picks come through, and so if we can see Team Liquid Challengers, like we've been saying a couple times, just a return to fundamentals, this should be a fairly straightforward game for them to go for. So Jenkins will continue to be pressuring in the side lane, continuing to make Alorum's life living hell. The rest of the team just needs to be more judicious with their fights, not get picked off by RJS and Prismal before fights actually begin. And as long as they're determining when fights happen with Keel, they should be in a good position to close this one out.
Just got to find the right path forward, it feels like. Shojin's did end up getting completed for Spawn, as well as already having those boots there. Still stacking up. Also, speaking of the story I was going to tell earlier, I get a lot of dopamine from Jin's grenades, but I don't think I've ever had enough dopamine, or as big of a dopamine rush as if you hit like a whole stack with, or wave with your Q as Smolder, and you just get all the stacks. It feels so good.
It's super funny too, seeing like how bursty Smolder's stacks can be if you just hit everything with all of your spells. It's like, oh, I pressed 2 buttons, got 25 Dragon Trading stacks. You're like, cool. Now, Mirage Alliance are going for this. It was done on Vision. You see the instant response from Team Liquid. They do have to be a little bit careful that they don't allow Alorum just too much free time. He has no teleport, and the rest of his team can fall too far behind. Team Liquid looking for this fight.
Are we gonna call Mom? He's just gonna go for the kill, honestly. Don't even need to call Mom as Jenkins gets that one.
Yeah, and Prismal trying to ghost his way out of there. Keel will not be able to get anything, so it should be a tower trade here in the very near future, but nobody's really moving into the mid lane, and Alorum might actually be the one to get first brick.
He's not out yet. He's still in it.
It's honestly impressive how resilient we have been seeing Alorum so far, but now he has to get out of there.
Why'd you have to say that? You just had to. Oh, TP's going to come in. Now, actually, Jenkins is the one in trouble. He does have a flash still available. Going to try to heal up. Going to try to fight a 2v1, but Power Unleashed does make the difference. The barrier comes out. Look at that healing. But Shutdown ends up going to RJS.
And very important they went to RJS and not Alorum. Alorum's negative bounty has not reset, and RJS needs this goal. The first brick still goes over to Team Liquid Challengers, but it is still a big opportunity here for RJS. He's the one who's going to be needing to do the damage for his team. He's the one who has the ability to burst out a single member very effectively, and that can give them a path. We've seen how effectively RJS has caught out Roamer a couple of times so far this series.
I'm just saying, I know Team Liquid are in a good position, but if we have anything to bring us back to grounded here, is this series brings us that, because we've seen Team Liquid lose game 1 with the lead. And we'll see if they can actually close this one out with some of these catch-outs going through.
He has more money than the supports. Let's go. Woo! Woo!
He did it.
He did it. Well, he's going to be in a tough spot for a little while. Once he has the Frozen Heart completed, it will help out quite a bit. But with a minute and a half on this next Dragon, Team Liquid Challenger should be looking at a pretty good position. Now, interestingly, it does look like Spawn going for the Essence Reaver second. I just showed the gold.
No, it needs to see it again.
We're chilling. Thanks.
Shout out to our observers. Now, I do wonder, once we get to second items, does Mirage Alliance have a little bit more pep in their step here?
When RGS gets all the Cinder Bucks, I think it's 120 Cinder dollars that you need in order to get the free Rabadons built into your kit. That's going to be like the big moment. With 80, I think you need 100 for the execute to come through. It might be 80. I don't remember.
We got all the stacks. Stacks everywhere.
Can you hover over the ultimate?
80.
Oh, it's 100. Yeah, it's 100. I was right.
80 is the scat of the week, I think.
Yeah, that one's all right. It happens.
Who's driving? Dardark, get your driver's license. They do get the in-game, though. Oh, the kickback from Will. Mom comes out, though, and makes the difference. You love that motherly love. As Team Liquid Challengers, they absolutely punish Mirage Alliance.
And Spawn just got infinity stacks there. He's up to 174. That was easily 25, 30 stacks he just picked up in that last fight, and that is a disaster. Mirage Alliance, they were not able to find a single kill in that last couple, and they lose the Dragon at the same time. They're skyrocketing Spawn to be so much faster coming up towards the next fights, and so it does feel as though everything just went wrong at the same time. And it looks, it looks all right to start, right? You get the stuns down on NACL, you get a lot of damage, but he just does not die, goes unstoppable, and heals up a ton in that last fight. And Alorum, like, he comes in, but you just ignore him. It's just about how much damage you can do to Prismal on the backside of that.
If you get the kill before Mom comes down, I think that fight's very different. The fact that Keel survives and all that damage comes down, it is so tough to fight back when you're at this deficit here. Yeah. Now Mirage Alliance making a play. They did have that rapid fire distance from Prismal, but Dardoch trying to get the angle now, as well as Alorum chasing down. It's the triple flangle right now for Mirage Alliance, and they might find Kim down. He doesn't get him. No way Kim down flashes out of that one. Rover will get shut down by Alorum.
Wow, I mean, that's a lot of pressure down here on the bottom side of the map, but they don't have a wave. They actually can't take a turret with this, so they have to shift their way back over towards the mid lane, take away some of these jungle camps. So it's much needed gold. They really need to find some of these picks, but Mirage Alliance, they need to find a little bit more coming out of that to bring themselves back in. And now, pressure in the mid lane, looking at Jenkins.
Mirage Alliance not one to back down. They have consistently contested here, at least even with a 5,000 gold deficit.
Yeah, never back down, never what?
I don't know, Josh.
Never give up.
Obviously, I know. I just had to
never give. I'm hoping, honestly, I'm hoping Twitch chat is enjoying that one.
I'm sure they are. Did get the thumbs up there from Spawn. Getting very close to being a full adult Elder Dragon.
Oh, it's a Trinity Force. Okay, yeah, I like that better than Dancing Streamer quite a bit. Either way, RJS just hanging out here. He does do a lot of damage, but not to that target.
And especially if he just gets caught. He doesn't have flash. He doesn't have any way out. But Prismal's here to make sure he can get out.
Okay. He's got enough friends. Yeah, this is definitely, it's been interesting because we kind of set this up as an opportunity for Will and Keel to really set themselves apart. And Keel, in Game 2 and now in Game 3, has played a really big role in making sure that Jenkins has been dominant in the top lane and just doing a good job fighting and being very tanky in this game. Whereas Will, I mean, this is the second time I've seen him, or I have cast him play the Lee Sin. The first time, I called out, I was like, there's nothing that solves this Mirage Alliance draft. But maybe if Will's just the best player on the Rift, the Lee Sin solves it. This time they picked it relatively early on in order to try and support the mid-jungle duo. And it's not, we haven't seen the same kind of 2v2s we were kind of expecting to see between Romer, Keel, and Will RJS. So we haven't seen an opportunity for Will to just take off. And because his top lane has been losing so much priority, it's hard for Will to kind of showcase what he's doing. But, maybe it's a Meteos game.
That's what I was going to say. It's so hard when you have a Warwick just absolutely pushing your face in topside. Speaking of pushing your face in, Dardoch got inbound into a bounce house and not one that was very friendly.
It was not very friendly. No rough housing in the bounce house, and now with every move towards the top
housing.
side. That's
RJS
fine.
is still in the bush.
Wow.
They will see them out. I'm surprised that he stayed there, but Will found Kim down. Pretty tanky.
All right.
Can't find anything.
Trades ultimates. I mean, kicking him into the wall just doesn't have the damage to get anything beyond that at all. And so RJS still staying up here, still looking for an opportunity to get his way towards all the stacks that he does need for the execute and the bonus AP. But a minute and a half left until the next dragon. Should be Team Liquid, and they have enough tools just kind of across the board in order to take this one down, move themselves one step closer towards getting the Infernal Soul.
I do like this call from Spawn. He was about 2 stacks away from his 225. Realized he needed to go back and spend some money. Got the Zeal. Will come back onto the map. Full health, full mana. Will then have the stacks as well. So he gets really efficient use out of hitting that mark. We're probably getting pretty close for RJS too. I love that we have so many stacking elements in League of Legends now.
Woo! All the dollars coming through. Spawn continues getting dollars after that though. So
he does.
He just gets more orbs, higher execute threshold.
It is. He got it.
Yeah. Oh. Right,
Will getting a little bit chunked. We have Dragon coming up soon.
Yeah. So now, the big thing here is Jenkins does have the Stride Breaker for all the extra movement speed that it does give you. It doesn't give us slow anymore. I learned that the hard way earlier in the season. But Mirage Alliance are here first. And Prismal does have access to the gold card to try and get some stuns, but you need to follow it up, and that is the target that's not going to die.
Cease and desist right onto RJS. Keel goes all the way ham. Temper Fate's going to buy a little bit of time, but the Infinite Duress comes down, and here starts coming the Elder Dragon. Spawn is untouched, and he will start raining Hellfire across the team. Team Liquid, they have lost one. It's a jungle for jungle trade, but Team Liquid will take that all day.
Honestly, super surprised that that is all that's happened so far, but people aren't done.
Spawn has so much damage here. Flap, flap, flap. Your heart's content as he gets one kill. He's looking for another one here as well. He doesn't have Mom, or he does have Mom come back up. I think that's a mistake, though, because I think he used it in the fight. But Mirage Alliance are actually moving to contest this dragon. This would be third dragon for Team Liquid, but no junglers.
Yeah, Jenkins here in the mid lane. It's not the worst thing ever for Team Liquid to give it up entirely, but Jenkins is coming right on back in order to make sure this is not for free.
Roamer has Weaver's Wall. He's going to pop it, and Alorum not going to get caught there, but Team Liquid force them off the dragon. Take Soul Point.
Nice. I mean, coming through once again, like you called out, Mazel, the fact that Spawn was coming through untouched in that last fight, huge opportunity.
Prismal finding somebody here, gets the kill there, but he will be absolutely collapsed on. As there's no way out of this one, he's going to try to get a little bit of damage back, and Roamer gets it.
I mean, I guess, like, you know, it's a 1-for-1. Neither of you are worth a whole lot of gold, so it's fine. There's nothing on the map to really play for either way. But Team Liquid Challengers are still in a very dominant spot. Now they're looking for RJS.
As soon as they saw Will, they got a little bit more scared, even though he is not nearly even tied up with Keel. Still down like a full item or more. We'll see, though, as feeling a little bit better for Mirage Alliance. Still down 6,000 gold, but it's not a position that they are unfamiliar with against Team Liquid.
True. We have been seeing Team Liquid have better early games than Mirage Alliance basically the entire time. We can tell that Keel has put a lot more thought into their early game plans than the members of Mirage Alliance have. And that is something that Keel has been good at so far, and is very close to pushing them over the edge and putting them in prime position to secure a playoffs berth. But, ooh, this turret going down up the top side is very good money. And so I'm very entertained that he credited that to Udyr, considering he's on the opposite side of the map. But
it was him.
Don't
worry. Don't check the facts.
Don't check the tapes. You can just trust us here. But either way, it is definitely a position where suddenly Team Liquid Challengers just need to find a way to close this one out. They have all the tools. They have 3 items smolder with all of the stacks coming through. It's just a matter of picking fights that they can win, because if they don't find an opportunity to at least disrupt the backline of RJS and Prismal, they will do a lot of damage.
Yeah, and we did get the Gwynsu's complete for Prismal. I mean, this TF starts doing some serious damage, and the Destiny is coming up soon. Magical Journey try to chase down Jenkins here. They won't exactly find him, but the Temper Fate does. Yellow card ready to go, and Jenkins, he's going to try to CC or at least sustain his way out of this one. If he can get onto Prismal, it's a big difference, but he does not have the Infinite Duress, and he will just go down to a shutdown to Prismal.
But Baron, I mean, all this time, Mirage
already
Alliance,
here.
Oh, they don't even
didn't
get
start
off of it. They were definitely around, but it looks like they didn't actually start it at all. And so, I mean, that's just a free kill. Much needed gold. Once again, going over towards Mirage Alliance. They have been so good at fighting these picks. They're also going to be opening up the middle of the board. And stun.
They're going to go across. They got TP. This is feeling like tempo gaining once again for Mirage Alliance. Came down. No, the CC came down beautifully. And now Will just gets burned alive. The call of Mom coming clutch again for Spawn. They got Weaver's Wall in now as well. Prismal's looking for an angle, though. Prismal's got an angle. They actually have so much damage now that Spawn is untouched, though. There goes Keel over the edge onto RJS. He's so tanky, though. I think he might be able to survive here. Spawn's now coming down, too. Flap, 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 and the wings start beating. The Elder Dragon starts soaring, and Team Liquid have done it. We get one fight back from Prismal. He gets Infinite Duress back, though, and Spawn and Jenkins claim another one. Dardoch gonna go down 2, and that's almost an ace for Team Liquid.
Allure was able to get out, but oh my gosh, Spawn living up to what we have been hoping for this entire season, remaining untouched for so much of these fights, and now they will finally be in a position to try and take down this Baron, but they say, hey, we're a bit too low. We don't want to risk anything just quite yet. We have a dominating position. We can fight for the dragon as well, but oh my gosh, the amount of damage. Okay, as soon as I saw this fight, I have seen Smolders by themselves win entire fights in this corridor because you
into the unraveled earth.
Yeah, but there you just get so bunched up right in one position. You get so much damage done across the entire team. And Romer, you know, I was surprised at where he chose to jump off the wall at this point, but it is okay. He draws so much attention. I'm actually surprised Lorem gets out of this, but he runs up towards the top side, and Keel, like you said, so tanky. Just needs to buy time for Spawn to flap his way into this fight and flashing to guarantee a kill onto RJS, but also the other side. Look at that. Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, he does a lot.
Let's go Gambit.
Does a lot, but doesn't do much when you get ulted by Warwick. I'll just say, and I know he's playing Lee Sin, so maybe it's a little funny, but Will's going to be kicking himself for that one. The fact that he goes into the Unraveled Earth to get himself stunned right in front of all three, it just feels real bad. But now, back on the other foot, Dragon coming up. It is Soul for Team Liquid Challengers.
They are in a perfect position to try and go for it. So many stacks now on Spawn. Has got 3 items completed and a bit more after that. So he will be doing a ton of damage.
Oh, Orm gets engaged on. Here comes Mom. Does a quarter of RJS's health. Him down. Getting low now. This might be a fight for Mirage Alliance, but look at Jenkins. He found RJS and he goes golden. He's buying so much time, but Alorm is as well. They power unleashed onto him and he's gone. It's an even fight now, but look at Spawn. He is blowing him up. He's just waiting to pop those little wings forward, and he's got another Achu as he's going in. More deaths are in tow, and Team Liquid wipe them off the face of Summoner's Rift.
Oh my god, Spawn and Keel coming up massive in these fights. The amount of damage that this little dragon does, absolutely insane. Nearly double-digit kills already. You know it's going to get better from here. Team Liquid Challengers in a dominant position as they pick up this Elder Dragon. They will have no problem blowing up every single player that they could possibly want. The only question is, when do they go for the Baron? When do they actually end the game from this position? Because they have the damage for sure.
What I want to know is, why is Smolder not being picked earlier in the series? Like, I understand there's some play around it. You can actually get some, if you're not ahead, it gets far behind. But, man, the fact that you have a counter that you know can win you the game, and we're seeing a performance like this, the fact that it went all the way to third game and was not banned a single time, actually insane to me. And now Team Liquid on the cusp of having a very dominant game. Not only do they have that big, strong dragon, they also have that Infernal on top of it. So the poke damage, the burst is going to be there.
Yeah, the triple Infernal as well is a lot of extra stats coming through at the same time. And so now Spawn, I mean, you saw he's one-shotting waves with that Q. He's going to be in a position where he can sit there. The burn will do crazy amounts of damage at the same time. And they're going to be starting up the Baron right now. Mirage Alliance, I'm sure they know. They just can't do anything about it.
There's literally nothing they can do. It just gets taken out quickly. And a little dragon has gotten real big, but I think it's off the cusp and off the back of a very strong jungle performance from Keel. I think he's been the brightest spot for this team in the last 2 games and really keeping Will on a back foot so far.
Yeah. One of the things that happened in that last fight that I do kind of want to talk about is you have to watch where the Twisted Fate gold cards go, because Keel started off the fight and just went in right away. The gold card went into Keel at the very beginning and was effectively canceled by the dashes that Keel has and the ultimate. So you need to see if it actually stuns someone up. He doesn't have a lot of target selection at this point. You can't do it on Romer.
Dardoch has no way out. He's got Mom calling on top of him too. Here comes Keel. Thought he was going to use that cease and desist. The Lorm has rejoined the fray now as their tank will arrive. Jenkins is waiting on top side. Tier 2. Oh my god. He's doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, the tier 2 falls up in the top side of the map. This Baron is easy for them to stick around, and we will see Romer teleport back into the lane.
Oh, he's going to be safe.
Yeah, he's very safe about it. Understandable.
Oh, Dardoch. Ho, ho, ho. Brings the whole team to party.
Oh,
but Keel's also there. Keel, he's in there. As now Romer actually gets a nice little seismic shove back, and now Spawn has angles. RJS, he gets a beautiful power unleash, or at least scatter the weak there. Not the power unleash just yet. Does get cease and desisted immediately, and there's Wombo. Oh my god, you can do all the damage you want, but when you get one shot, there ain't no chance for you. Team Liquid Challengers are beating Mirage Alliance to a pulp and waiting to take a 2-1 victory.
Yeah, ultimately, it looked like RJS might have had an opportunity there, but just not enough damage coming out yet. Too many Infernal Dragons on the other side means Team Liquid should be able to close this one out.
They are on the Nexus turrets. Team Liquid, they put it together. They got an over 10,000 lead, and they will cement a 3-4 scoreline here and force Mirage Alliance to destiny.
That's kind of what I was hoping for, right? That's the kind of game I was hoping to see from one of these teams, where it's a definitive win coming through from them. And we have been seeing Team Liquid, they've done a good job in this series building up early game leads every single time. It's a matter of where do they go from there? They've been looking quite lost, but this is the first time they had a solid lead. They took it and they never let go of it. So it gives you, at least a little bit of hope that they can start climbing the ranks a little bit, but it's got to come off of every player standing up. We saw Spawn and Keel in particular having a good games this series, but that needs to happen more often for this team to take down the rest of the season.
Spawn unkilled, actually insane to me. But that is it for our first series. After a short little break, we'll be right back with an interview, so don't go anywhere.
Introducing the new foot-long sidekicks at Subway. Try the warm and delicious foot-long cookie, foot-long pretzel, or foot-long churro.
Welcome back, one and all, to the Rally Cry post-game interview. We are joined by none other than the genius in the jungle for Team Liquid Challengers. We've got Keel off the back of some incredible performances. It was a pleasure to watch you and Will go at it. I want to talk about the prep going into it. It does seem like you had a lot of ideas on how to approach his jungling style. Was that a particular focus for you guys going into this one?
Yeah, I've versed him a lot in the past, and I think I have a good idea of what he likes to play. And I'm glad I got to look for the AP Zac and Bel'Veth. I think this series I got to play more picks that I've been wanting to. So it was pretty exciting. Yeah.
Nice. Now we gotta talk about it a little bit, Keel. Those first two games were pretty sloppy, right? There's a lot of people just getting picked off on both sides, but you guys seem to figure it out towards the end of the series. Was there a difference in the way that you guys were communicating between the first two games and the last game, or what allowed you to just turn it on at the end?
Game 2 is a blur, honestly. I can't even remember. I know I made my bot lane miss a couple waves.
Me too.
Yeah, I griefed them a couple waves, just play for jungle. And then I think game 3 especially, I was just making sure everyone is doing the right thing, just being super, super loud and demanding, and yeah, our comp was enough to carry us through playing badly, so we could close it out no matter what.
If you want to talk about that communication then a little bit, you say you're being loud. I know you've been very vocal in the past on like ways of playing the game, especially when teams are playing around you. But how has communication evolved, if you will, over this time with Team Liquid, and especially since the last time we got to chat with you? Has there been a difference in kind of the hierarchy? Are there a lot more conversations being had, or is there just you or somebody else leading the call every time?
No, everyone's been speaking a lot more. I think Jenkins like communicating super well around his Warwick wave state was like pretty big that game. And Romer too, like sometimes some games he's like clearly speaking like pretty well, like very easy to understand, and like commanding the game around him. So I think everyone bot lane too has done a good job communicating more.
Nice. And so kind of the last thing, obviously the season is a lot shorter this time than it was in Challengers League in the past, right? You only play a single round robin and only have 2 more series left to play, going up against Maryville University, who just took FlyQuest Challengers to 3 games, and Lit Esports. What are kind of your expectations, and where are you guys hoping to end up when you get to playoffs?
Well, yeah, my understanding is now that we've won, we're like mostly in playoffs, which is important. That was like the baseline need requirement. I think the league is really not particularly good. Every team, including us, are really bad. So I think we can easily still win the split. And I'm still expecting first.
Let's go.
Yeah, real quick, do you have any expectations on how your series with Maryville in particular will go?
We should beat Maryville, yeah. I had a good like series against them like last split, like the Spirax and Yuji. No drama or anything, but yeah, I think we'll do well.
All right, little last thing. Who's got the chef hats? Did Team Liquid give those to you guys or what? Like, you guys
it's Romer. Romer learned about cooking and chef. It's Chef Romer,
yeah.
All right, Chef Romer. I'll give you a chance to give some shout outs here, Keel. Who you got?
Shout out Cheka. I copied his Zac build. And shout out my teammates.
Thank you so much, Gil. It's a pleasure to get to chat with you, man. And congratulations on the win. We'll see you often, hopefully in the future.
Yep, thank you.
All right, that is it for our interview. We're going to step away for a short break, and then we'll be right back with our second series of the day.
They said it couldn't be done. They said the world would never accept a cookie this long. Or a churro, and probably not a pretzel either. They also said, under no circumstances should those really long and delicious treats be wildly affordable. To which we said, but we already made them. And they are. Introducing the incredible new foot-long sidekicks. Get one at Subway today.
Welcome back, everyone, to the North American Challengers League presented by Subway. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Joshi, and we're getting into our second series of the day. FlyQuest Challengers versus AoE. FlyQuest made a statement yesterday, going undefeated and beating Maryville, the number 2. Now we'll see if they can continue that streak today, Joshi. Are you excited for this second one?
I'm excited, but I think the biggest thing here is now that we have such a very clear top of the standings, every single win on the other half of the standings matters a lot. Now, it is worth noting that AoE still have more series left to play than almost every other team left in the league. They have 4 series left to play against FlyQuest Challengers, Cincinnati Fear, Wildcard, and Disguised. And they are currently right on the cusp with a lot of those teams where it's questionable who is going to fall down and is somebody unexpected going to end up having to play in the promotion tournament.
Yeah, and you got to see a look at the schedule ahead of us as well, but now we're taking a look at those standings. As you see, Mirage Alliance unfortunately falling down yet again this last game that we just saw. DSG right behind them, but still have another game to play as well. 2 more games for Mirage Alliance, but we're back looking at those other 2, AoE and FlyQuest. Let's take a look at FlyQuest as a whole, because I do think it's interesting to me when you see this team. They grabbed a ton of the biggest pieces that were in our league last year, and players that were either in LCS or were going to be in LCS, and they're dominating. Who would have thunk it?
Weird. Also, they have 4 different jerseys that are not FlyQuest
I love
jerseys.
every time I see this graphic. I'm like, doesn't matter where they came from. They're all here now.
It's very funny, but as it comes through, it is everybody had this roster as one of the top teams. The biggest question mark was how good is Quad going to be, and Quad is arguably the best player in the league right now. He is looking fantastic almost every single time, and he pairs up super well with Shaden. And I know Surdy has had some really strong words on how effectively Quad not only plays the game, but also communicates in the game.
Yeah, and I think core pieces to that, yes, Surdy has also been doing really good. I know talking to him, he's always super confident, but he definitely feels like he's running the Western meta in top lane right now in the scrims, and that's all seeding down to other teams, but the brightest point for me has been Sajed. I think the addition of this guy, another man trying to take, I guess, fill the shoes of Masu, who's doing incredible things in the LCS now, paired up with Chime, somebody who was in the LCS and all rights probably should still be. He's very good. You get this duality of a veteran with a very new player who is making a giant splash for this FlyQuest roster.
Yeah, on a roster with this many stars, it's hard to, like, stand out. And the fact that Chime and Sajed are, you know, these players that you almost don't think of the first time is just, like, testament to how strong the rest of the roster is.
Yeah.
But they're going up against Area of Effect, who have had a bit of a rougher time so far. They are currently 2-3 in the standings, and this is a roster where I think a lot of these players were exciting for us coming into this, because there's a lot of players here who are looking to kind of make names for themselves, especially in Zamudo and Onat. And Rostar and Wixie and Breezy are players that we're still hoping to hit the highs that we've seen them hit before.
I think O-Nation has gotten a little bit of more backing this year, as we've seen Onat really spread his play out from just being mages to a little bit more. But Zamudo has been, I feel like, the unsung king of this roster. The guy has the most solo kills in the league. He also has been incredible in the way they dictate the meta. And when I talk to a lot of players, when I'm filming content with players, I mentioned his name, like, oh my, I can't believe I forgot about Zamudo in conversation with some of the best top laners, because he has been pretty good. I do think the big spotlight for us, for me at least, is going to be the spot side of the match. I love Sajed, a little bit of an up-and-comer against Wixie, who has been on his revenge arc, I feel like, for the longest time. But for this Area of Effect roster, combining Wixie and Breezy, the famous duo, I feel like, that made a pretty big splash when they were together the first time around, coming back together again.
And honestly, you know, we've talked it up a little bit. I gotta say, I feel as though Wixie and Breezy have not been living up to my very high expectations of them, right? In 2023, I think it was spring 2023, was Breezy's best competitive split that we'd ever seen from him. And I remember serious discussions that this guy should be getting some looks from some LCS rosters. Whereas right now, feels as though they're kind of being the weak link. They're losing lanes that they're not supposed to, both in player matchups and in champion matchups. And that's one of the big weaknesses that we will need to see from this team, because Rosethorn likes playing games around him. He likes having lanes play to him more than he likes playing to his lanes. And when one of your lanes is not able to provide that support, it very rapidly crumbles the way that this team wants to play the game.
I still hold Rosethorn in such high regard, the way that he thinks about early jungle pathing in its outright. I think we haven't seen it as much this split from him, but I still hold him to that. Now, we're going to be getting into game number 1 of this second best of 3. If you wanted more action, we got it for you. FlyQuest challengers on the blue side, AoE on the red. We'll see if AoE can maybe make an upset of the year against the FlyQuest challengers, who are steamrolling this entire league.
Yeah, I mean, FlyQuest challengers have only dropped a couple of games so far, and it's very tough to even get that first game. They've dropped one to Cincinnati Fear, Wildcard, and Maryville, right? And so now AoE, if they can even get a game here, I think it'll be a pretty big surprise to a lot of people, because I look across the different lanes and I don't see a single spot where I'm like, this is what AoE's immediate path to victory, right? It's just like, it feels
where it's
though.
gonna happen.
Yeah, and that's the thing. So it's not going to be any one player on AoE, likely. They're going to need a combination of things to come together at the right time. And I think being on the red side, part of the start is really going to come down to, can they find counterpicks for Onat in the mid lane? Can they find ways to beat up on Quad? Because I remember the last time we saw Onat really take control of a game was going to Team Liquid Challengers when APA was on it, and he just solo killed APA 4 times that game. It's like, that can happen again.
Insane.
Yeah.
Now we are already neck deep into the first phase of bans. We get that Orianna, the Callista, and the Jax banned away. It is also the Ashe and the Azir. So Quad, he actually is tied, if not the leader, for most kills in a single game, and it was on Azir. And we also got to see him pull it out yesterday. Pretty damn good itself. Rightfully banned away. We'll see what the final ban for AoE is going to end up being.
Yep, it still is 15 kills against Disguise early on. It is the Twisted Fate. So Varus is the go-to pick here. Makes sense. So Jed will be playing that one into the bottom lane. And one of the reasons why we don't see Smolder as much is, as we were talking to Keel, you don't see, people don't feel as though Smolder's laning is quite as strong as it used to be, especially now that the W is a little bit weaker. And it was already a little bit tough into the Varus in the first place. So it is something that you can still play, but you just accept, hey, we're playing for later stages of the game, and that means we need to find bridges on the top half of the map in order to get yourself to that paradise.
Yep. I like the Udyr here for Zamudo, though. Plain face saying, Surdy, what you got? Let's see what you can cook up here. Without the TF, at least. I know I was talking earlier, Surdy very adamant that he's the best TF in the West, is what he told me.
Wow.
We did get the Karma, something that has been let through a lot of our games, but not picked.
Interesting. Yeah, this champion has been dominating the Eastern meta, in particular in Korea. I've been seeing them they will drop everything
that
on
and
the first pick
Zinzao
this Karma.
together. It's
yes,
insane.
It's a great combination. You just need that front line, and it is a really cool combo. And now we see the Karma coming through. Now this is a multiple flex. You can play it in the mid lane. You can play it in the top lane. You can also play it down in the support. You have lots of tools available with this. And now, we see a very powerful bot lane for Sajed and Chime, and they can really start taking the hurt early on. And oh my god! Sorry to bring it down to Darius.
Let's go. I love it. Hey, there's a couple big picks into Udyr. I think this is one of them. And if played correctly, can absolutely dominate the map. We've even seen in the LPL, we've seen in the LCK. I think it's been really interesting to see. And Surdy, being confident, is going to be willing to take that matchup 10 out of 10 every single time. We'll see what the answer is in the last pick of the first phase, at least for AoE. It is the Leona. So they're going to try to get some lockdown locked in.
This is a historical counterpick to the Nautilus, right? The biggest reason why the Nautilus is still present and Leona is less common is just because Nautilus' ultimate is a point and click, whereas Leona's is a skill shot. So it is a pretty big difference there, but you just strictly out-damage Nautilus at every stage of the game in this matchup. And so now you are saying that Wix and Breeze are going to be trying to play aggressive in the bottom half of the map, whereas FlyQuest challengers, by picking up this Darius, you can't just leave Darius to rot. You know, if
Yeah.
you end up getting something from Rosethorn that can really prey on this Darius up on the top side, it is a path to losing for FlyQuest. So I really want to see Shaden pick something that can support the top half and kind of say, okay, bot lane, you know, we put ourselves in a bit of a tougher position, but we're blue side, we're not as easy to dive. It's okay.
It's gonna be okay. We did get that Xin Zhao ban away from the Karma combo. I really like that heads up play from FlyQuest. It is the Talia and the Hui ban though against Quad. So a lot of focus going to that star mid laner, I would say, for FlyQuest challengers.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think of like what next, because I generally think of Quad as Azir and Orianna as the two main characters that he plays, but he's also played a couple of games of Hui and Talia, but
It's a
the
Kindred.
Yone... Oh yeah, the Kindred ban. I thought you said he just
No,
picked
no,
Kindred.
no,
I was
no.
like, huh?
That would be.
I know
that would be
I
great.
know there are a couple. I know like there's a couple Kindred players that I know that would do it, take it mid lane, but yeah, I mean with the Viego coming through, it's not quite the Xin Zhao, but it is
Yeah,
very
though.
similar.
Still has a lot of that skirmish
Yeah.
potential there. Not as sustainable, I feel like, as the Xin Zhao brings to the table, but still something Rosethorn with that playstyle you highlighted earlier will be
Jace.
happy with.
Yeah, I think this is Jace game
Yeah.
coming through for Quad, right? Jace did get a couple of big buffs. In particular, he gets more mana in hammer form, and he also just gets more damage. Instead, going to be looking at this Cassiopeia. Okay, this works
They're
too
cooking.
because you are just setting up a huge issue for the members of AoE. You can prevent Rostar from ulting. You will just massively out damage in the front to back. Trying to think if there's a single champion that AoE can pick here for Wixie. Like the classic Wixie pick is always like the Jinx,
Draven.
but Draven could do it.
It has been
Yeah,
rising, at least in pro play,
Yeah.
too, a lot more. But I don't know if that's a... I feel
It's
like that's a
not
big
great
boom or
into
bust here
Varus.
against this comp. Yeah,
Yeah.
especially Nautilus, too. The Wukong is the lock-in for Shaden, though. Another pick that we've seen sporadically.
Yeah, it's okay. Like it's just
Not
it
as
creates some
meta-defining
opportunities.
as before.
Yeah. Oh god, when this champion is good, it's really
It's
good. But
ridiculous, man.
yeah, I think they're having the same problems. Like Smolder does
is.
win them fights later on in the game, but you need to be able to outdamage Cassiopeia and Varus at that point, and you need to still be in the lead, or you still need to be okay at that point of the game. And I worry that now you've given up a lot of laning power down the bottom side of the map. You have already lost the top lane, just kind of based on picks, and it's going to be on Onat. Like we kind of said, he has a count. He doesn't even have a counter pick here, which I think is the biggest problem, is that Quad kind of knew this was his matchup and picked the Cassiopeia into it. It doesn't feel as though AoE has a single lane that is going to dominate hard enough for them to generate a lane. So I'm just going to be giving it to FlyQuest based on the fact that I think they're some of the best players we have in the league.
They are.
And they have some winning lanes.
I think the quicker that we get the combination of Rosethorn and Onat in this game, the better off AoE are. I'm not saying
Yes.
that's saving grace, right? But that is what they're trying to play towards. It's this mid-jungle duo until Smolder can grow up and be a real dragon. And for the other side, it's we're holistically strong. Let's just win where we can. And I'm looking for Shaden to really push that pressure if he can, because Rosethorn is going to be looking for some of that skirmishing. We're getting in game number 1, though, of our second series. Make sure you're spamming in chat who you think's going to win. FlyQuest Challengers or AoE.
Yeah, I'm looking at this one. It does feel like it's a situation where it's like, guys, we are going in at a bit of a deficit. Our matchup matrix is not looking good. You're going to have to push a little bit harder. You're going to have to take some risks as AoE in order to turn this one around. And so we might end up seeing some things that are a little bit more surprising than what a lot of people will be used to. Now, Breezy is getting a little bit late out to lane because he forgot to buy his items right off the bat, but it is okay. You remember to do it before the game really started.
That's all that matters.
Remember, okay, I always think it's very funny when people are like, we need to push up when minions spawn. It's like, hey, we got to get minions spawning at like 30 seconds because we just
It's
sit
like a
around
whole
for
minute
2
and a
minutes at
half
the
that
beginning.
you're just hanging
Yeah.
out. I guess longer than a minute and a half, honestly. But because I have to walk that way. But yeah, I think a conversation that I want to bring up, and we didn't really get to talk about it yesterday in the series for FlyQuest because of the
I wasn't there. You
magnitude
were
that
doing
was
it
the
with a beatdown.
series. Yeah, and that, FlyQuest Challengers of recency have taken the mantle of the best developmental org for me. I feel like we've seen a history of success from players promoted from FlyQuest, where I used to feel like, Team Liquid Challengers were the pillar, and I still think they are a pillar. But since coming under, the tutelage of Papa Smithy, the developmental system has seen a bloom for FlyQuest. We got to talk with Rocco yesterday and see a lot of that unfolded through the vision of the organization, Papa, and also Rocco himself.
Yeah. I think it's also a big part of it is based on like what coaches you have available to your organization. And Rocco has proven that they are able to find a lot of these opportunities to help out his players grow and has a good eye for talent. One of the things that we were looking at with Team Liquid before was Coach Spawn, I think was widely regarded amongst the talent as possibly the best coach in the league.
Yep.
And now he's doing it for LCS, which props to Team Liquid, but it does mean that one of the massive tools that you had to help out this developmental roster is no longer there, and it's been replaced by Mash, who, I mean, at least based on what we've seen so far, I don't know how much of it is because of him, but the Team Liquid Challengers roster has not been succeeding so far.
That's where, like, you look at some of the track record FlyQuest has had, and obviously like Lucio, Masu coming up now as well in their League of Legends team, but it's curious to keep an eye on the development, because the biggest thing is these players, right, and growing them as people, and I think Rocco represented that really well yesterday in how his approach to the season goes. But we got to look at this game a little bit. We are finally getting to the second parts of the path clearing. Chime is already on a roam. Maybe looking at this top side of the map or mid.
Interesting. This would be a pretty massive surprise to Onet, and this is huge. Oh no!
Oh Nation, your communications have gone dark. What is happening? Somebody tell me! Oh Nation, no!
Well, we said this needed to be where they're gonna find something. I love the plan from Chime. I don't know whose plan it was, but Chime going all the way around. If you are going to get Nautilus roaming up, you expect him to be moving through the river. They did spot him briefly by the Raptor Pit, but the fact he went all the way around, and then he's going to get all this experience down here on the bottom side at the same time, and even help hold a freeze for Sajed. Oh my god, Chime!
I'm kind of smurfing.
Beautiful play coming out from this guy. Absolutely great.
What I love about Chime is he's just a stand-up guy. I know when we were doing our filming for content, I guess 2 years ago now, it feels like, when Chime was still part of the Academy system, we were really looking at our Challenger system. We were really looking at how he wanted to produce his like branding, and he was always down for content. He was always down to talk about things. An outgoing guy, and now apparently outgoing in the game too.
Chime is like a really interesting guy because I played tennis with him a couple of times, and like he's usually not the one to like initiate a plan, but he's always down, so it's like, hey, come do this. He's like, yeah, sure, I'll be there, and that's the kind of thing where I feel like it sets up a great opportunity to start building those things. He just needs to find what he wants to do. At the same time, across the board, I do want to give credit where it is due. We'll talk about it in a second.
Is it a bot lane fight? Because that's what's happening right now to get the hail of arrows down, but just to trade back and forth.
I actually do want to give some credit to Zamudo. This is definitely a lane that can be really tough, but because he had a couple of good early trades, he is not as far behind as you might expect a tutor to be at this point in the game.
Impressive in its own right. We also get Rosethorn stealing away one of the Telegrubbies from Shaden to deny the full stacking, at least for now, and give them a little bit of time. On the other side is the Dragon. Doesn't actually look like it's going to be necessarily available for a trade because of the priority that Sajed and Chime have.
Yeah. But that means that there's an opportunity for a gank, and there are no wards down here.
Oh, wow. Well, they might have missed a little bit of warding there. Communications again going a little dark, but Rosethorn trying to take advantage of it here. They should get Chime too. And there we go. Reset available. Dredge line coming through. Flash with the CC, with the stun, with all the CC chain. And everybody falling onto Sajed. And he goes down, but he does get Rosethorn back.
All right, getting the one back. Breezy not taking the second turret shot there was huge. That would have been a 2-for-2 had it gone through, but really good play coming out from Rosethorn, getting the one grub, then immediately heading towards the bottom side of the map. People would probably think he's going towards the his own Gromp or something, but no. Another invented path, definitely making sure that they can punish some of the overextension coming through from FlyQuest Challengers bottom lane.
Oh, certainly going for the flash there. Interestingly enough, trying to get all 5 stacks in. Nice. Guillotine, bird, and there you go. That's how this goes.
Look, I don't really blame Zamudo for not believing him there either, because when I saw Surdy flash in, I didn't believe Surdy either. So Like, that's just the kind of thing you need to do in these positions. And Surdy, getting that kill, still has the ghost, will be able to do it again next time he comes top lane.
And that, for me, is the biggest thing. Surdy just knows, man. I mean, he's confident for a reason. He has been a massive part to FlyQuest's early advantages. I know talking to him yesterday before the series itself for Maryville, he was talking about some of the differences that he's taken in approach this year, right? It's not necessarily trying to be as much as focus on being a better teammate, but it's trying to figure out how to close games. Because this guy can always find leads, but we've seen a track record of there being some slip-ups later on.
Yeah, I mean, he prides himself on being one of the best laners in not just the league, but all of NA. And, you know, he will just say, is like, yeah, when I was talking to him, I am the best laner in basically the LCS. Right, but it's the question of what do I always do after that? And one of the things that he said he's been talking about working on is taking more time to just say, like, if I do nothing here, it's good because my team is going to get something done. And recognizing when he doesn't need to take any risks, he doesn't need to be taking the maximum himself because he is going to be potentially giving up something that his team could benefit from for free.
And it's crazy to think just less than a year ago, I guess, we were seeing some of these people in the finals for Challengers and it going to a crazy series itself. It's crazy how the world turns here, but we're looking back at this mid lane because Rosethorn's coming up from in the lane as Quad's going to push Onet out of the lane.
Yeah. I mean, tough position, right? We know Quad is one of the best players in this league. He's the strongest laning mid for sure. He also is really good at team fighting. And apparently he's also a shot caller for the team. So one of the only things that, again, talking to Surdy, he was saying one of the only issues that he has had with Quad is sometimes, you know, because his English is still improving, he doesn't always know how to ask for what he wants in order to get it from the rest of the team. And so Surdy is able to help him communicate that. It's like, hey, what can we do for you? What do you need us to do in order to help you set up? And this is potentially a fantastic opportunity for them to do that.
Love to see Zamudo actually having, even with that death early, still a nice CS trade against Surdy in the top side of the map. But I think that's where, when we look at win conditions here, you got to see not necessarily the top side of the map, but for me, it's AoE's bot side. Ghost's going to be popped here. I think Zamudo might die again. Guillotine is coming up, and there it is, but the tower shot not going to come through, and that's a second solo bolo for Surdy.
Oh my gosh, it looked like Surdy clicked past Zamudo, expecting an opportunity to hit him there as Zamudo backed up, but ends up getting it anyway, and that's the first death. It's like, okay, you had to teleport, you can make up for it because Surdy doesn't. Second death, that's where it starts to get bad, because this wave should start pushing back towards Surdy, and you can potentially set up a freeze. That is going to be a huge problem for Zamudo, as Rosethorn coming to try and take away another one of these grubs, but he's got priority coming in from Quad. He's got Surdy on the way, Chime is on the way. We're looking at a whole brawl.
Can get one. That's the biggest kicker here. It looks like Shaden did just go and complete that one, at least tying it up 3 for 3. So Surdy here is pretty strong. He got that back off. Zamudo's going to step up now. Breezy's already here. Onat's coming. There's that Zenith Blade, though. The Death Truck's going to hit on a 2. And look at those fangs sinking deep. It's like a snake eating the entire team. FlyQuest have come alive, and they've destroyed AoE.
Quad is pumping right now. He is doing so much damage because he was like, Onat was like, guys, we need to deal with the snake.
Not again. Onat's like, no, bro, please. Why? Why? As communication from Onat is going to be alive and well, he is worse for wear after that one, burning his flash.
Yeah. You know, I think the biggest thing that surprised me this game was Chime's gank pathing earlier on, right? Like, that really put a huge opportunity for FlyQuest Challengers to play this one through. And then also, I do want to give some credit to Zamudo for actually doing better in the lane than I was expecting him to, especially, you know, against somebody who prides himself as the best laner. Zamudo is doing fine, right? But not all of that has come down to, you know, how they were playing the waves earlier on. At this point, the game has kind of gotten out of hand, and you're like, you know, Wixie. Yeah.
And that's what I do want to bring up, actually, though, because in a center team fight, like Onat, yes, he's falling apart without the team, but that's where Karma comes alive. And Yeah, I think Zamudo. He's guillotined again. Oh, with the fadeaway. Dude, Zamudo had the most solo kills in the entire league. He was 11. He was above like one other. Surdy has gotten 3 within 12 minutes of this game.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. This one is looking pretty over, at least for this game. I think we would be lying if we didn't expect FlyQuest challengers to be pretty far ahead. Now I guess the big thing is how quickly and how cleanly can they end.
Shy was like, I'm gonna flash for the ward. Let's see it. And yeah, it is unfortunate. A pretty big lead. If this was last series, I would say there's no way in hell that we're even close to being over. But this is FlyQuest Challengers we're talking about. A team that has stepped up above the rest here in NACL. And ONAT is going to take a step down back into the gray screen and go down.
So I'm looking at the solo kill record so far. So to start the day, Philip was leading with 12. And Zamudo was one behind him with 11. And Surdy was all the way down at 7.
Oh, because yeah. That makes sense.
So now Surdy is at 10. So he is currently 1 behind Zamudo and tied with Quad for most solo kills in the league. I would not be surprised if he ended up tying Zamudo. Maybe right here.
Maybe right here. It might just happen here. The 5th stack is there. Yeah. He does have the ulti, but the shield does come through for Zamudo. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, we have seen a couple series like this against Zamudo the last time around. Why he got to those solo kill marks is because I forget who it was, but they just literally traded like 4 solo kills in a single series. It was actually insane. But now we take a look at this one, and it's definitely not in his hands. It's all Surdy. 5,000 gold in the lead is FlyQuest. They just got a second dragon as well. And I'd say the only thing for AoE is they have a little dragon that's trying to train its way up.
Yeah. So one of the good things that we kind of touched on before, with the fact that AoE having more series left to play than most other teams, it's okay. Oh.
Let's go.
Got one.
Stacks. They're training the dragon. Mob has come too, and they get Wixie the kill.
Yay! He's got 66 stacks. Yeah, we'll check again at 20 minutes.
maybe
like
25.
Yeah, I mean, at 20 minutes, I feel like that's a good idea of like when he will be hitting 225. It is much needed, but you should kind of expect to drop this series against the team that is currently winning. Their upcoming series up against Fear, Wildcard, and Disguise are much more winnable. They are very much in a similar position on the board, and they are trailing Wildcard by 1.5 games, or 1.5 series, and they are also trailing Cincinnati Fear by 1.5 series. The half meaning that they haven't played the same number of series. I learned that one from baseball. But it's just a spot where they can absolutely catch up to a lot of these teams. It's just a matter of making sure that they have the time to do it.
Yeah. The toughest question, but time is starting to run a little bit thin here in the league as we get on to it. A couple weeks left in the regular season after this one. So we'll see as Surdy and Zamudo going to keep doing this one, but I'm looking at the rest of the map because we have some positioning around the mid lane right now. No objectives up, but AoE are fishing.
Not going to get any bites. So that does mean that Sajed has control of the mid lane. Instead, Chime trying to go fishing as well. Now, this has been one of the interesting things, right? Is that as you kind of look at the success of FlyQuest, again, I give Chime a lot of credit for their early success, but I also have to, at the same time, give Chime, I think he's also made the most mistakes, right? Not having the ward for them in order to save them from Rosethorn's gank, and then getting caught out around, the river just a minute ago. Whereas everybody else, it is one of those spots where I don't really have any complaints about anything that FlyQuest have done. It feels as though they've been playing, a near flawless game for what we should be expecting in Challengers League.
There's also a second item complete for Quad there in the Seraph's Metamorphosis as well. They also get the outer tower. It'll be first turret of the game. Play is up here on the top side, but there's no Surdy. Answer the door. As TP's coming in. He had 2 items. He bought a giant spell. He's like, it's time to fight, guys. As the call is coming through from Quad, he wanted the angle, but didn't end up going for it.
I was wondering what the play was coming out from FlyQuest Challengers, right? Because they saw that there is a bunch of people top lane. Uh-oh.
Rosestorm realized at the last second that that was not the place he needed to go. TP coming in for Ronat, though. Maybe it can give some sustain to defend against this, but FlyQuest Challengers look to just be playing with their food.
Yeah, and there's nowhere for AoE to go. The bottom lane turret having already fallen, and now Wixie just trying to stay safe, and that does mean that there's going to be more opportunities. Mom comes through to try and clear the way, but...
Thank you, Mom.
You know, thanks, Mom. But it is still a very tough position, even though they teleport Ona up towards the top side to try and prevent the dive. They are still going to lose the turret when all is said and done. That's going to be a 6,000 gold lead as we crest the 17-minute mark.
Big leads abound for FlyQuest Challengers, not only in the kill differential, but also the CS differential. Top lane not as far apart as maybe we would expect it with all the kills going down, but it's truly mid lane and bot that are starting to get a little worrisome there. And giving Quad and Sajed some resources is pretty beneficiary to FlyQuest Challengers' goals.
Yeah. All right, Chris, question for you, Lennon.
Okay.
Are you... What happens if you finish a kill and buy a second one?
Great question. Never had that answered. I don't think so in my brain. Oh, Surdy gets knocked back and I have to flash out. AoE actually feeling pretty confident now to move on to Chime. Does get some stacks over to Wixie. The Rift Herald charge in top side. A bounty awaiting the kings of AoE.
Yeah, I mean, you need to take some of these risks in order to make these plays happen, but you're giving up position in the mid lane. You're giving up position for the Dragon. So you get some goal, but it's not without cost, as FlyQuest Challengers will be able to combat them right on back. And ultimately, the gold kind of remained in a similar position, but they get a couple of summoner spells as their biggest win. The reason why I ask is I actually do wonder, like, if there's ever a game where you could stack a second coal,
what if
this
you
might
just buy
be the one
5
to do it.
coals?
You definitely can't do them
then
at
they
the
all
same
go
time.
at the same time. You get a
No,
ton of gold.
You can only do one at a time.
Well,
for sure.
You know, Riot, let's talk about that. If
You know, we
coals,
can get through this. Yeah.
It would be hilarious, though. But I do wonder. It'd be curious to think about it a little bit.
I do wonder if Sajed could just build a second coal. You know? Sell this one, buy it again, and just be like, yeah, the rest of my map is doing so well, I can commit to accelerating the rest of my build even faster by doing that. So, as we start going through this one, it is FlyQuest Challengers. I mean, they have such a big lead across the board.
So I Googled it, because I had never known this question
Okay.
before. Apparently, you cannot get the stacks completed a second time. The stacks only happen once.
Okay.
I don't know if that's true. That's just what Google's telling me.
Yeah.
So you never know. But now we got AoE telling me something else, and I think I'm hearing an invade?
Ooh.
Oh, no.
Oh, okay. Whew. Yeah, I mean, it's just really scary everywhere across the board at this point. You know, Surdy can win some 1v2s, especially if it's into, like, Diego and the Udyr. You're going to see the Baron popping out. Which one is it? Ah, it's the one. And I really don't like the hand. I'm going to be honest. It's just... Yeah, it's just kind of creepy. But either way, FlyQuest just hanging out up here. They're just constantly poking and prodding. You don't need to zoom in on them.
Yeah, you do. Thank you, Kai. Shout out to our observers. Sajed just completed a Gwynsu's. That's you know, something that happened here.
Oh, it's 20 minutes. Let's get our smolder check.
Check in. How much is it? 120. Oh. I told you. I literally called it. I saw him at 70 at like 12 minutes. I was like, there's no way. It's going to be another 5 minutes, no doubt, to even get there.
So that means that FlyQuest have about a 10-minute like window here where they are still just in control of the entire map. One of the best ways to accelerate that is to go for the Baron and setting up, and this has been something that FlyQuest has done mostly pretty well. The one thing, my only real criticism of FlyQuest as a team is they are not very good at using flank angles. Right, like you don't see the flangles coming out very often. You don't see Shaden or Chime very often. Like, you're hitting the Baron, and then one of them will be sitting off in a bush, off in a spot that's like, you know, not just with the team. And that is like my one major criticism that I have of FlyQuest as a team, where I think they could be getting objectives a little bit more efficiently if they were to do that. but you just pick people off, it doesn't matter.
Ooh, Rosethorn just got all the distance away for that depth charge. He does make it on the other side of the wall. He is safe at least. Zamudo's waiting.
Okay, Sturdy.
That is a greedy back from Surdy. Does have the ghost pop, but yeah, I think Zabuto realizes as soon as Wixie turns around, he ain't got that one because they're on to the Baron.
Yeah, this is a really tough position because Sturdy is zooming right on back as he's got the flingle.
They're going in.
Oh, no.
Mom comes across. Is it enough to make the difference? Look at Surdy. He's literally just playing with their backline right now. And FlyQuest is play with your food moment. It's like two lions ripping apart a carcass as AoE are gone.
Oh, man. I mean, I actually love that from Sturdy. Even though Quad and Sajet are the ones who get all the gold and all the cool things coming out because of that. Surdy's sitting here and saying, if you ever commit to hitting my front line, I'm going to rip you to shreds. He knows he can't go in by himself because he will get focused down and die. But as soon as people start running out, that's his opportunity to come in. Quad flashing forward, Shade doing a good job, and Sajet just like free firing. That was one of the cleanest, most cerebral fights I've seen in Challengers League to date. And I have to give credit to all the players for making it happen.
FlyQuest Challengers heads and above every other team in the league so far, and they are looking to make more plays. Hey, commit to the bid as a team, and you come out big. O Nation will go dark once again, and Shaden goes on a killing spree.
Yeah, super tough position. They lose control of the mid lane as well at the same time, meaning FlyQuest will get another structure. Sturdy, I mean, with the demolish, he takes it down relatively quickly. The Baron buff in multiple lanes. Zamudo will not be able to have much of an impact there at all. You know, he can clear out the wave, but with all these Baron buff minions coming through, it is just a matter of time before all of these fall.
Yeah, I mean, they're over 10,000 gold in lead, and my goodness, what a stark contrast to our first series of the day. Literally night and day so far, as FlyQuest Challenge will take down another tier 2. And now they're looking to overextend a little bit as Shaden, that's Mom coming down, and Shaden getting in some trouble. Do it up, just getting the kill back, and Shaden makes it out. Surdy's got a double. Give him the penta. Do they want it? We just got our first one of the season last night. Let's see if they can do it again.
Yeah, I mean, FlyQuest, they're coming through. We do know that Wixie got a lot of Dragon training stacks, so that's cool. Is it enough, though? And is it in time as...
Oh, the lollipop is not one so sweet here, as AoE will be soured as the dragon goes down. That's soul over to FlyQuest.
You gotta feel for Ona on that one. You know, he dies, he respawns, he tries to defend his base, dies again, and now he's waiting as another dragon as the Hextech Soul, 24.5 minutes into the game, will be going over towards FlyQuest as well. Just total domination across the board, and what can we say? This is the only S-tier team we have in the league, and we will see what they can do the rest of it.
And it all goes back to that development we were talking about, the team as a whole, but also the mindset of FlyQuest. These are people, not just players, right? And they want to elevate this to the LCS level. Rocco talked a lot about it. If you're not getting your players to the LCS, then what are you doing as a developmental team? And I think FlyQuest has shown a track record of being able to do so, and across a couple other organizations too.
I know. I talked to Rocco at like the beginning of the split, and he was saying like, yeah, they were also trying to get Spyrax to play for their LCS team as well as Freezy.
Yeah, he does get out. He's burning. He's bleeding. He's nope, he's not.
All right, well.
Hey, the Baron minion still died to Mom. Chains of Corruption came out though, an instant cleanse by Wixie, and now Surdy, having a Death Reaper costume, it feels like, just goes in with the guillotine. He goes legendary, and what a step up from Surdy. A guy who's so confident and able to show it off. He's going for more. He's got a double. He's getting the triple stolen from him by Sajed, but it's FlyQuest Challengers dominating game number 1.
It was not technically a perfect game, but this game was nearly flawless coming out from FlyQuest Challengers going into AoE, and you just have to give it up to everyone that's part of this organization. They've all been playing well. They set up a plan early on. They executed upon it. There was one or two small hiccups along the way, but you can feel the confidence that this organization, that this group of guys is playing with, and there's not a lot in the league that can actually stop them. I know they've actually been screaming up against a number of the LCS teams, and if serious to be believed, they're doing pretty well there too.
I think Papa Smithy will be extremely proud, but the FlyQuest Challengers fans should be extremely proud. What a game number one it was. I know FlyQuest posted a meme about, AoE, it's your turn now, but we'll see if AoE can answer that call whatsoever, because game one, there was no answer at the door. AoE versus FlyQuest Challengers game 2 continues after this.
They said it couldn't be done. They said the world would never accept a cookie this long. Or a churro, and probably not a pretzel either. They also said, under no circumstances should those really long and delicious treats be wildly affordable. To which we said, but we already made them. And they are. Introducing the incredible new foot-long sidekicks. Get one at Subway today.
Everybody in Twitch chat.
Look at the camera.
This is the guy. This is the guy making the run to the LCS Challengers League. Round of applause for Scary Jerry.
Shout out Collegiate. We're coming for everybody. We're gonna win. Also, Shogo's been in the Twitch chat of every match that we've had, so shout out to him. He's our biggest fan.
Nice.
Can't wait to take St. Thomas out in the finals.
Kind of going back to the Lucian item here in the bot side. This sets up really nice for Lucian's ultimate because the support item he'll grab is the damage amp. So you throw down that auto, you get the slow, you pump your ult.
And
Oh boy.
flash doesn't matter if you die, and Wixie gets pierced through the heart. Victory in your first series of the split. It's a little bit of a top kingdom, huh?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, he was completely capped both games. It was just a slaughter. What can I say? But it's really good to see you guys again.
Top laner is going to show up as teleports are channeled. Now jumping in is Jenkins right on the chime. Bleeds him down so damn quickly. Quad is here. And a double kill as the sword slices down from Surdy.
I want to go to you as an individual, as we do see the Grim Reaper running around behind you. Thank you, Shochi, for being the mascot for the team. Still clumped up. They haven't gone down yet. Shochi's just free firing. Jumps in. Over the knockup from Niles. No knockup combo for Spyrax to look for, and he even goes down. Shochi with a double kill, making a triple kill. Reset City versus Supernova's mid laner. Quadra kill to Shochi, and they will ace Maryville.
There is a reason that I said it's going to be a Shochi specialty game. The future of the LCS starts right after the LCS. Welcome to Challengers League.
They said it couldn't be done. They said the world would never accept a cookie this long. Or a churro, and probably not a pretzel either. They also said, under no circumstances should those really long and delicious treats be wildly affordable. To which we said, but we already made them. And they are. Introducing the incredible new foot-long sidekicks. Get one at Subway today.
Welcome back, everyone, to the North American Challengers League presented by Subway. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Joshi, likely candidates for our second game of our second series as FlyQuest Challengers handle business in game number one. Over 15,000 gold in the lead and a dominant victory starting off from the top with Surdy on Darius.
Yeah, and got a couple of solo kills. He is now currently 1 behind Zamudo in the solo kill rankings, and if he finds one more, he will tie him up this series as well. Now, I do want to give a little bit of credit over to AoE, because this is a roster that most people had, like, somewhere in the middle of the pack, and that's currently where they are, right? They are fighting in the middle of the pack, and I think that is something to be said for this organization, because there's a lot of pieces on here that looked like bright spots on teams for rosters they've been on in the past, but this is one where we need to see them come together, and I feel like watching this, you generally know that Onat is a very confident person. Just seeing that first gank, I have to imagine that was going to be the kind of thing that shook his confidence immediately after that. So I'm hoping to see a little bit of a stronger counter pick for him going into the next game.
Yeah, and I think maybe finding some more 2v2 lane pressure for Mr. Breezy and Wixie. Again, last time we saw this duo, I feel like we saw some of the strongest moments for these two guys individually. I was really excited to see it come together this year, and we've seen some of those sparks really start flying there. But I think trying to find something, again, like the Draven, maybe a classic, just trying to find 2v2 pressure, that is not something that necessarily always goes well for them, but I would like to see that at least attempted here. But I do want to talk a little bit about the fearless bans that will be coming into this one as well, because we do have all champions that were picked by each team. Last game not available to said team, and I think some big picks actually for AoE off the table.
Yeah, I mean, the Smolder being gone and the Karma being gone and the Udyr being gone, these are all like peak meta picks that you don't have. Where if you look over on FlyQuest Challengers, I mean, yes, they're losing the Varus and the Nautilus is good, but the rest of them are like, you only pick the Darius because it's a counter pick to the Udyr. You don't just pick Darius. You don't just pick Wukong most of the time. The Cassiopeia is okay and something we know Quad has played in the past, but the only thing they're really losing out of their draft is the ability to pick Varus in the first rotation. Like, you are not lording that over your opponents, whereas AoE, like, they now have to pick something different, and I feel as though it becomes too easy to shut down Wixie with a couple of targeted bans.
Yeah, and maybe the idea is to go towards some top side focus, like top mid jungle for AoE of some sort. I know Rosethorn is typically one to kind of fall back towards the Sejuanian thing, at least very prevalent last year. He loves that pick too, but trying to find things that combo with it well is super important too. I think AoE are backs against the wall, obviously, but it's not something they can't fight their way out of, and I think it comes back off some really good decision making there. FlyQuest Challengers, on the other hand, feel like if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Keep top lane focus, get some resources there for Surdy, and let the rest do the work itself.
Yeah. I was wondering if we were going to see any attention from Rosethorn towards the top side of the map in order to try and salvage Zamudo's lane. That didn't happen, and so it didn't matter that I don't think Shaden went top during the laning phase at all, because he didn't really need to, right? The only thing I do kind of want to see from AoE, like we were saying, is you need to get winning lanes this time around. They ended up picking themselves into positions where they didn't have the tools to do that particularly well, and I think if they were to go into this one, if you just pick the best lanes that you can, I think that will be your best opportunity, because FlyQuest can sometimes struggle if they do not have a lead early on.
Yeah, and I know, winning is all good and well. I think we heard from Rocco Best yesterday, but it's seriously about using the games that you have to grow as much as possible. So I could see a world where FlyQuest Challengers try out one of the strategies they wanted to do, which is maybe a little bit higher execution level for them. But I would be curious to what we get in this second game, because there is the possibility of a big miraculous comeback from AoE. But I think when you look at it, it was a tough game in that game number one. There was not a lot going for them. So just kind of resetting that mental in a tier 2 league is super important.
Yeah, and hopefully we get a chance to talk to AoE at some point, because it is the kind of thing where, if you are, when you lose a game like that, it can be demoralizing, but you also have teams that would be like, oh no, that was funny. Like, I knew the game was over like 4 minutes in, so like, I didn't check out, but I did not attach any part of my ego to this game at all, and I think that's the big thing to see coming out from AoE, but it is definitely a position where I want to see AoE continue to succeed. I think, in particular, the player that is most interesting to me is Onat on this roster. We've talked about him a couple of times so far, but we have seen this guy have insanely high highs. It's a big matter of, like, if he can consistently do that, because it only seems as though that tends to happen on a couple of champions.
I loved it because in the offseason, he was subbing into all the combines that were lacking people or people that didn't show up, things like that. And he was just bodying people left and right. He was playing top lane. He was going all over the place. It was so funny. We'll see, though. We're getting game number 2 now. Let's go ahead and pick up the bans and picks as it is AoE on the blue side with FlyQuest Challengers on the red. See if that changes anything and it's outright. But again, like you said, AoE focusing on winning lanes, trying to find some at least priority there is super, super crucial. The TF first ban, though.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. If you do not feel comfortable playing it, you generally do not want to give it over. And if you're not comfortable first picking it is, I think, the biggest thing. Because Twisted Fate is a very strong pick because it is at least a 3-way flex.
Yeah.
But it's also the kind of thing where if you end up getting pinched in a spot where you now have to put it into a bad matchup, you're also pretty sad about that at the same time.
Yeah.
So FlyQuest Challengers, they do have the tools to counterpick every single lane going into this one. And so I am a little bit worried that even though you can be a bit more aggressive with your bottom lane on blue side, it's going to be hard to come up with something that is unequivocally winning.
AoE playing pretty confident with the Azir bans constantly against Quad. I think rightfully so. The Poppy is also banned, as well as the Marksman focus there for FlyQuest Challengers. Just going to take away the Ashe and the Varus. So, yeah, I would expect the Kalista here, but just taking away the secondary pick in the Varus, that's just kind of the all-arounder right now as well, even with some of the nerfs.
Yeah, and this is a really tough position because Ashe, Varus, Kalista, and Smolder are kind of like the top of the top that you can play. And so now with the Senna coming through, you can pair it with a variety of different things. You can pair it with tanks, you can pair it with 80 carries, you can have it farm, you can have it not farming, and instead, wow, that is a gauntlet.
The Nautilus is
right
still
there.
strong. The Nautilus is still very strong, I feel like.
Yeah, it's just tough to play to Tom Kench.
It is.
So it's a very tough position already, and oh, I really hope that's a Rose Thorn Rel, because trying to play Rel into Tom Kench, the one really good thing that you can do is like you can break Tom Kench's shield, so he doesn't get a lot of value from that. But oh, okay. I mean this lane is okay into the Orianna. Orianna has bigger highlight moments, but Quay provides more just like general pressure over the course of the game.
And obviously Onat taking one here just to try to have that sustainability and damage, I feel like, from the mid lane later on as we go, and some of the setup for the team in some sorts. There is a lot of options, I feel like, on the table for FlyQuest Challengers bot lane. They'll lock in the Smolder.
Cool. FlyQuest win the game at 40 minutes if it's still going. So, I mean, you look at
Senna, though. Come on. Come on.
Yeah. It's Orianna and Smolder, you know?
Yeah.
That's the biggest problem. If it was just Smolder, it's like, okay, you know, Senna can contest that. Now the big thing is AoE puts themselves on a clock, and they have an opportunity to play for a really strong mid game before Orianna has items, and while Smolder is still stacking. So, they need to find things that really spike on 1 to 2 items in order to try and find some advantage, or just run over the lanes really, really hard at the same time. And so it almost makes me wonder if you go towards some really niche pocket things. The Kindred, actually, as one of the cool things that Rosethorn likes to play, might be the answer, even though it's not the strongest pick in the meta.
Could be interesting. I'm always a big fan. I love Kindred. I also just love the amount of priority it gives to these junglers. I think we are gifted one thing in North American Challengers League. It is our junglers are pretty stacked, I feel like. We have a lot of really good heads and names in our top 10. We do want to see, though, a little bit of focus in the second phase, because it was the Cassante joining the ban for the topside matchup, but it is the Nocturne Vi. So very heavy focus towards Shaden setting up for the team. Yeah. Which is a particularly good focus, I feel like, against FlyQuest.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a ton of go buttons coming out from FlyQuest. I've had long conversations with Kelsey Moser, actually, about whether or not Tom Kench counts as primary engage. But either way, it is still a spot where, with this Renekton coming through, with his buffs on 14-4, he is a better champion. And now it is a spot where there are counter picks. The Malphite is something that Zamudo has piloted successfully in the past. The Xinjiao does spike really hard on one item. Malphite is not a character that really likes fighting at that point, which is my biggest complaint if they end up going that. I do like the Xinjiao a lot, but I want to see like something else that can fight on one item.
And honestly, Surdy's just saying, bring your masses, bring whatever you want. I'll blind pick Renekton R4, because why not? And they're saving the counter pick for Shaden, who now knows what the jungle matchup will be. So, given the Darius first game, give Shaden the resources. Second game seems like the play.
Yeah. That's a fascinating hover right there, coming out with the silence hover. I know it's not likely to be played, but now I do really want to see Shaden have something that has a bit more engage potential to it. Sejuani was a champion he had a lot of success on with the Evil Geniuses roster back when he was playing with Ryoma in particular, where he really started getting better at this champion. Now with this, I mean, there are tools on AoE that are nice to have later in the game, but I really worry that you can't choose to play a scaling game into a team that is better than you in the early game.
And now the Sejuani giving a lot of engage potential at level 6, but also just providing a ton of skirmish for the matchup, and especially from mid lane, things like that. The question does become, once team fights come around, is the execution going to be there for AoE? Because I do feel like they have some of those options, a lot of spacing availability to them. But again, the hands diff, those kinds of things definitely playing into FlyQuest Challenger's favor here. Do we see the bot lane focus come into focus whatsoever for this one, especially for AoE?
Excuse me, I mean a little bit. You do know that the center rel has some opportunities to be aggressive, and you can stack Wixie's souls reasonably aggressively on the Tahm Kench. But, like, Senna is not usually aggressive enough to prevent Sajed from also farming his dragon stacks. You know, it is the spot where he is going to be getting a lot of damage right on back in order to make Breezy suffer for every single time he tries to aggress onto Chime. And you are seeing a lot of safety for the backline here of FlyQuest Challengers, and Zamudo will need to be careful with the way he's trying to play, because if he ever goes for an ultimate that Chime is not going to get hit by, it is just going to be a great spot for a Sajed or Quad or whoever, because they're just going to get eaten out of the ult.
Yep, it's going to be interesting to keep an eye on. We're into the game now, though. Make sure you're spamming in chat, AoE or Fly C for either team. I think it's going to take this win, and AoE need this to push it to 3. FlyQuest Challengers on the cusp of going 7-0 in a 10-team league.
They also have next week off, if I remember correctly. Yep, we will not see them again until week 8, where they will play Supernova and Raj Alliance. One of those should be fairly straightforward, but Supernova, as the other team, currently tied with Maryville, trying to find their way. That will be a bit of a challenge coming in for the FlyQuest roster as well. But
Maryville put Supernova ahead of FlyQuest Challengers. For yesterday's game.
Interesting. Wow. I mean, we'll see. Who did Supernova lose to again? Supernova lost to Maryville. Oh, okay. That's funny. There has to be like some scrim information. I would not be surprised if like FlyQuest Challengers scrimmed more with LCS teams than they did with other Challengers League teams.
Interesting. We'll get a whole G2 spreadsheet at the end of the season.
Oh, God. That was the dumbest spreadsheet I had ever seen. It's like, oh, yeah, we are winning scrims. I'm just like, I don't know if you know this, Lennon, but my Warhammer record, I win about 40% of my non-tournament games. And I win about 70% of my tournament games. There's not the same.
No way! Sadly, you know, I'm part of the training in that, but
that means you get some wins. You won the last one.
I don't remember being that successful, but you know, it is what it is. So now I do want to see actually bot lane a focus onto the only level 1 bot lane of FlyQuest Challengers. I love the early 2v2 from Breezy and Wixie.
That is good. I mean, you do need to be aggressive in this lane, and punishing Sajed and Chime, this is one of the only weaknesses that we have been seeing from Sajed, is he needs to improve his laning, right? Again, very similar to, I always like to compare him to Masu, who is one of the other players that we had a lot of success from previously, where it took him some time to actually like level up his laning, but he finds angles in team fights that a lot of other players can't even imagine. So Jed can do similar things. Wixie and Breezy, preventing him from farming this aggressively early on, is helping out quite a bit. They're going to hit level 3 now before Sajed hits level 2.
Quad is working on Onat mid lane right now. Ton of trading being done in favor of Quad, at least so far. Obviously, TP is still available, and that is kind of the flow of mid lane now. You're trying to trade health bars as much as possible. But Rosethorn Breezy making a move.
Yeah, I mean,
Not
you
gonna
have
make
to
it.
create some pressure, but Ona is like, no, don't worry, I'm going to back away and teleport back in. This is part of what Ona is so scary for. He is such a strong laning mid laner. He's going to create so much pressure there. At the same time, overall, the jungle will be done a little bit faster by Shade, just mostly because he is playing the Sejuani instead of the Xin Zhao. And up in the top side, now I do want to say, the press the attack build, you can see a lot of W max builds coming out from Malphite having a lot of success in this lane. And one of the biggest ways that you showcase skill as Renekton is you prevent Zamudo from backing and keeping him at 0 mana for as long as possible. So it becomes a game of attrition more than anything else. And Zamudo getting his first back off right now, oh, never mind. See, this is it, right? Sergio's like, if you ever back, you're going to be missing like half a wave or more. And as long as you're missing half a wave or more, it is worth my time to keep you in this lane for as long as possible. But this is a spot where, because the wave fully got him, Zamudo can back away and will not miss anything when he teleports back into lane. So ultimately, it looks as though Zamudo's actually done a pretty darn good job at surviving the parts of the lane that are tough, comes back to lane with a Warden's Mail, and now he should actually be in a pretty decent spot in terms of going for tussles for the next little bit.
Yeah. And again, he went down early against Surdy last game on the Darius counter into the Udyr, and he still was able to keep consistent with the laning phase at least. And like, that's the thing I highlighted earlier is, like, I've talked to a bunch of players at this point. Every time I mention Zamudo's name, it's like, oh, well, I can't believe I forgot about him. He's so good.
Yeah.
It's been interesting to watch his growth on AoE as a whole. But FlyQuest Challengers, they have some studs on their team for sure. We're going to see some fighting go down here as well. I think Shaden does get spotted out here by the ward starting the grubbies. No real response as Rosethorn had just reset.
Yeah, it's very tough to go for it. We'll see how many Shaden actually chooses to take here. Definitely going to get the one, still on vision, and he's going to be committing for even more. And I don't blame him. The Hextech Dragon sucks, so go ahead and give that one over to Rosethorn. It is A-okay. Make sure you get the actual objective here in... I've heard a lot of names for these. I think Kevin's has become the most common one. Telegrubbies.
I like the Telegrubbies.
Either way.
They're episodes of the Telegrubbies. Every time they spawn, it's 1 episode and 2 episodes. So typically we have 6 episodes a day.
Wow.
Or I guess if you go not, I don't know.
Oh,
a series.
The comet missed.
Oh my God. The fact that he dodged that is actually kind of nuts.
Let's be real. He didn't dodge it. It just did not go.
He was walking.
Nah, he got shotgun to the other side of it. I'm not going to give all that credit for that.
He's alive.
He's alive.
That's all that matters.
But it's still going to be...
We did get the dragon.
Yeah, Dragons picked up 20 CS lead in the mid lane, as well as a play already going over the squad. It is a lot of advantage coming out in the mid lane. In the bottom lane, though, also 20 CS advantage going over to Wixie, so they're doing a good job preventing Sajed from farming rather effectively. And the top side is still not a lead coming through from FlyQuest. Now, one of the discussions we were having before about the lack of flangles that we often see coming out from FlyQuest does mean that they can get forced into front-to-back styles of fighting when they really don't want to be. And this is a game where, at least early on in the game, while Renekton is still dominating the play around the map, it is definitely the situation where you want to be able to find some of these flangles in order to make Onat and Wixie uncomfortable.
Breezy gonna dodge out there as well. I do also find it curious though, because we got the triple TP comp from FlyQuest Challengers, realizing that, you know, if they can just keep pressure in lane and stay alive and stay at least consistent there, they do have a very strong late game, as you kind of mentioned in draft. So interesting to see them use a little bit of little tweaks to make that happen.
Yeah. It's very entertaining watching Smolder just walk around too, because sometimes it looks like he only has 2 legs, and it's kind of like, oh, he's like a little bird. Like,
don't hate up by the little dragon.
I love Smolder. He's great.
Look at him, he falls down. It's so cute.
Yeah, he kind of looks like a little bird when you can't see his hind legs, you know.
That skin in particular is impressive. Onat, no! Why does the communication line keep getting cut off from O-Nation? Quad gets first blood.
I don't know, just going dark, and now Quad can hit this and also threaten to move with Shaden as he... Oh, doesn't quite get the smite, but still, it's not as inventive as what we were seeing from before, but it's also a very straightforward play. Shockwave into the Glacial Prison. Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah. Oh, we did it again.
Ooh. Breezy, Wixie trying to be lethal down here. Trying to take down a little dragon. They've gotten their best dragon hunting clothes on. They're going to take down Chime, too. I don't know what happens when you kill a catfish and a dragon, but they're going to try to.
Yeah, I really like that from Chime, actually. He autoed Breezy 3 times, used the Q for the stun, and then started channeling his W to make sure that Breezy could not interrupt his escape.
It's the little things.
Little things, yeah. Rosarn trying to see if there's anything here. He might be able to interrupt Sajed, but no, choosing not to go for that at all. And look at the vision control around this mid lane as well. There's been a control ward in the top line brush for basically the entire game at this point, and the bottom line brush just got cleared. So FlyQuest challengers have created so much safety for Quad. It's part of why he's been so able to be aggressive in this mid lane, and it's part of why he's got 2 plays already down.
Well, I mean, he's got 2 plates, and he's also got like 30 CS on ONET. I mean, you wonder why we're almost at a 2K lead under 10 minutes for FlyQuest challengers. And it's because of a lot of the map state that's going down. Now we have a play on bot side. Beautiful Magnet Storm from Breezy. Sets up on the Chime. Chime's going to try to get out of that one, but he can't. He gets denied, and Wixie gets the kill. We're 1-1 now.
Yeah, well done to Breezy. Getting that one started is going to be giving the money over to Wixie and Rosethorn. Uh-oh, Sajed. Okay, they're backing away, not actually going for any kind of dive. All right, you're totally fine. That's my bad. Okay, gonna stop that there, but it is still going to be a spot where overall it's only cutting into the gold lead a little bit. Finding that kill over to Wixie does mean that this Senna will be a bit accelerated, but the rest of the mid game for around like the Rift Herald fight, it should be still dominated by the Renekton and the Sejuani. And then after that is when Wixie will start having a bit more play. ONET will have more play. Rosestorm will have more play. But until then, it is still a very tough position for FlyQuest challengers after Renekton is no longer dominating the game. This is
If a predator hunts you in the woods and doesn't show its face, is it really a predator? Well, I guess we're going to find out real soon. Wixie gonna flash out. Still gets a Glacial Prison. Cleanse out. He's trying to survive. He gets devoured, though. And while you're taking up those tower shots, Chime's getting a little low. He's like, I got to take this one, bro.
That was ridiculous. The fact that these 2 tanks just have enough damage to kill Wixie through Flash and Cleanse, crazy stuff coming through. They will be trading out the grubs on the top side of the map, but there's also buy some much needed time for Sajed to be all by himself in the bot lane, recoup some of the CS differential that he had lost, and also farm some dragon training stacks that he really needs. Now, 2 grubs going over to Rosethorn. Now he moves towards the mid lane. Quad doesn't know yet.
Quad has no idea.
Oh!
ONET's on a revenge arc. Really nice amount of damage there. And the Spiraling Despair flashed out of Quad makes it out alive.
Wow. Really, really good play from Quad. The fact that Rosestorm was able to get around that and just appear in the mid lane seemingly out of nowhere made Quad in a really uncomfortable position. The fact that he is living, still able to play, and can potentially play for the Dragon gives them a lot of opportunities. Remember, both top players at this point do have access to the teleport, have both completed their first item.
Dragon number 2 for AoE could go down, but Shaden doesn't want to give it over. TP coming down now as well. They go in with Mom. A lot of damage being done by Sajed. AoE are a little bit scattered right now, but they're going to regroup. Witsky is just in the back line by himself against Chime, and Surdy helps get a double kill for Quad. Oh no! It is doomed! It is dusted! And it's an almost ace for FlyQuest challengers!
I have high hopes for this game. FlyQuest challengers, though, absolutely taking control of that, but this is one of the things that we've been looking at, right? FlyQuest trying to take a situation that is not a front to back and put Wixie in an uncomfortable position right away. Chai was like, yeah, you guys are all good, right? And Surdy is like, yeah, don't worry, I got this. I am the most powerful champion in the game at the moment. We're going to get to ONET. We're going to give a double kill over the Quad. Wixie is not going to have flash in order to leave at all because of the dive that we went for earlier. Just cleaning house and finding the Renekton in the perfect position that entire fight meant the Dominus was doing crazy damage.
I can't believe I just watched Chime tank 3, like, pretty decently strong members of AoE by himself in the back of a dragon pit. Like, I am just so shocked. Speaking of shocking, the Glacial Prison goes a little bit wide.
That's okay.
And AoE make it out alive.
Job to AoE for living that, but it is a really tough position. Now, this is wild. This is not something I had noticed before, is the amount of plates that Sturdy had picked up in the top lane. Also, making really good use of the very newly buffed Black Cleaver. You only need 5 stacks instead of 6, and you get an extra % of armor shred at the same time. So he's just using it to punch through the relatively low health bar that Zamudo has at this point, and is still able to create some pressure, abuse the fact that Zamudo's a mana champion in order to do even more. But now, Quad moving towards the top side of the map, will get spotted out, so they know this play is happening, but Sturdy's done a good job getting Zamudo low. That should guarantee them the Rift Herald.
I mean, they've gotten 7 plates across the entire map here as they fall. A lot of gold going their way. They aren't going to start up the Rift Herald just because of the map movements of AoE, who were moving. Now they actually get a pounce on the Quad. Spiraling Despair is starting to tick. The explosion's going to hit, but it does no damage. And now Breezy is in some trouble, too. Rosethorn goes straight in as the Zin's out, but now he's way caught out. He's going to have to pop that Crescent Guard.
Turret.
Gets devoured anyways, and Chime is coming up clutch again. Quad goes on a rampage, and now Onat's in trouble. Mom! Breezy's getting in some trouble too. Oh my god, they are rampaging over them.
Oh man, FlyQuest is so coordinated when fights actually start. It is crazy to watch how everybody will show up and everybody seems to be on the same page. It has really been one of the things that has set this roster apart, taking down Onat a 3rd time this game, continuing to push things in. Yes, they'll lose a wave in the bot lane and in the top lane, but it is okay because of how much they've accelerated their lead.
It is actually crazy, and it doesn't even matter that Sajed is only at 100 stacks at 15 minutes. He'll catch up eventually. He'll catch up, but the rest of the team and him really having a good forward foot in this series. And you know, I talked about the developmental pillar I feel like the FlyQuest Challenge has become in recent history in our league, but it also speaks to the way that these players have fought back from a lot of adversity, right? We had 2 players here that were supposed to be LCS this year, and then they got headshot, right? And the fact that we have a lot of situations where these players are trying to prove themselves, and FlyQuest is a wonderful stepping point for that, and a way of forming that is super cool.
Yeah. Oh. There it is.
He's got the ulti. Oh. But hey, you know, Shaden has an ulti too. Zamudo dodges out the last second, but Quad goes unstoppable.
Yeah, if that Q had landed on Rosethorn, he might have also died. That is how far ahead this team is. Okay, one of the things I do love to see is when you're really far ahead and you already have the damage that you need, it's okay to start building more defensively, right? The Seraph's rush makes a lot more sense here because he knows he's never going to die. He just needs to make sure he never gives up that bounty.
30, he's going to pop Dominus. He's in a 1v2, getting slowed down by the Spiraling Despair, trying to get a heal up with the Rage stacks, and he goes in. Donic Shadow comes across, but he's going to get Onat anyways, and it's only 220 measly gold, but now he's going to get caught out too. He's got a big shutdown, and if they give it to the right person, which they did, Rosethorn, they do get a little bit back.
But look at how much they had to commit for that at the same time. They're losing that Rift Herald. Quad can go for this top lane turret if he wants it. The mid lane got pushed in, and now Teleport's going to be coming down as well. Zamudo still has no ultimate. Eat him. He's coming right on back.
Chime. He's going to devour him up. Sajed is coming here to get some more stacks too, but Zamudo's under tower. He's just going to try to take the tower, and he can indeed. An ejected bounty claimed by Zamudo, but some more stacks going the way of Sajed. Just waiting for the Q, baby.
It's like Nasus, you know. Oh. More.
A little fighting. Oh, a little bit of anti-synergy there as Mom comes across. Rosethorn is by himself in an alcove, calling his mom as Sajed gets the kill.
I mean, credit to Zamudo for picking up the turret there, but I feel like Rosethorn could have lived if he had flashed the shockwave, but you know, we're splitting hairs at this point. The lead is so big for FlyQuest; they can do whatever they want, wherever they want. It's crazy. Like, Sajed will be picking up this turret. He was sitting at like only 100 stacks like a minute or 2 ago, and now he's at 147. Partly because he's just sitting there and leaving Zamudo alive so he can farm even more stacks, but it is a really tough position for AoE. And you got to feel for Wixie and Breezy, who in particular are the strong ones.
So good. Yeah, I think that's the craziest thing is, like, it's not that Wixie and Breezy have been diffed at all. If anything, there's been a lot of fluctuations around the rest of the map, and I feel like Wixie and Breezy have had some consistency so far in the series, even if they've been so far behind every game. it's still something to think about for AoE is like, in a different world, if things don't start breaking down like this, Wixie and Breezy can be a consistent part to the puzzle.
True. One of the other things that I do want to point out currently is Zumudo goes locking the Iron Solari. He is definitely helping out Wixie. He recognized, yep, you are the boss in this one. But the thing that I didn't want to say is Surdy has not gotten a solo kill this game. It's unlikely to happen from this point. So it looks like Zumudo is going to stay ahead.
You say that.
It's unlikely. Not impossible.
Not impossible. So you're saying there's a chance.
There's a chance.
As we speak about it, the chance is that FlyQuest challengers are going to go 7-0 so far with these massive lead. Baron coming up in about a minute. Not necessarily something I feel like they can burn so much, but they can absolutely pull a play behind. And Shaden has Flash, has Glacial Prison available.
Yeah, and Zumudo has the ultimate and the Flash, so a very tough target to go for up there, but Quad does do a lot of damage. The Cosmic Drive, really cool tag here, just to, again, try and keep yourself alive, have the extra movement speed. And now AoE, as they move themselves in, they're going to be dropping the Rift Herald, going to be opening us up.
Just the tongue lash of the Glacial Prison just brought him down to half health. Luckily, he's Senna. Here comes the charge, though, into the turret, with all the mites on top of it as well. Second time's the charm. Gonna get right back in the car and go straight for another one. As he does do it, Shaden gets even more value out of it. They're gonna try to collapse onto the turret. Surdy is literally in a 1v2 right now by himself. And they don't get the inhib turret, but they do some lasting damage.
Yeah, it'll be down. It'll not regenerate past the 1/3 mark, and now FlyQuest can go around and pick up whatever is left in the jungle. They do have a couple waves that they will need to attend to, but they also have 2.5 minutes until the next dragon actually spawns. So again, they have like a lot of freedom. It is very difficult for FlyQuest to lose from this position, even if they make big mistakes. The one thing they can't afford to do is accelerate Wixie. And as we do check across the 20-minute mark, where was Wixie at 20 minutes? Because the judge is at 178.
I think it was like about the same.
He was a little lower. I would say he was at like
a little bit lower.
But I would say like 130.
Nah, I would say like 150 something.
150?
Not super sure though.
All right.
They're about to stack up some more though.
Yeah.
Zumudo, he has that flash. He has that ulti. Is he gonna try to use it to get out of this one? It's a lot of members on top of him, and I think he realizes after using the ult, there's no point in flashing.
Yep. Goes over to Sajed. Gets up to 181. Now, will he be able to? I don't think
he's hitting it. Unless they get one more big fight, like a 5-on-5.
Oh.
Oh, Breezy. Oh, Breezy. Well, not much to say here, but Sajed getting some more stacks. He gets a couple
there. My big thought is, like, does he get it before the dragon spawns? And I think the answer is supposed to be no. 30?
They got the play on 30. Oh, gotta pop the dominance, gets the stairs as well. As he's gonna flash in. Oh, he finally goes down. That was almost a Godzilla moment.
Yeah, that was.
We do get something back.
That was wild, but Surdy going a little bit too far, and it is enough to dissuade FlyQuest challengers from actually going over for this Baron, and that is one of the things that I do see from Surdy. Remember how he said like one of the things that he's working on is understanding when to do nothing. That looked like one of the spots where he was supposed to be trying to do nothing, because the rest of his team is doing A-okay. They were already hitting the Baron. As long as he's not dying, things are good. Uh-oh, stacks!
Stacks. Another one, another 3! Give him more! Oh yeah, bring more so you can get even more stacks. Here comes Mom, and they might just get it off of this one. Dawning Shadow came across it. Chime actually got the kill there too. Sajed is still firing away here, and he's stacking. He's over 200 now, and this has been literally 20 stacks going over. Now Quad's up in the face of them, and they want more. Sajed is getting into the fight too, but Quad gets spiraling despaired. Now Breezy, give it even more. Maybe he'll get 110, 210, 211, as now Wixie's also gone off the face of Summoner's Rift, and Onat, the only one left to survive, and the only one to tell the tale of FlyQuest challengers, not any longer.
Oh man, 215, 216 before the dragon actually spawned. That's a really impressive number
180
coming out.
something before that.
Oh man, so many stacks so quickly. We'll also get 2 kills off of taking down this structure. They'll be able to play for the dragon, and nobody died on the side of FlyQuest that entire fight. Quad got so low. Sajed looked like he might go down at one point during that fight, but it's not enough. 2 turrets are down. Another dragon will be going over to FlyQuest as well, giving no opportunity for AoE to even think about coming back in this game.
I think it's a serious conversation to start thinking about, does FlyQuest Challengers go undefeated in the season? I think they have a serious opportunity to do so with the challenges they have left. And yes, there's a couple things, but like they have absolutely dominated a majority of the games they played this season.
So double checking what they have left, it's Supernova and Mirage Alliance. I'm going to say that this might be contradictory or controversial, but I think they're going to beat Mirage Alliance. Now, Supernova is kind of the final boss for FlyQuest going through, right? That is where they are looking at as the last top challenger in order to prevent them from going undefeated. And I think FlyQuest is the favorite in that position.
I think they are indeed as well. You get the full combo, he's on a time, but here comes Mom, and Shaden goes forward too, not able to be slowed. And if Sajed is left to his own devices in any of these fights, it is a losing one for AoE.
Yeah, and Chime has so much opportunity to keep him safe as well, even with no flash. Sajed has to misposition twice in order to die realistically. So FlyQuest, now again, no flangles. Playing the front to back against Malphite Senna Hui is not the easiest thing in the world, but FlyQuest have done it before in worse situations, and they have just showcased that they are better players than most other teams, where they take these front to backs they're not supposed to necessarily be favored in, and they're favored anyway. But also, Sajed, 228 stacks at this point. He's got the huge burn. The front to backs, as long as Sajed is safe, are once again massively winning.
And a little bit of wheels turning there for AoE. They just had 4 members of mid lane just standing around trying to figure out what was going to come next, because there's no real option for them on the map. They can't just go force a Baron fight or anything. They kind of have to play reactively to FlyQuest.
Yeah, and FlyQuest, here it is. They should just be comfortable starting to hit this.
Give him the fist bump. Somebody give Sajed the fist bump. Oh my God, the worst teammates I've ever seen.
Unbelievable. We were just talking about their good synergy. Okay, this front to back is potentially tough for them, especially if Zamudo finds this good angle. They know he's there.
They do. They have him on the other side of the wall pinned. Shaden, 5,000 health on the Baron in the pit. The AoE going forward. They find him. They're on the Sajed. They get the combo onto him, but he's not dying. The dragon will not go down, and Mom is here to save the day. FlyQuest Challengers, they turn it right back on its head. The turn has tables, as Riv has always said, and now AoE are in a serious world of hurt. It's not the Baron, but it's the pride that's hurting.
You can't really ask for a whole lot more to get it put into Sajed from that position, right? Breezy got on him, Zamudo got on him, you got the Wixie ult coming through, and he didn't even get low, right? Like, he was at 40% at the lowest throughout that last fight. That is how far ahead FlyQuest Challengers are, and Sajed is only going to get tougher to kill from this point on. Chime didn't even use the ultimate on Sajed. He used it on Quad during that last fight, and this is cheeky.
That's a lot of, and that, yeah. Rosethorn thinking he had an option. He's like, I can't do anything about it. He does end up going down. Quad goes 7-0. You have Sajed at 5-0. What's up with the Smolders going unkilled today so far? Maybe it's a good champ. Maybe it's Maybelline. But Quad has stepped up to set up this team so far.
Yeah, no deaths on Quad, no deaths on Sajed. It has been good. And I don't think... I'm trying to think of another mid laner that would have made that play that Quad just did. I gotta think of anyone. Right? Like, that's the kind of thing, like, you need a lot of confidence for, because if you get, you know, if you run into, like, 3 or 4 people, you can lose your flash in that situation, which can be really detrimental for an upcoming fight, but ultimately it did not matter, because the only person who came by was Rosethorn, and Rosethorn is the only person with Smite on the team of AoE, gets yourself a free dragon, and now with a minute left until the Infernal Soul, we'll get to see just how much damage this Orion and Sajed on the Smolder can really pump.
We're almost at 4 items, 3.5 for both of the carries here. And we do see them forming ranks around this pit. It is mid lane that AoE are trying to clear out a little bit to get some, at least pressure somewhere.
Yeah, I think it's too late, right? Like, 11,000 gold. we can watch Wixie in the next fight, see if he's able to get anything done, because unfortunately Onat, too poor at this point, doesn't have enough items, and FlyQuest will just kind of push through everyone. Here comes a TP from Zamudo. That is very deep.
Wait,
it's gonna take him
like,
a long time to get
like
here.
Really deep. Wait, I think I just saw a blue trinket used from AoE on Zamudo. I don't know what's happening. I feel like a little breakdown there. TP's coming in from Cerny. Things are all over the place right now. Oh my goodness. I feel like I have chameleon eyes to look at all of this. Zamudo is getting taken out. Breezy's getting taken out. Sajet has literally been untouched. And things are falling off the hinges for AoE. And FlyQuest put it in the little kid's hands. That's going to be a tier 2. And FlyQuest running away with this game.
I respect the attempt from AoE. That's how far gone this game was going. You need to throw the Hail Mary. It's the only chance you have to get anything back. But FlyQuest, like you said, they will continue to 7-0, threatening to have an undefeated season. One of the first we have ever had in the Challengers League.
I made a call yesterday, undisputed, unrivaled. Well, it's just that to continue here. We will not see them again next weekend, but they will ride off into the sunset, at least for now, in beautiful fashion. A dominant, and I mean dominant, series from FlyQuest Challengers.
Yeah, nothing really in doubt. They had, again, only a couple of small missteps, and I think that's the thing that's going to set FlyQuest Challengers apart, is they will look at these games and be like, but we didn't win perfectly, and that is what a team that is continuing to try and get better needs to do. It doesn't matter if you won, you still need to know if you could have won harder, and that's something that FlyQuest Challengers is so good at.
Well, we're going to be stepping away for a short little break, and then we're going to be speaking with Sajet afterward.
They said it couldn't be done. They said the world would never accept a cookie this long. Or a churro, and probably not a pretzel either. They also said, under no circumstances should those really long and delicious treats be wildly affordable. To which we said, but we already made them. And they are. Introducing the incredible new foot-long sidekicks. Get one at Subway today.
Welcome back, one and all, to the Rally Cry post-game interview. I am joined by the wonderful new addition to FlyQuest Challengers in Sajet, and a big star, at least in this series. How was it to kind of come into the fold of FlyQuest? We got to hear from you early on in the split, but now that we're this far in, you have a week off next week. What has been the growth pattern you feel like for this team? Why is it working so well?
I think my coach and my teammates know that I'm a rookie, so they really help me, especially Chime. He really helps me understand the game better, know my role, how to, speak up for myself as an AD carry. And I think, they have it, especially my coach Rocco. He has a track record of playing with rookie ADs, so he knows what to do, and I think he's been extremely helpful in helping me and my growth.
That's awesome. I mean, we have been seeing that this has been a roster where you have a number of players that have played in the LCS already, and everyone is basically, top 2, top 3 in their role. What has it been like filling in as, this rookie AD carry where you aren't necessarily expected to take a big role in a lot of the games, and you can kind of, find your way to play?
Yeah, to be honest, at first I thought there'd be a lot of pressure, but my teammates are just so good. It doesn't matter really how bad I do. Yeah. So there's no pressure. I'm just playing my game. I just have to use this opportunity the best I can just to improve as fast as I can, and that's just the way I see it.
I know Rocco's goal was to get you guys all to LCS, and that is the goal, at least continuing here. Now, when you're talking about communication, kind of cooks in the kitchen, is everybody kind of pulling their weight, or do you have some main voices? I know when we were speaking with Surdy, he was saying Quad actually has gotten a lot more communicative in that fashion, but what is the power structure there within the game, at least?
I think it's just a conversation between all 4 players. I think Quad, later in the game probably is the main voice, but I think everyone talks about really important things during the game, especially even Surdy. He in the mid game, he's really vocal about lane assignments and what he wants to do. So I think everyone just comes for what they need.
Nice. Now we got to talk about this last part of it, because you guys are currently 7-0 with only 2 series left. You have a week off, and then you're going to be playing Supernova, and I just had it, and Mirage Alliance going into the last week. What are your expectations for these 2 series?
Probably a fast 9-0.
Is there any special preparation that you feel like you need to do for either of these teams?
Not really. That's on the coach's job, not me. I don't need to think about that.
Love that. I do have a little question. I know he's not one to necessarily hoot and holler, but please tell me Surdy was making some kind of noise up there when he was solo boloing Zamuda over and over again.
All we just hear is top dead. Top dead. We heard that a couple times this series.
That's all we got.
Top dead. Yeah.
Oh,
maybe I missed it, but
we gotta get him chirping a little bit more. He's too serious. He's too serious. Sajed, I want to give you a chance to give some shout outs here before I let you go.
Yeah, I shout out my team, shout out my coach, my players, my teammates, and then shout out my brother and my mom. They always watch every match. I said this before, but my mom pretends to know what's going on, but in reality she has no idea, but she still tunes in, so I appreciate that a lot.
That's all that really matters, right? That familial support. Appreciate you so much, Sajed, and I'm sure we will see you much more of you soon. I'm going to go ahead and take it from you. That is it for our second series. That's also it for me. I'm going to be saying bye, and Kangas is going to be coming in for me. So we'll see you on the other side of this break for our last series of the day.
They said it couldn't be done. They said the world would never accept a cookie this long. Or a churro, and probably not a pretzel either. They also said, under no circumstances should those really long and delicious treats be wildly affordable. To which we said, but we already made them. And they are. Introducing the incredible new foot-long sidekicks. Get one at Subway today.
I think TLC will win. We'll have no issues at all.
Probably FlyQuest. I hold a lot of respect for a lot of their players, so probably the favorite to win.
Can I say myself? Yeah, I think FlyQuest is the favorite to win the split.
Area of Effect Gaming. I think they're individually just so cracked that it doesn't matter who they're up against.
Well, that would be my team, because it's my team. I mean, who roots against themselves, Us or FlyQuest, because I think we're the best 2 teams.
I'd say it's probably FlyQuest, or ourselves. I can't ever count myself out.
Yumi?
Yumi?
I don't know. I mean, honestly, I'll just say Yumi.
That champ just, is useless, and then whenever the champ is useful, the game kind of sucks,
The community will have my back on that one. So yeah, just hear me.
Well, this is embarrassing.
I think it's Zoe. She's just the mid lane champ that wins jungle matchups, and I also don't even really want it on my team, so I just hate Zoe.
Zed. I hate Zed. They just farm with Q from far, and then they think they're good when they press R. I think like if you're a Zed OTP and you can play Zed and you like have like the basic combos down, it shoots you up like a whole tier at least.
I think I'll choose Zeri. Kind of like the peak of Zeri Yuvi meta, and like Zeri Lulu meta was kind of the bane of every top laner.
I want to dunk on Shochi. Yes. He's a good friend of mine, and he's a good laner, and I want to dunk on him.
All of them. All of them, but in particular, every support player that exists, hands down. Just pick one.
Quad. So badly. So badly, actually. This guy has 87 LCK games. He just dropped 2 nukes in his most recent game. So if I can drop a nuke on that guy, then it's gonna look good for me.
Messages unlit. Give him a little reality check.
I'll just choose Dragoon. I mean, we're the 2 like Darius players in NACL, and there's only space for one, I guess. I'll just say that.
I just want to be AoE because I think I'm friends with a lot of them, and it would just feel good, yeah. I would do full Fearless LCS, not even the NACL Fearless, like both teams can't play the champ.
I don't know. I think it's in a good state right now. I'm liking the format and the games on the weekends.
Take the free money, I chill, and I listen to the people. You know, I'll be a good commissioner.
I'm adding Duo Q back to Masters, GM, and Challenger to revive the social aspect of this game. I have no idea, but I'm sure I would have the power to do that, so I'm going to.
I think I just throw everything out the window, honestly. Like, go full Fearless draft in LCS or something. Yeah, just try and, like, make some waves.
Not too much I can say without breaking some friendships. We'll see what happens.
Definitely makes you have to think it a little bit differently. Obviously, the champs you just picked are not available anymore, so the next game has to be different.
It's interesting because you're still going to play like the meta champs, and only if it goes to game 3 does it really feel like you have to pull something out of your pocket.
I've always had like a pretty solid champion pool. I think that I kind of have more of an advantage.
The one weird thing of Fearless is maybe flex pick value is slightly lower than it used to be. For example, Karma's buffed. If you pick it support, you can't play it mid or top or whatever in the next games. It takes getting used to, but I think once people get used to it, it's good changes.
Fearless is cool. A couple of players that are just 2 tricks, 1 trick, so it makes them a bit out of their comfort zone. For me, I play every champ, so I don't care.
I really wish if it was Fearless, it would be both sides have the Fearless. You know, if one side picks a champ, both teams can't play it. But I think so far it's pretty decent.
For our first match, I meditated with JJ, our assistant coach, and Daption and Lens. I think that is going to be my new pre-game routine.
I always take some time to like step away, either like headphones completely off, like deafened, some meditation, and like closing my eyes and like focusing.
My pre-game routine is definitely to eat like a really good breakfast, play a couple solo queue games before, and then kind of just relax for maybe 20-30 minutes before the match.
1 or 2 solo queue games into LOL dodge game, controlling a little character in like 2D screen where projectiles are flying at you. It's basically like gets your hands warm, and then like a lot of water.
Some teams they have like workout in the morning, some teams they have like stretches before the matches, some teams, for example in C9 we always walked for like an hour at home, so I don't know what I'm gonna do honestly. Play in the ARM or something. Usually the ARMs are the key to victory.
First thing is I'll eat. It can't be like too soon, but it also can't be like too far from your match, or else you might get like hungry towards the end of it. I take a cold shower, dunk my face in like ice water pretty much, warm up my hands under like hot water or like warm water, and then finally I have like an energy drink. I like doing aim labs actually. Like there's a few like exercises in there that are good for league. I stick to that every single match.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the LCS Challengers League. I'm Kangas, hopping in for Mazel to close out the final series of the day, but I'm still joined by Joshi. And Joshi, I gotta say, I'm trying to match Mazel's energy. He was showing a lot of buttons there, so I'm trying.
You want me to?
I'm trying it out. Am I looking good?
I can keep going down if you want. I think you might have more chest hair than I do.
I know I'm not him, but
all right. I can never be him.
Could never be him. All right, I think we're looking all right.
We're looking
all right.
Final
Final series ahead of us today, Lit versus MU. I'm excited to take this one, even though it's not the heavyweight SmackDown from yesterday. MU did drop that series, so they are no longer tied for first place. But FlyQuest Challengers keep it going here as we catch up from what happened earlier in the day. One quick series from FlyQuest, and TLC actually coming back a little bit with their match with the bottom of the standings against Mirage. But we're looking at MU versus Lit ahead of us here. So what do we think about MU? Did you get a chance to catch up on the series from yesterday?
I have not yet had a chance to watch yesterday's games, but I heard it was a banger,
they were good.
And they were really, really high-level games. And I mean, with a number of players on those two teams who are effectively like LCS caliber, not particularly surprised. And as we get our Maryville players on screen, in particular, everybody knows UG and Spyrex have been LCS caliber players for a while, but I think the biggest surprise for a lot of people this year has been Scary Jerry, who has also stepped up significantly. I know a lot of the color casters, we did not rate this player particularly highly going into the year, but man, has he surprised us.
In terms of individual performances, everybody on Maryville has stepped up, and in terms of expectation to performances, I agree. Scary Jerry definitely exceeding the power level that we kind of set up this team. When you look at names like UG, Spyrex, Niles as well, we're like, okay, those are the main characters, but props to Scary Jerry having a fantastic split so far, and we're definitely going to keep our eyes on this player going forward. In the past, we've had, versions of this roster, even I'm looking just last year, where Scary Jerry is the guy who's saying, I do want to make the push for LCS. I want to go pro, even if it's through the collegiate scene and not all of my teammates have the same dream, have the same goal. We know Scary Jerry individually is working towards that. Yeah. So let's take a look at the opposition, though. On the other side of the rift, we will have Lit Esports. Now, this is a pretty fun story to follow for this team. They did promote into the NACL last year. And I mean, we're talking about Scary Jerry. Well, we ought to talk about Rockboom then, the rookie AD carry, who's also, I think, been impressing a lot considering the competition.
Rockboom, really big fan of this player as well, because when we had the two AD carries of Sajed and Rockboom coming into this season, they were the two players that I had the most excitement about. I thought that these two players could rebuild up the game, especially from the AD carry role, which we have not seen outside of Masu in a while. And I really want to see how effectively these two players will play up against each other between Rockboom and Scary Jerry, because both of them have been very strong so far.
And, of course, you see names like Dragoon as well. Dragoon's, he promoted twice. This guy had to do it 2 times to actually compete in the NACL. So, shout-outs to everybody on Lit. They had a slower start to their season, though. So, let's talk about implications as we're getting ready for pick and ban of game number 1 and kind of conceptualize where these two teams find themselves. Lit right now are a little low in the standings. They are currently sitting at 2-4 in series record and 5-9 in game record. So they are a series up over teams like Mirage, like Disguise, but they're only 1 game win ahead of Mirage. So they're kind of the one holding the line for the top 8, making it to playoffs, and more importantly, avoiding that promotion tournament.
Yeah, and crucially, it's also worth noting that with the way that tiebreakers work, series score obviously matters first, but then game scores do come second, and then head-to-head doesn't matter until you've already gotten past that point. And with only 3 series left, including the one that they're playing today, Lit needs every game as well as every series that they can get. And with Maryville, we're hoping they can get a game, but they're also playing Disguise and Team Liquid Challengers, and these are also just going to be basic hands checks that they are going to need to pass if they want to guarantee their way into playoffs.
It's not the hardest, final 3 matches. Maryville is going to be tough, obviously. Even though they just dropped their series to FlyQuest, it was close yesterday. So this one, I think Lit, their goal should be to pick up a game, because then they can at least be 2 games ahead of Mirage. Like you said, even if they don't have the head-to-head series record against Mirage, they can't have more games than them total. So I'm looking for Lit here. The series 1 would be awesome, but you're also happy if you just pick up the 1 win, because you're setting yourself up for those next 2 matches, which are going to be much easier in terms of power level. So as we get into game number 1, that's what I'm going to be paying attention to. It is Fearless Draft. So maybe game 1 isn't as important. If you drop it, I still don't think that they should be that stressed because you have that opportunity to limit the champ pool of your opponent.
As someone who used to play in a lot more tournaments and a lot more leagues and things like that, whenever I would go into a series where I knew I was a heavy underdog, my goal was not even necessarily to win a game. Like, I would always try to, but my biggest thing was like, they need to take us seriously, right? They actually need to beat us. And as long as we are making all the decisions we think are correct, you know, then we can go back and figure it out later. But if in the moment you felt good about your play, I feel like that's something that we can really look at. And part of what I was looking at with the first series that we had between Mirage Alliance and Team Liquid Challengers, it didn't necessarily feel as though they were playing particularly clean League of Legends. Neither of them should be going away from that feeling, yes, we are now favored to make our way into playoffs, whereas I feel like Lit do still have the opportunity to do that if they just play their best.
I mean, you mentioned that for Lit. Let's talk about it from the other side then. I think that the story still rings true for Maryville. Obviously, winning means more for them because they are towards the top of the standing, so they want to keep that, but they want to dominate this. We just saw them lose a close series to FlyQuest. FlyQuest turns around and just smashes AoE, keeping their win streak alive. So I think if you're Maryville and you still want to prove, like, no, we're still, like, top dogs, a convincing win is very important for them. So as that's kind of the stakes for this match, let's catch up then on what's going on in the actual pick and ban. A lot of bans towards bot laners. Manui, or rather not Manui, I just see the Seraphine.
See the Seraphine,
Manui,
you know.
So, ingrained there. But we have the Seraphine, the Jhin, the Ashe, and the Varus all banned out with Azir and TF.
Yeah, this is definitely a pretty normal set of bans coming through. The biggest surprises, again, of course, the Jhin and the Seraphine, which are things that Rockboom has piloted in the past, and we know that it is still available. And the Kalista coming through, not a big surprise, even though this character did technically take a nerf to the rend damage on this patch. It doesn't change a lot of your breakpoints. You still auto-rend and you get all of your last hits. And so you actually kind of got a net buff because you got more movement on your jumps in ways that you wouldn't before. And so it's a really good opportunity for this Kalista to take over. Whoa!
It still not necessarily known for being the big scaling champ, but you're reacting to that one, so let's talk about it. We got the Kindred locked in very early in the draft.
Now, Kindred is a very cool champion that I think if you are going to try and take down a team that is better than you, Kindred is one of the best champions for it because you have a very clear game plan. You go get some stacks, you find specific targets, and then you can accelerate the game very quickly with this champion. And it's the kind of thing where if Kindred gets ahead, there's not a lot of counterplay to it. It doesn't really matter what your composition is, and this Kindred creates a lot of pressure on the map with both teams knowing what your goals are going to be.
Yeah, when I see Kindred, I oftentimes think you're going to pair it with Enchanters in the support role, but we see the Senna locked in, so a lot of scaling from both of these two champs already. The later this game goes, the scarier it can get. But I'm curious what they're going to pair with it, because Kindred, in my opinion, always does best if it's enabled through something like a Karma in the mid lane. Maybe even like Karma, Lulu support. Melio's great with it. You get that double dip. But I don't know if we're going to have that now with that Senna. So we'll keep our eyes on that. But either way, it's going to be the Renata Glass plus the Talia combo locked in for MU.
Yeah. Now, I expressed my disdain for Talia. I don't think it's a great champion in general. But here, I actually think it has a lot of play just because, one, your Unraveled Earth shuts down a lot of the Kindred's mobility. And also, you can knock people out of the ultimate, the Lambs or Spy, and it is a good way to play around it. However, I am a little bit worried right now because Kindred needs to play really far forward. It's really tough to do that into Kalista, who you can lose a damage check to, into Renata, who helps you lose the damage check, into Leah, who's like, I'm going to leave at this point. And it's very tough for this Kindred to get anything later on if they are even going into team fights. So I really want to see some early aggression, like you said, perhaps with that Enchanter in the mid lane.
Well, I know that I believe she's still co-streaming. I want to hear you and Kelsey Moser debate Talia then, because I know she's a big Talia believer and fan of the champ. So
I think there's a lot of utility, but we also have disagreements about Tom Kench as well. So we'll have an opportunity to talk about it. Yeah, we do. It's pretty funny. So we will actually have an opportunity to talk about it later in the game. But this is definitely a position where now with all of the bot lanes picked up, you now need to shift your attention towards the top lane in particular, where we will see Dragoon get a counter pick, and that's part of why the Mordekaiser ban actually makes a lot of sense. Niles has been one of the historical main characters of Maryville, but I would argue has significantly taken a back seat so far this split because his mid jungle AD carry have been so strong, he hasn't needed to make as many big plays.
and that means that they're probably going to play weak side top lane. Don't give Dragoon something that he can Dragoon smash on. The Darius ban is what I was expecting there, too. These are two of Dragoon's, notable, iconic champions, so we'll not get to pilot those. But like you're saying, we're expecting mid lane locked in here. If we think it's a Talia mid, we can try and counter that. Otherwise, if it's Talia jungle, then this will be a blind pick mid. Either way, they're going to have to lock something. So Hui would make sense. I do like it, but it is another weaker early game champ. So, I mean, at that point, we really are putting a lot of eggs in the Dragoon basket, in my opinion. The other lanes, bot and mid, are going to be mostly farming here.
Ooh, yeah. I mean, the Hui doesn't really provide a lot of support for the Kindred either. You have some crowd control, you have some movement speed buffs that you can give, but it's mostly just damage that comes out from Hui, especially early on in the game. And then, as the game continues to get later, you will get a lot down. But I really like this LeBlanc cover because it punishes a lot of things that Hui likes to do. And of course, Tristana, same thing. Big fan of this champion in general, and I really like it here because you knock people out of the ultimate. You put a lot of pressure on the mid lane early. The one thing that you need to be scared of is if you go aggressive at the wrong time, then Kizno is going to eat you alive.
That's a good point. I wasn't thinking about the Buster shot on top of that. So they have two, even the handshake, I guess, from Renata, you could think, if you're right at the edge. So they have a couple tools to get you out of that Lamb's Respite if needed. It's Aatrox blind for Niles. This has kind of been rising in popularity for a blind pick top laner. Let's see if Dragoon has an answer. Obviously not going to be one of his known champs in the Mordekaiser or the Darius, but we know that Dragoon's got a pretty deep champ pool. Gwen hover, Gwen locked in. Okay.
Interesting. I actually like this quite a bit. You can dodge out on a lot of the really important skill shots coming out from the side of Maryville, including the hostile takeover and the seismic shove, which are some of the most important things that you need to dodge out from crowd control. And so you create a lot of space. You should be able to beat the Aatrox pretty heftily later on, and is one of the best champions at abusing the fact that you are playing inside Lamb's Respite because you are untargetable and you're going to heal a lot throughout the course of your ultimate.
It's a good point, and it raises an interesting question. You teased it before, maybe disagreements you've had with other big brains in the scene. Does Tahm Kench count as primary engage?
That's a good question.
Is this an engaged champion? Because there's not a lot of other engage coming in from the side of Lit right now. It's going to be much more of a kite back style composition.
Yeah, I actually think Tahm Kench is better as engage on the new Rift than they were before, because the way that the walls exist near the blue buffs, where you're going to be fighting around the dragon and around the Baron, you now have better angles that you can take that are closer, and the biggest thing is you always need to be doing your engages from out of line of sight, where they do not see the start, they only see the fishy spinning later on into the actual use of the W. And so I do think it's better now, but there's also a lot of mobility on the side of Maryville, so it's going to be very tough for Tahm Kench to get in on targets that they want to be.
Well, MU's eyes will be on where the Tahm Kench come from. Our eyes are currently on Game 1 of the final series of Week 6 for the NACL. Maryville University dropping a series, their first series in the Super Heavyweight SmackDown yesterday, taking on Lit Esports, who are trying to hold the line and remain in the playoff conversation. More series losses makes that less likely, but they still control their destiny if they can win out on their last two matches here. This is a tough opponent. Let us know who you think is going to take it. MU in the chat if you believe in the collegiate representatives, or Lit in the chat if you think that the newest team to promote can make it happen.
Yeah. You got to get the double promoting Dragoons come through. But
yeah.
otherwise, not a whole lot.
Did it twice, two different teams?
Did it twice. This is the only one that he gets to play with. But but it is definitely a spot where I do have a lot of respect for this Lit organization so far, just because they have, they had this team. They were put in some awkward positions, and I do believe Sajed was playing for this team before Rockboo, if I remember correctly.
I know in the promotion tournament Rockboom was playing, so
yeah,
I don't know
by the promotion tournament, I believe
back.
during the OQs. I can double check on that, but either way, it is.
We do have the internet.
We do have that information, but it is definitely a position. Yeah, so Jed was playing for them during the OQ 1 and 2, and then Rockboom came in when there was a lot of people who got Thanos'd by Riot, shall we say?
Yeah. Maybe a list that came out.
Yeah. Either way,
though. On that one?
I don't know. We'll get into it later. Either way, this is going to be one of the things where we saw some really cool pathing coming out from Chime in particular early on in the game, and this is also a spot where you can't really expect the Senna Tahm Kench to win up against a double range early on, but it is also worth noting that unlike some of the other Sennas that we have seen today, this is a fasting Senna. This Senna is not going to be going for farm and is instead going to be allowing Plux to be much tankier later in the game and also get the kind of double scaling coming through. So neither of them are going to be quite as powerful as Rockboom would be by themselves as a normal AD carry, but they will both be more powerful than the two supports that you would normally expect.
Yeah, I'm just noticing now, okay, as Spyrax is aggressive here. We've talked a little bit about the individual lane matchups. This Dragoon's also going for some proxy farming. I want to take some opportunity right now since it's a pretty slow early game. Actually, no, it's not slow. We'll get back to that one. We got an invade happening. Yuji, Zyko, and Scary Jerry are just walking straight at Kizno. Seismic shove back. Not where Kizmo wanted to be. And that's first blood of Scary Jerry. Now Spyrax jumping on the messages, flashes over. Has the explosive shot. One final auto. There it is. Spyrax gets a solo kill.
Well, this is the downside of trying to play a character like Kindred, because you know you are very predictable. This is something that FlyQuest and Maryville have done so much work on, is preparing early games, having plans to punish different kinds of characters, and getting the extra priority in the bottom lane. They were expecting that, but a lot of people would just back away. They use it to bully their lane opponents, and then they also use it to bully the opposing jungle. Having Yuji pair up with these guys has been huge, and of course, I mean, Spyrax is pretty good. Like, I don't know if we need to say more. This is a tough lane
was just,
matchup.
An honest solo kill right there. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
and we see Kizno, he comes out, his bot camps are gone. He tries to invade, there's no Raptors to take. He's just gonna kind of hover here and then maybe go for top camps. There's a lot of wasted time, so the aggression from the bot lane doesn't get them a kill down there, but it spills over into that jungle invade, and now Kizno's got to make something happen mid here. Spyrax does not have the flash, but shouldn't have the rocket jump and is fine. So Kizno's just gonna have to walk all the way up. He's 3 camps behind Yuji right now.
Really tough. I mean, Talia does farm very quickly, but one of the things that Kizno did do there is build himself some priority, but there is a smite coming through.
Okay.
Good job to Kizno, at least getting something there.
If Kizno didn't get that, that would have been really rough, because not only is it another camp, but it's the stack, so you can actually start working towards that 4 stacks.
But
well, that was fun. Bye, Plux. Hope you do better next time. Scary Jerry, we're just diving under the turret. Why not? Let's go for it. Give him a double kill. There it is. 2 for 1 special. MU will trade up.
Honestly, seeing that play, that's something that we've seen some of the best teams in the LCK do that kind of things. Like, yeah, we will go in. I don't care if I trade a 1-for-1 underneath the turret. I'm going to deny all this farm from the enemy team. I'm going to deny all of this experience as well. And Plux and Rockboom losing all that is massive.
Ooh, Dragoon's not level 6. Niles hit it first. World Under is popped, but he's struggling to get onto Dragoon with that ghost pop. So he actually will just walk away. I thought we were going to have a little more action there.
Yeah, if anybody knows how to play Gwen, it's Niles. I remember some of the crazy triple kills. Uh-oh.
Rockboom, a little too far forward here. Checking out the jungle, and unfortunately that one doesn't belong to you either, buddy. As Yuji is owning this rift. Another invade into the bottom jungle. And that will net them a kill onto the Senna and as well a Dragon Take.
Well, I think it's fairly safe to say at this point that this is probably not the game that Lit are going to win. The fact that they're already down 2,500 gold and have no winning lanes is a bit of a problem.
We're 6 minutes in, Josh. How can you possibly call this?
It is, it is a very tough position where the only thing they really have is I do think that Dragoon has mostly played better than Niles so far, but he doesn't have a large enough lead at this point to really justify, like, oh yeah, he's got an opportunity to carry this one. And it really does come down to some of the early game plans that Maryville have had, and I kind of go back to the, praising FlyQuest, Maryville. They have these plans, but they're also constantly willing to do things. And now, this kind of goes back to what you were saying at the beginning, where we were looking at these two teams. How cleanly, how dominantly can they win? So far, the answer is very.
They're just asserting their dominance in the bot lane, too. We're talking about Scary Jerry, how much he's impressed us so far. One of the most impressive things that he and Zyko have been able to do is stomp lanes. These two have gotten multiple 2v2 kills. We just saw them get a 2-for-1 kill down there, and now we're on to Kizno. Yuji still hanging out in the jungle. The third time here, almost the third kill here as well. Scary just flash Qs over the wall. Looking at Kizno, does not get the kill. Kizno does hit level 6 off of the minions, so now has the Lamser Spite, but it shows how willing MU are to just make action happen in the bot lane.
I don't even know if he lands it if like Kizno dies. You know?
Oh, I don't think so, yeah.
Like that's the kind of thing. But that's also one of the things we've heard most from Scary Jerry is that one of the biggest things that has helped him improve as a player this year is confidence. It's like, whoa. So that's the kind of thing where it's like, I wouldn't use a summoner spell to like even dodge or anything. Like, I don't think this does anything, but oh my gosh, just nickel and diming, flex and rock boom every single step of the way. Look at that. Look at all the Ren stacks. He does not quite reset it off of the minion, but still, they're going to be getting another plate here.
We're going for it, right? I mean, if I know Scare Jerry Zyko, I know they're running at him. Yeah, Rock Boom just leaves Plux. Now Plux is in trouble here. Already used the Grace Spin, and it goes down. Fate's Call lands the knockup onto Rock Boom. No summoner spells available. No chance of survival. MU pull off a 2v2 in the bot lane. Meanwhile, topside, Lamser Spite does go down. It looks like Niles gets out of there. Kizno's in trouble. Spyrax still alive. MU backup coming. UG here. Dragoon will fall, and MU can do no wrong. Double kill to Spyrax.
He's just winning all the hench checks.
Wants this. He flashed forward. Okay, he will get one, but I'm pretty sure he falls for that. There it is. Niles grabs it. A 1-for-3 trade in the extended play.
You can't really even fault Yuji for that. He's like, there's no way this guy just goes in and dies, right? It's like, oh, I guess he does. My bad. So you just get so much off of this coming through. 5,000 gold lead, 9 minutes in. Maryville, like you said, they can do no wrong at this point. I also want to point out when we get a replay, I'm pretty sure Spyrax he put down a bomb and then was holding until after the Lamser Spite ended, so he gets the maximum amount of damage off of it and doesn't waste the damage in the middle of the ultimate. But still, really cool stuff. And Zyko.
Okay, making a little mistake here, thinking he can clear out that vision. Hits an ultimate onto 3. Don't know if he makes it out of that one though. Slowed by the tongue lashes, and Kizno will get the kill credit, I believe. Yep, the last one to hit it. Shut down gold over to the Kindred.
That's why I like the new map better for Tom Kench, because it's easier for him to hide in those different windows. But now we get to see this last play again up here in the top side. So Niles, I mean, it looks not great, but when the Lamser Spike comes through, watch Spyrax. Yeah, he's got the bomb sitting on Kizno, and he waits, right? And he gets a lot of damage. He doesn't quite get them out of the Lamser Spike, and even though he misses this jump over the wall, it's okay. It was all planned. He just needed to get enough distance from Dragoon.
Yeah. Yeah. And then here, messages roams a little late, and he flashes for it. And at that point, yeah, you're just guaranteed dead.
Yeah, it's been interesting. So this hasn't come out yet, but we do have some content with people talking about who they think the best player in the league is. And I know UG and Spyrax are both popular answers, as well as Quad and Sergius, kind of like the strongest players in the entire league. And now we'll see how they can do as messages and Kizno try and force them off.
Look at you, Josh, teasing some content.
Teasing content, whoa!
In the coming weeks here. I know. Sometimes you talk to players. Who would have thought?
Weird.
We see the grubs mostly stacked for MU. I believe they got. Actually, they got the dragon earlier. I believe it was the first 3 for Kizno, and then now they just got a 4th one. As
no flash.
Teleports in. It's on to messages. Is feared away. Difficult to just run straight at away. He can just fear you with the line ability. But let's see how much damage you can get on this turret. It should just be a plate.
Yeah. Ooh.
Oh, maybe not.
All right, good job to messages. We do still see Kizno up towards the top side, and oh my gosh. I looked at the AD carry, CS for a second, and I was like, oh my gosh, what the heck? Oh, right, it's Fasting Senate. We are chilling. Yep. I remember when everybody was complaining about how AD carry stats are always ruined by whenever this champion is meta.
Yep.
LCS
stats department loves this champ, let me tell you.
Yep. Either way, but we do have this turret going down, and really good job denying as much as they can, but they will be getting all 5 plates down here in the bottom side of the map. They're getting themselves into
That's
the
before
dragon.
12 minutes.
Yeah. He's just sitting there.
Oofed up. Well, yeah, I mean, they didn't get all the grubs earlier, but that did not slow them from taking the structures here. And as well as that 2 stacking, so MU in a dominant position, and it comes down to just out-executing in that 2v2. If we're just going all the way back to that first play, that first invade, where Scary Jerry got the first blood, it was the power of the bot lane spilling over into an invade, and then 2 other invades happening after that fact. So I love the way that MU play the map. Talking with Zyko ahead of the games, Mazel actually got a chance to sit down and asked him about, things like, what he's happy about that's going on, what he feels he's growing at. And one of the things he was mentioning and referencing was, leadership, shot calling, all that getting better, getting smoother with the MU team, as well as them all still being friends. So they just get along, even when things don't go their way. It's not like it's a bad environment that they find themselves in. They're getting more comfortable with the calls, and then they're also celebrating the calls when they work out together.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's what we love here. Zyko's not a player we hear about a lot, partly because he's got so many other stars on this roster. But now Niles dodging out on the root is going to be okay. And
he's fine for right now in a 1v4, but how long can he survive? He doesn't have a lot of backup coming his way, and yeah, there is no backup.
Right.
He will just go down. Weaver's Wall will block Lip from walking in, but doesn't last for that long. So Niles goes down, and they don't get anything for it.
Yeah. That is, if we have any criticism of Maryville, it is that Niles just kind of does that sometimes. Just kind of like, here's a play. Oh, never mind. It was not a play. All right. Good luck. Do what you need to do. And so Maryville's come out gold neutral effectively on that play. Yuji's going to be taking a lot of damage. But now Kizno just running right into Zyko. Ooh.
Well, yeah, you were talking about the fact that Kindred has to play forward. A lot of defensive tools, but Base Skull will knock up everybody. Scary Jerry doesn't quite have the damage under the turret. Rockboom can't answer it back, has to flash away from Seismic Shove. Oh, so close to shutting down Scary Jerry. That's a big shutdown.
They almost won. They almost triple killed that 2v3.
Yeah.
Like that.
That was Kindred ult
crazy.
and Tom Kenchel to survive.
Yeah. And honestly, gotta praise Zyko again for that hostile takeover, for catching people as they were leaving the Lamb's Respite, making sure that Flux and Rockboom were not going anywhere, and were actually doing damage to each other when they weren't on top of the Kindred ultimate. So everything just seems to go quite well. Scary Jerry playing really well with his limits and messages.
Oh no, walking into the Tristana. Used abilities already to check the brush and did not get the vision he was hoping for. Spyrax with another solo kill.
4-0-1. I talk a lot about how,
Ooh, Zyko's able to flash away from the knockup, but gets out of Kizno! No Lamb's Respite from the earlier 2v3, so Scary Jerry cashes in. Looking for more onto Plux, can't auto-attack him because of the mist from Senna. The Raku gets Plux out of there, but what a turnaround from Zyko.
Yeah, good stuff. I love the flash, and Niles says, we're not done.
He's flashing forward onto Rockboom with the help of Yuji. Doesn't even need him, actually. That's a solo kill right there. Yuji did not get assist credit. MU are styling on Lit.
All right, over under 23 in 1 second.
Under.
Under? All right.
Under. I take under every day of the week. Look at this. We are taking our fourth turret, or hitting our fourth turret, at 15 minutes into the game. I know there's only one auto, but it counts.
One of the funny things that oftentimes happens when you are this far ahead is like, we are so far ahead, but we can't dive inhibitor turrets yet. And so then the game's like sometimes stalls out. And this game might be one of those where it's like, we are suffering from success a little bit. Either way, they get this Rip Herald, they will be able to get another structure. And the biggest thing for me is that Scary Jerry's insane.
That should be fine right here. Drain tank onto the turret. Maybe he's not. Oh, Kizno, I guess, was tanking turret that whole time. I didn't even see that final shot land onto him. Well, Niles gets the outplay in a 1v2 and finds the kill onto Kizno, who I assume just took one too many turret shots.
Yeah, and now he's got access to the bailout. And Rockboom sees Zyko, is like, nope, time to bail.
Yeah, Plux coming in might be enough to turn this. Root lands, but they're out of there. Yeah. And okay, you're talking about the difficulty to dive inhibitor turrets. You know what can help with that? Specifically Tristana. We see her in the top lane right now. Hui really can't deal with this. Only going to be able to hit the wave, but Tristana will take that turret eventually. We have the Herald, so that will help take this turret. MU are going to have inhibitor turrets to start hitting soon, but maybe Yuji's going to be punished for it. Has to flash away.
It gets up the top lane turret. The fact that they try and pick up Yuji there, they get his flash, means his top lane turret is going to die to the demolish. And like you said, I mean, there's a huge...
5 turrets!
That's 5 turrets at 17 minutes. The fact that Tristana is not going to have a trough at all this game is crazy. Niles picking this up. For whatever reason, I thought Dragoon was taking this for sure. And so, yeah, I saw this shot, but it was hot, really tough to see.
That was.
Yeah.
I honestly, I feel like Kisno might have been confused as to why he was taking a turret as well. It seemed like the way they were playing that they expected Dragoon to have it, or that Kisno just thought that first leap would get him out of turret range.
Yeah.
Either way, the turret landed, so Niles gets the kill, and then everything else happens afterwards. We have one more tier 2 turret and one more dragon till Soul is collected, and there's only 1730 that have passed in this game. This is blistering speed, and Dragoon's getting hunted. He has no idea.
He has no idea
that this is
happening. He just saw
happening.
Callista.
There is no vision in Lid's bottom jungle. And
the
Dragoon's
cannon, at
just
least.
going to get completely surrounded
there
right
you
now.
go.
All right, here comes Zyko. Here comes Niles. Can Dragoon escape? No ghost available. He says the only way out is in. I'm going to have to try and take a fight. Maybe 1-for-1 out of Zyko, but with Fate's Call from Scary Jerry, there's just no shot. He gets over the wall, but Zyko still follows up and gets the kill credit.
Yeah. Yeah. They've lost control of their jungle. Unfortunately, Rock Boom, even with the Umbral Glaive, is not able to like consistently clear out their own side of the jungle. And you don't need a lot of vision, honestly, when you are this far ahead, because you just, it's like, oh, there's someone there. Okay, I guess I'll kill them, right? It is just an easy way for them to go through, and it has been interesting, right? Because we got to see FlyQuest playing, and they had a dominant victory, but it was not this fast.
Oh, this is MU trying to speed run. Okay, actually, we grab Scary Jerry. That's a big shutdown. Kisno's right behind. We got a threat. Oh, the red stacks from Scary Jerry did so much damage. Handshake out of Lamb's pipe, but we didn't hit Kisno. He still will fall to Spyrax. We lose Niles. The front line is down, but it's trading up for MU yet again. They get a 2-for-1 as Rockboom's going to walk forward into his death. No, okay. We actually did complete the back from Scary Jerry, so MU are going to back out of there, but wow, I mean, even when Lit get that big of a play, they got Scary Jerry so far away from the team, they still can't kill him.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy how much of a Jerry diff this has been, right? I remember when there was a long conversation, and Choco in particular, who Scary Jerry has shouted out in a couple of different interviews, has talked about like, yeah, this guy, you know, biggest fan, is always chirping me on Twitter and Twitch chat, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then, to be fair, like, Shogo didn't seem to have his number back in Collegiate, but this is definitely a huge difference.
I think Spyrax wins these. Actually, maybe not. With the needle work, flashes back into it. Dragoon has the ghost, and he's out of there. Wasn't even close, baby. Plux is going to fall on the other side of the map. Meanwhile, Scary Jerry doesn't get the kill credit, but did a lot of damage there. Yuji's the one that picks that one up. But yeah, to double down on that, the whole narrative of Scary Jerry, I don't know. I don't even think he's a top 5 collegiate AD carry, right? I saw a list somewhere. It had a couple above him.
Yeah, definitely,
but
definitely.
if you watch the games, it would appear that he's smashing everybody. So I don't know who to believe. I'm going to believe my eyes that Baron's going down right here, right now.
Yeah, and Niles still looking around. This is something that Maryville does better than FlyQuest, actually, is their control around objectives is second to none.
Oh! Niles! I like that flash. He's on a Kisno. You're going to go down. Yeah, we get the bear. We get everything here from MU.
Yuji.
Okay, Yuji goes down. That's a big shutdown to Lit. Rockboom messages can get out of there, but no more mana on messages. That means that Plux just teleported into his death, and Spyrax does eventually get the 1v1 against Dragoon. Without needlework, there's not a lot of damage that Gwen can actually pump out there. Wait, this Plux get away.
Oh, this counts as a solo kill for Niles.
Oh, he didn't see. He sees. Okay. Oh, but can he land anything? No. Okay, we're following. We're good. We're good. Niles gets him. Surely Niles gets him. There we go. 1-5. And dance on him. Why not? You earned it.
No, get the solo kill. You gotta improve those numbers. Those are rookie numbers.
No, we gotta give it to Scary Jerry. We gotta pet his stacks. Scary Jerry is not even in the top.
Oh, he canceled it
for most kills. Oh wait, no. Oh no, it's over to Niles. We're good. We're good. We're good. Niles already went. He already knew the escape plan. And I guess they wanted to give it to Scary Jerry. Sweet.
You know, I get it. I get it. Hey,
goofy.
that said, that took like 30 seconds. We're getting very close to the 23:01.
I think they heard. I think they heard the bet, and they were like, yeah, I know.
Nah,
Let's make sure that Kangas is wrong, as per usual.
He doesn't have enough hair to be right about this.
Not enough brain either, but,
you know, it is stored in the hair, right?
Usually,
it's like chicken eggs.
What? No, we're not going to talk about that one, Josh.
I'm going to leave it there.
Yeah,
it is,
we'll let that be a deep cut for anybody who knows.
That is up to the audience to figure that one out.
So, 23 minutes, 1 second, I believe is what you said. We are pushing in. We've taken the first inhibitor turret. Baron buff acquired. Can MU close out with this push? Make me an honest man. Let's see. MU are getting onto Plug. Scary Jerry teasing with the idea of poking him down. That's the first inhibitor to fall. They have a cannon minion. They still have Baron for quite a while. Dragoon's not even here. Weaver's Wall is going to go out to try and block off Dragoon's entrance. There's a big hostile takeover. They got Hwei. Plug's trying to front line, but he just does not have the health bar to do so. Lamster's fight will buy a lot of space. Psycho's in trouble. He's going to go down. Niles goes down as well. Later fighting back, trying to punish MU for overextending, getting over aggressive in the enemy. But the seismic shot from Yuji's enough to turn the entire play. Triple kill to Yuji. Spyrax picks one up. No, end the game. All right, they're going to chase the kills. They're going for Plugs instead. I'm not an honest man. It's not over before 23 minutes, but it's still over. MU make quick work of Lit in game number 1 in what cannot be described as anything but pure domination. From minute 1, this bot lane is nothing to scoff at, nothing to laugh at. They're the real deal.
Oh man, Spyrax, you know, he's doing your ARAM rules. He's making the minions end the game at the same time.
There it is.
23-30 when the Nexus exploded. 23-30. I don't know when exactly when they count it, but it's still like, man, that was actually really close. 23-01. They could have if that last engage had gone a little bit better. But man.
Hey, UG saved it though. That almost went bad. They almost lost that fight, but that seismic shove onto 3 right at the end. If UG hadn't gone down, that might have been a pentakill angle right there. That could have been 2 pentas in 2 days here at the NACL. But with that said, we're going to be sending to a short break before we get ready for what seems like maybe just the final game of the day here in Week 6 based on how that first one went. So we'll see you after this.
Introducing the new Footlong Sidekicks at Subway. Try the warm and delicious footlong cookie, footlong pretzel, or footlong churro.
LCS players are some of the best that North America has to offer. But did they start out that way? Did they just wake up one morning and decide they were LCS ready? No, of course not. They all had to start somewhere. And that where, for most of the players that you've seen, was here, in the NACL. And while NACL stands for the North American Challengers League, it also stands for our core fundamental tenets, being new and old competitors learning. And that has been our fundamental belief since this league's inception, and has led to the success of many players who need no introduction. Their stories differ. Younger players looking to, or just starting to make their mark here in the LCS, or you have older, more experienced players trying to breathe new life in their careers after minor or significant dips. What matters is that NACL is not where stories end. It's where they begin. And you're wondering, how do they do this? How do these players grind up for the first time? How do they make a comeback after falling off? Well, for one thing, the NACL is on live patch, much like the LCS. On top of that, we have something that they don't, and that is Fearless Draft. Fearless Draft, if you don't know, is a setup where when a team picks a champion, that champion is no longer available for the rest of the series. Something that was implemented in hopes to improve champion flexibility in our players and strategic depth in our coaches. And it is something that our teams have already taken to quite well. All right, let's bring it back to the players. Even at this moment, they are grinding it out in the NACL, showing their stuff, honing their skills, in hopes that they can promote to the LCS and make it to that big stage. And we have names that you should be very excited about as an LCS viewer, because you may see them sooner than you think. And if you want to get ahead on that knowledge, and you want to get to know the future of the LCS, all you have to do is watch.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, as we are preparing for Game 2 of the final series of the day here for Week 6 of NACL. And Maryville University felt like they took their loss to FlyQuest personally yesterday, and they watched FlyQuest games against AoE today, and were like, oh, we can do that better. Oh, absolutely, we can end our games cleaner, faster than FlyQuest was, because that was blistering pace in Game 1.
That was ridiculous. It kind of felt like they had a tough time. They're like, okay, that was a little bit tough. Now let's go into the baby seal pit and find something a little bit easier to take care of. And that was, it didn't feel like there was any path in for AoE because it started off so early. And it wasn't like a level 1. It's the fact that we saw Jerry and Zyko move in to, as you were describing it, give Kisno absolutely no breathing room. He had nowhere he could go. He did not control his bottom side of the jungle. And even if he was like trying to play towards Dragoon and trying to force a vertical jungle, well, Jerry and Zyko were already beating up on Rockboom and Plex anyway.
Yeah,
they were just going to suffer even worse. He needed to provide them at least some support.
It felt like and when we look at Lit into Maryville matchup, expectations also feel like it's going to be a Dragoon show. If Dragoon can get off the ground and get a carry champion, that is the avenue for success for Lit. But you're right, we didn't even get close to that in Game 1 because bot lane got so heavily outclassed in the 2v2. From the first invade, Kalista gets a kill from that moment on. Scary Jerry did not let Rockboom and Plux have any breathing room. So let's think about that in frame now of a Fearless draft. We have the champions that are no longer available for each team here. So I want to hear from you, Josh. What do you want as priority from Lit? Heavy underdogs going into this Game 2, but what do you think are some key takeaways from Game 1, or maybe key differences you want to see in Game 2 when it comes to draft?
The biggest thing, as we actually just jumped directly into it, is I always want to see the team that is the underdog come at it and try and increase the variance of the game, right? You always need to try and find something where it's like, hey, if this character pops off, I don't care if I'm playing against Faker. I can beat them if I'm 4-0 on Katarina. You know, that's the kind of attitude I want to see people go in with.
Sure.
And now that they are on the red side again, I believe they're the only team that has lost that has chosen not to be on the blue side. They need to find something else like that. The biggest problem, the Hui, a relatively safe character, but also is incredibly easy to punish for Spyrex. And Spyrex still has his Akali in the pocket that, like, this is a good character for Spyrex, but not even his best.
I feel like the reason we see Lit on red side so often is because they want that counter pick for Dragoon, because that is often how they pick up wins when they do find those wins. So the difficulty of that is you're giving more opportunity for your opponent to ban you out. We saw the Mordekaiser and the Darius bans last time around. I would not be surprised if those are the same bans this time here, but we also are... Okay, Darius even earlier, but we're still taking away the Kalista and the Jhin because Scary Jerry will not get the Kalista this time around. Might as well take it away from Rockboom. Still TF, Ashe, and Azir on the side of Lit.
Yeah. I do respect this Darius ban relatively early because I did think that there was a line where Lit went Darius on 3 and then banned away a couple of things they didn't want Niles to play into it. That was a line that I could have seen, but with the Varus very naturally being locked in here, there's a lot of difficulty that you can have going into Maryville. Now, I am pretty vocal right now about how strong I think Smolder is. However, I do not think you can even slightly afford to play Smolder on 14-4 into a VAR or a Scary Jerry VAR's lane just because you're not going to get to 225 stacks. If that last game was any indication, the game is going to end before you have an opportunity to start executing.
And we set Rockboom up going into the last game as a promising-looking rookie, somebody that we are going to keep our eyes on going forward. This is his first split competing at this level, and we do have a lot of hopes for him as a player, but Scary Jerry's just had this mountainous rise in what his capabilities are and now what he's able to show in the laning phase. It's going to be Kai'Sa into the Varus instead. I haven't seen Kai'Sa in quite a while. She has not been one of the popular picks so far this year.
Yeah, she did get a buff on this patch where the range on her ultimate, you can do it from farther away, which is, it feels good, right? More than anything else, it feels good because you can join fights from a bit further. However, at the pro play, I don't think it's going to matter nearly as much as it's nice to have. However, Kai'Sa is already a champion that could kind of do similar things to Varus, where you could go on hit builds, you could go AP builds, you have different ways to play it. The problem is you can't just take worse trades at auto attack range going into the forest, so it does force you to adapt to that. Jace also got some buffs on this patch. Really like this character, and it does okay into the Hui in my head, but I've actually never played it because I've never played into a Hui yet.
Okay, the Nautilus makes a lot of sense here for pairing with the Kai'Sa, and that might discredit what I was about to say, is that I still, when I see Hui locked in, I'm never believing it is guaranteed mid lane. There's always at least like a 10% chance it could go support, and with the way that they were playing bot lane and with the range disadvantage that Kai'Sa has, I could imagine Hui support actually being really hard for Kai'Sa to deal with. Now that Nautilus is locked in, I'm not sure if you want to play Hui into Nautilus. You might just, get hooked and then die immediately.
I think you could probably still do it. Like, the Kai'Sa damage early in the lane is not that high unless she gets isolated Qs, which is really tough, like, if you're going for some of these hooks. So, it's still possible. We'll see how the rest of the draft comes out, banning away you in the draft as well. So, the biggest thing that we do need to see from this position is, at some point, Niles will have to blind pick something that Dragoon can counter pick. They've already banned away the Mordekaiser, so that frees up a lot of different things. And there's a lot of things about Mordekaiser that only Dragoon knows. Now, the last champion that I can think of about Dragoon that's like, yes, that is the character that he plays, that no one else does, is Nasus.
I mean, who does Nasus counter, though? I feel like that's such a slow stacking champ that I don't know if that's going to be the key to lit winning.
Nasus is a one-item champ, and anybody who tells you otherwise doesn't know how to play the champion. The thing about Nasus is, as soon as you get level 9, you have maxed out your Q, and also you have finished your Trinity Force or whatever your Sheen item is. That is your strongest point. If you do not build a lead during that window where you just stat check everybody in the game, you're never going to have success in the rest of it until you are literally one-shotting people with your Q.
Well, we'll see if that's on the table here for Lit. Right now it's the Jace, which technically flexible if we want to consider it that. Yeah, they could move it around depending on what the matchup's going to be, but it's looking like not Hui in the support role based on what MU is hovering. They're going for other supports. There she is, Rel locked in. So more engaged now for MU. Rel plus Varus is actually kind of a scary bot lane for the Nautilus Kai'Sa to deal with.
Yeah, the big thing here is, again, where do you send this Jace? Like, where does Maryville want to go? I'm trying to figure out if they were spelling something, but either way.
Yeah, they keep doing Warwick and Mumu, like wah-wah. It was Niles and Zyko doing it together.
Yeah,
are they dehydrated? Do they need water?
Make sure you get, make sure your hydro homies are all taken care of. This Rumble coming through, you can play the Jace into it. You do have a lot of tools. The Rumble is fine, but I do not think that is their path to victory. I think you need to take something that can actually beat it in lane. I'd actually prefer to send the Jace, then you give messages something different, but it is going to be Dragoon on this Booty up in the top side. Now, we saw how quickly the bottom side of the map collapsed last game. This is once again a difficult lane matchup for Rockboom and Plux, and Yuji on a very aggressive champion that can kind of pick and choose where he wants to go. He can go up top lane and guarantee that Dragoon is put behind. He can go mid lane and help Spyrex find kills onto messages, or he can go bot lane and actually affect dives because Lit has chosen to be on the red side again, and the red side bot, pretty easy to get kills on.
And Yuji's already amassing a bit of a highlight reel of Lee Sin plays from this split alone. So this is a champion Yuji's practiced on, very comfortable on, and has the tools around him to work, especially that bot side. I'm expecting, we did over-under for game time last game. I want to do over-under. Before 10 minutes, how many dives happened bot lane? I'm going to say 2.5. Over or under dives bot lane?
Oh, that's a good number. That's a good number because it is tough to guess. Does it have to be against red side, or is it on both sides?
It's got to be red or blue side diving red side.
Okay. I'm going to take over then.
Over 2.5 by
over
10 minutes. Let us know in chat what you think as well, who you think is going to win this one. Spam MU for Maryville, spam LIT for Lit Esports. That game one was not particularly close, but Lit are going back to the drawing board and going to try again. Just straight walking in for the invade here.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Now,
I still always, if you're going to go for this in solo queue, everybody, make sure you hug the bottom wall because you give way less time for your opponent to react. If you just walk straight at them, they see you walking straight at them, and they actually can just walk away. And now Lit don't know that they're spotted.
Jerry was also standing in the wrong place. This is really big because if you want if you want to sit in that bush to try and prevent invades, you want to be standing in the top part of the triangle because you can see earlier as people come around the bottom side, and you don't lose vision on the top
observers.
side. Yeah, next to the the mushroom or the frog or whatever that is.
Yeah.
Because you get more vision around that corner. There's something there. There's like a brownish thing. Either way.
Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. Wait, what is it?
It's a
It's a snail.
Yeah.
Okay, so stand by the
Stand
snail if you're defending the invade. If you're going for the invade, hug the bottom wall. So usually you go through bot lane, walk up to the wall, hug it the entire time around, because once you get around that lip, you give the least amount of time for them to react. Either way, all that is to break down how Lit approached. Nothing actually came of it, so...
Yeah, there is counterplay to it though. Like that is one of the things about standing in there. If they know you're gonna stand there, it's a cool thing. I've punished players for that in the past. Either way, going into it, this is one of the big things. So we are seeing Kisno change up the path that they were taking. Last game they passed from the top side of the map towards the bottom side of the map. This time they're pathing towards the top side, which does leave Rockboom and Plux to their own devices, but will allow them to help out Dragoon earlier in the game, which I do think is still a path to victory, even if Dragoon is not on the same kind of high damage character that he is sometimes known for.
Sure. Oh, wait, Message is taking a 1v1 against Spyrex early on, gets Flash out of the way, misses that final shock blast.
Yeah.
Maybe would have been enough to get that kill, but still has Flash available, low on mana. I don't think we see an angle here.
Yeah, it is tough. One of the things, if Messages can get level 3, like he is now, he gets some mana back, and also you get more mana back on this patch every time you go for a hammer melee attack. That said, that's also the way, if you want to go for like a kill opportunity as Jace, you usually do it starting in hammer form, because that's where you jump on top of them as they get away. That's when you switch over to the range form, so it takes them longer to get out of your range. You can get more effective damage down that way than you do starting in range.
You keep auto-attacking as they're running under their turret at that point. Yeah, well, close to the solo kill, doesn't get it, still gets the flash advantage. So Spyrex had to use that. To me, that says, Kisno, start looking mid lane. You might have an angle here, as also you're going to want to look bot side, because Yuji yet again is invading and taking away a blue buff. This is 2 games in a row now that Yuji says, your blue buff? I think you mean our blue buff.
Our blue buff. Whoa, is that crab really small, or is that just me?
You know what? It does look a wee bit small.
Yeah. Either way, they end up getting it, and then Yuji does get it. The smite lifted out 1, but still getting the auto attack down. And now Zyko returning towards the bot lane because Scary Jerry did get an opportunity to go for a back. And overall, the priority coming out from Scary Jerry and Zyko is still allowing Yuji to be very aggressive. And Plux.
Oh, wow. I am amazed that Plux lived right there. Okay, both junglers are hanging out around the area. We're going for Rock Boom. Does have Flash, does have Cleanse. Uses the Cleanse early. Sonic Wave lands! Yuji almost gets on him. That's Flash away from the Kaisa. Burning down. Yuji gets first blood! Flashes to safety, but will still fall. Kisno picks up the kill credit. 1-for-1 trade. Can Scary Jerry Zyko get anything more? Crash down on the Kisno. Gets the stun. One final arrow! It's there! Now Plux lands the dredge line and wishes he had it back. A double kill to Scary Jerry, and Zyko gets out alive.
Oh my gosh. Such a tough position to be in. The fear comes through. Good job from Spyrex, but oh my gosh. Scary Jerry, remember, you get reduced cooldowns every time you proc a Blight stack on someone with one of your spells. Seeing the extra opportunity, oh no. Don't do it.
Oh, real close from Spyrex there.
Damn. Maryville, turns out this bottom lane is pretty good. Honestly, really impressed that Yuji was able to land the Q into Rock Boom in the first place, which is how that fight got started. And now there's a big problem because Scary Jerry is walking back into lane.
Flash messages, there we go! That's what the flash advantage gets you. If you land a big shot flash, if you get them low enough, you can just flash, hammer form, jump on top of them. Yuji not giving Kisno any room to breathe right here, but he has Plux in his back pocket, so Yuji could be in trouble. Stunned up, locked down. Plux trying to get the damage in, but here comes Zyko over the turnaround. Messages is low. He jumps in. It's a 2-for-1 trade as Niles roasted up everybody with the equalizer. Plux can't get away. Niles with the double kill.
All right, it's not as clean as the first game was. That solo kill going over to Messages is a bit of a blemish on Spyrex's near-perfect reputation so far, but so far, still 2,000 gold already in the lead. I do have to ask you, Steve, did that previous thing count as a dive?
Oh, that's a good question. I kind of forgot about that already.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't answer what I thought it was going to be, so I have no horse in this race anymore.
Okay, so I'm the only one who can be wrong, so I'm going to say that it's a dive.
Okay,
know?
I'll
it
give
was
to you.
underneath the turret.
I'll allow it, yeah.
Yeah, they were tanking turret, it counts. And so now Maryville, they pick up a dragon as well, but there's no one to dive but. Okay, come on, Rock Boom, Plex, you got to work with
They got 3.5 minutes, you're good.
Yeah, I said more than 2.5, so we'll find out.
Oh, that's a good
that's
point,
like,
actually.
they got to do it more than once per minute. Oh, okay, good job, Steve, good job.
Just
appreciate
like a variance
the insightful analysis.
broadcast.
Yeah, of course. You got to get the disagreements going.
Too boring otherwise. Dragoon taking a really good trade against Niles here. Knows that there's no equalizer, so feels very confident to just walk up and try and bully the Rumble a little bit, but Niles is playing on the range very well, just not letting Dragoon get that many auto attacks off. We also see the grub started up by Kizno, and there's nothing to trade on the bottom for Yuji other than camps. Maybe a dive. Wait a minute.
Maybe a dive? Yuji's going?
It's happening. They're pinging it. Okay, so we're on grubs down here, but let's take a look at bot side, because a dive is about to happen. The wave is crashing. This is a big one. Can Plux and Rock Boom survive? Yuji has the red buff. It's Zyko that starts it off, lands the CC perfectly, can stand on the edge, tank up one more shot, and there it is! A successful dive for MU. They'll get 2 for free.
Wow, okay, so we have 2.5 minutes left in order to get our third one. I believe in you guys, but that is a lot of money once again going into the bottom lane. And this has been something that has been really, really good for Maryville's confidence, I think, is watching Yuji and Scary Jerry coordinate a lot more than we've seen Jerry coordinate previous junglers for Maryville. It's oftentimes been, the Niles iconic show. They would always go up towards the top lane. In fact, they're the reason why you can't duo in high elo for years and years. It is a spot where now that you have Yuji, he's a bit more flexible. He actually leaves Niles to his own devices quite a bit and is helping out Spyrex and Scary Jerry in order to have success.
I mean, what a showing from the bot side of MU. Yes, Yuji's setting them up. Yes, it is a different look for MU, but it also is execution from Zyko and Scary Jerry. Trust from Yuji to say, yeah, I know that my bot lane can carry if I give them resources, and it's worth it for us to go for that strategy. Scary and Jerry and Zyko, Zyko also mentioned to Mazel earlier when he had a chance to catch up that Zyko's goal for the split is to prove by the end of it that they're the best bot lane in the NACL. And honestly, they have a really strong argument so far. They've been doing this, not just the Rock Boom plugs, but the multiple lanes so far this spring split.
Yeah, I definitely think... Oh,
okay.
Dragoon.
Have the equalizer come down. Dragoon's trying to trade damage, has the ghost pop. Yuji missing the sonic wave. Still jumps in. Dragon's Rage for the kill. And Yuji picks it up.
That's the mark of a good player. Make a mistake and still find the line anyway.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Zyko's
getting
walking
caught.
up to Kizno. Two
I want to go back.
And one runs away.
I do want to go back to the... I don't have time. Good body blocking for Zyko.
Good dodge. Yeah, you're right. And now he just turns it right back around, and Plux is going to be the one to die. Are you kidding me? No way. Scary Jerry's going to get more. Rock Boom takes a turret shot. That's going to give a triple kill to Scary Jerry shortly. Arctic Assault, a long cooldown. Flash away from Kizno. Scary Jerry's chasing him down. The triple kill in the 2v3. It can't be. He jumps on the wall. Scary Jerry doesn't have the mana or the cooldowns for the Q either way. Kizno's out of there. It's only a 2-for-1.
Only a 2-for-1. Man, I love watching Scary Jerry put the preemptive flash against Rock Boom, doing exactly where he's going to be going. Unfortunately, Steve, looks like you're right. We're going to be cresting the 10-minute mark. There's not enough time to even get a dive going off. But I do want to say, kind of going back to Zyko's point, I would unequivocally say right now that they are, for sure, the best bot lane in the league.
I didn't know where you were going to go with that because you were pausing. I was like, this is an absolute. You're going to end it with like a non-absolute statement, but
no.
You doubled
I was
down.
double checking. I was like, they are definitely the best landing bot lane for sure. And then I was looking at all the other bot lanes. I'm like, yeah, no, they're the best bot lane.
I mean, based on just what they've been able to do in the 2v2s, I haven't seen anybody else consistently get 2v2s as much as Scary Jerry Zyko. And okay, it's past 10 minutes. But just barely. I can't believe these over-unders are so close because it looks like we might have another dive happening, or at least an invade from Yuji. Messages is roaming in. Yuji and Zyko could be in trouble. They turn onto messages. Yuji just says, focus on the Jace. They get out of there. Last cone away to safety as Spyrex does come in, try and block messages escape path, but I don't think they're going to get it. They flash forward. The fear from Spyrex. He just completely whips the ult. It's fine. Doesn't matter. Still has the damage for the kill. Kizno thinks then maybe they can still turn this one around. Rockboom does not have ultimate, though. The Kaisa can't get in. Crash down from Zyko. Spyrex over the wall. This is a perfect fight for MU. Scary Jerry's even got time to come in, and the chain of corruption goes a little bit wide, but yet again, ultimates just don't matter. We're just auto-attacking them. Spyrex and Scary Jerry were in the perfect spots for that fight, and Lit take a fight that they cannot end.
That's absolutely wild. We missed like every skill shot ultimate in the game, and it does not matter. That's how far ahead we are in Maryville. Niles?
Okay, he has Equalizer, drops it down. Roasting messages, almost one-shots messages.
That was remarkably close. That was so close that he almost got a turnaround there, but still 15-5, 6,000 gold in the lead. All right, last game, what was it? We had 5 turrets and 3 dragons at 17 minutes?
We had 6 turrets and 3 dragons at 17:30.
17:30, all right. Okay, we'll have another over-under because I'm having fun with these. This game
Hey, they haven't got a turret yet.
True. This game is a little bit slower. I'm going to say 25-29.
Over-under Kizno lives here. 0.5.
He lives.
I don't think he does. He just assaulted, no flash, he's dead.
Yeah, he got body blocked. Yeah, he got body blocked. Okay. 25-29 game time.
25-29? I think over. I think the fact that we don't have the Tristana to take the turrets this time. I don't even know what Plux is doing here. I'm not going to lie. Somehow we ended up in the enemy's bot jungle. And MU say, yeah, we'll take another kill on a Scary Jerry. So 7-0-5 for the Varus. What was Scary Jerry? Did Scary Jerry die last game? I'm trying to even remember now.
I don't think so.
I don't know if anybody in production could check that for me. I would love to know at least what his KDA was, because this is a crazy KDA.
Spyrax was 9-0-2 and Scary Jerry was 6-0-11.
6-0-11. So currently 13-0-16. Yep. Scary Jerry. Wow, yeah, that's one for the ages. The highest kill in one game record is Quad at 15 on an Azir game. Fun fact, Rockboom actually has a Jhin game with 14 kills. So let's see if Scary Jerry's able to, do anything like that. Got a little scrap here. Flux does jump onto Zyko. It seems like Maryville want to get out of here. Not sure exactly how that started or what we're fighting for, but nobody will go down. 1v1 topside, though. Somebody might go down here. Niles versus Dragoon. Niles has the damage, but Dragoon's got the shield. He's got the life tank, the drain tank, the life steal. He's still going to get roasted. The shield's barely keeping him up. There's no burn damage from Niles. He's out of there.
That's the funniest ending to that fight, for sure. You're just running away with 10 HP and a shield, making sure the Leandros doesn't kill him.
Oh,
get him!
Kizno's here. Okay, Niles, you gotta at least trade your life if you want to get out of here. Flash from Kizno. Dragoon's walking forward, should have the shield. There it is. Roasting Kizno. Leandri's burn. He should be fine.
Yeah, it's all right at the end of it, but wow, just like the amount of damage that Maryville is already doing, just kind of across the board. And
why are we even having the camera go away from this at this point? Oh, actually, that's a big shield. Crash down. It actually breaks the entire shield as Dragoon will fall to UG. Oh, flash from UG. Oh, Arctic ult to dodge from Kizno. Give a thumbs up from both sides. Respect from the competitors, but the second one lands, and UG grabs the double.
Damn. I don't, there's not a lot more to say at this point, right? Like, Maryville and FlyQuest have been super dominant today, but Maryville was even more dominant today than FlyQuest was. Obviously they're different opponents, like different circumstances, but it is crazy to watch how aggressive this is, and I believe...
Okay, Scary Jerry. Ooh, Flash is back, and Yuji actually gets hit by the Dredge Line. Scary Jerry still alive. Messages has the damage, but he's just not even auto-attacking the Varus, so Scary Jerry will live. Lit are just throwing everything at MU, and I think at this point they're like, this is just a frustration fight, man. Like, what was going on there? MU gifted an ace at 15 minutes into this one. Yeah, it's looking done and dusted. It's looking toasted. It is looking over for Lit.
I think this is the split of Challengers League that has the biggest differential from the top teams to the bottom league, to the bottom teams that we might have ever had.
I'm trying to think back to past.
CLG
Faith was
Faith and Life Am were definitely not the best showing.
That was the split. We're gonna put it that way. But yeah, I hear what you're saying here. Right now, we are witnessing what seems like just teams that are out of each other's league. One of them clearly outperforming the other one is Kizno trying to take the Herald and MU, they could do literally anything they want on the Rift right now. This collegiate representative, you talk about the path to pro, you talk about collegiate versus amateur. MU are just stepping up in this split and just slaughtering everybody. Save FlyQuest, but I mean, hey, that's why it was the Super Heavyweight SmackDown. Yuji doesn't even die right there. He's gonna get out. Wait, no. Dragon's Rage, get out of there. Jump to Niles. Oh, he's baiting Kisto in. He waited till the last second. No shot. MU can do no wrong.
I wish you guys could see my face. It's like, there's no way. He's getting away with it.
Yeah,
Psycho?
I mean, we're just having fun right now. At this point, MU are that far ahead, and I think Lit are just answering it. They're like, sure, we'll just slam our faces against your faces for a little bit in our base. Why not? Messages is here. He's just going to die immediately. Flashes away. Does actually live. Rock Boom jumps in. Massive shutdown on the Scary Jerry. There we go. Some gold in the Kaisa's pocket. Oh! Snipes coming through from the way.
Wow. I think we are actually going to see a new record for most kills in a single game coming from either Jerry or Yuji because of how far ahead they are. And one of the things
11 and 10.
Yeah, one of the things that I'm already looking at between these two players, or this team in general, is Jerry has very specifically said he's still trying to go pro. And before this split, I would have been like, but now we're starting to see. And we know that Yuji was a player for us that every single split, he was in our top 5 for the most valuable prospect list. He's still continuing to showcase a performance where he probably deserves at least an honorable mention once again. Spyrex was a player that we know FlyQuest was looking to potentially recruit for their LCS team, but they couldn't offer him enough money. He was like, well, I don't know if I want to do that, or I could go get my degree, but I'm still going to use my skills as a League of Legends player to guarantee that I'm going to have scholarships in order to make sure that I can do whatever I want after that. And so it's kind of crazy the amount of talent that we have already on this roster that we could potentially see hopefully come back someday and potentially be future LCS talent.
You haven't even mentioned Niles technically was
Already
an LCS
was.
starter. So yeah, there's a lot of talent on MU. A lot of players that have either made that journey, had been looking at that journey, or are continuing on that journey. Either way, no matter where you slice it, they are performing. They are impressing. Maryville University are stepping up, and they're looking to end this one faster than the last. They don't even have the Baron because it hasn't even spawned. 18:30 on the timer. Kisno will try and get the Dragon. We're dropping Herald. Maryville University.
Oh my God.
5 members grouped up in the top lane. They have a full wave. They have the Herald dropped, and it's 4
Spyrex
members defending from Lit. We're jumping at the first Nexus turret. There's nobody to really hit it, though. It's just Scary Jerry Varus with range. Edgeline misses on the Niles. If we get a couple kills, that could work. UG looking at messages, not going to find a Dragoon, heavily chunked out. I don't think that MU actually have the gas in the tank, but let's see if they can make it work regardless. This is a cannon wave. Equalizer goes down, will prevent Lit from walking forward from that direction. Dredgeline lands from Flux. The engage is there. We're trying to get onto the backline, but Psycho with a massive engage onto everybody, and Maryville University get a 4-for-0 team fight win at the Nexus. 1 turret remaining. Again, it's going to take them a while. Lit will respawn before the wave makes it. I don't think MU can close this one out. They have teleport. Okay, good sniper messages. We have teleport from Spyrex. He's going to teleport to the super minion. It's taking up all the turret shots. We got to get this turret, which gives Lit time to actually hit them. Messages is there. Rock Boom's there. We're jumping in. Scary Jerry could be in some trouble. He's trying to reposition. Very low health bar. Rock Boom jumps in. Rock Boom gets another shot down. As Spyrex and Yuji, the last remaining members from Maryville University, and they got nowhere to escape to. Lit will defend the base. They will not lose right here, right now.
That was 4,000 gold in shutdowns that just went over to Lit. And they are still down 13,000 gold.
Well, when you put it like that, Josh.
It's crazy. This game has been absolutely crazy. And Yuji and Jerry, for people who are counting, 12 and 11.
Okay.
They got to break 15.
Yeah, 15's the record the Quad has right now.
Yeah, but it is. I mean, the fact that Lit were able to die, respawn, and then fight again.
It's a little ridiculous.
Might be one of the funniest things I've seen in a League of Legends game in a long time. So
they were like 20-second death timers.
Yeah, it's so short. Either way, at this point, Maryville is already looking, again, they have lost one series. It was the FlyQuest Challengers. These two teams, I think, are pretty clearly our top two, but I actually want to ask a question to you and also pose it to Twitch chat. Where do you think Supernova ranks in all of this? Because Supernova has only lost one series, and that was to Maryville. And Maryville claims that they think Supernova is better than FlyQuest.
At least Scary Jerry was on record saying that, so when I had a chance to talk with him earlier. I don't know if he speaks for everybody at Maryville, but an interesting question to ask as Baron Buff is picked up here by MU. They have 2 members deep in enemy territory. Spyrex has to be careful here. You can't just completely disrespect your opponents. Zyko is going to fall down. Niles onto the back line, but Rockboom jumps forward. We're still looking at Spyrex. Scary Jerry, Niles, and Yuji have split the fight on the right side. Lit finally take down Spyrex. Double kill to Rockboom. They have no Nexus turrets alive, so Yuji just has to stop the backs, and we have a 2v1 at the base.
Oh,
Messages
man.
is going to try and heal up. Teleport completes from Dragoon. Kizno cannot get away. Yuji can chase him down. And now Scary Jerry, Niles, they just have to take the 2v2 fight. Stun onto Scary Jerry. Messages jumps in. Scary Jerry just has too much damage. They take the 2v2. Double kill. Speed run complete. Maryville University closed this one out just over the 22-minute mark after padding his stats a little bit longer. 13 kills to the jungle and the AD carry, and a 2-0 in the series.
Absolutely crazy stuff. Like, this was... I thought the FlyQuest series against AoE might have been the most one-sided League of Legends I've seen in a long time. This was the most one-sided League of Legends I've seen in a long time. These guys, absolutely insane. And both Yuji and Scary Jerry in one game, making their way to tie for fourth most kills in a game in the same game. I think that's the craziest part. It was the same game that they both did it. A huge blowout win from Maryville, and it's already on record. That was the highest gold per minute for the first game that they played. Highest gold per minute, 2372 team gold per minute.
That's absurd.
That is absurd.
Well,
they also have
back. Oh yeah.
They also have the second. They are number 1. They are number 2, and they are number 5 on that list.
Yeah, Maryville are good, I think, is the takeaway there. Let's gonna have to go back to the drawing board. Again, they are still holding the line for playoffs for top 8, and they do have some easier matches ahead of them. They got 2 final ones against TLC, and then I believe it was DSG for their final matches. So they can still hold that line. But this was a rough one. MU going to feel good about that. We'll hear from one of their victorious members after this break. So we'll see you soon.
Introducing the new foot-long sidekicks at Subway. Try the warm and delicious foot-long cookie, foot-long pretzel, or foot-long churro.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. We are here with the victorious Zyko support from Maryville University after a shellacking in that series. Rapid fire 2-0. We're going to have to check. I think that's got to be the fastest series that we've had all split. It would not surprise me. Both the games were under 24 minutes by the game end. Was that... Well, what were you expecting going into that one, Zyko? I want to hear from you first off of like what the team preparation was, because I know you had a tough, close loss to FlyQuest yesterday. Was this like the team playing extra angry, extra hungry? Like, it felt like this was different. Something was different here.
Our problem for going into today was just have fun and just win. That was pretty much it.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, at this point, you guys are looking to be right up there with FlyQuest, but we know that Supernova is also in that ranking, at least in the hunt so far. You guys took them down already, but I'm kind of curious, how do you kind of rank these different teams? Because we know that Scary Jerry said that they think Supernova is better than FlyQuest.
We've scrimmed Supernova quite a couple times, and our scrims versus them, like, it's like pretty even. But we haven't scrimmed FlyQuest that much yet. So playing against Supernova, like they're all really good. They're all really talented, and I feel like the games versus Supernova was harder than versus against Fly, even though we lost. So that's what I think.
Interesting. I'm curious maybe some of the things that you could learn from those types of scrims, because if it's close, that means that you're winning some, you're losing some. And I know that you had mentioned to Mazel that one of the things that you're working on personally is, leadership, shot calling, and the ability to just win lane, like control the bot side. So are there any like lessons you've picked up from the scrim partners that you've had so far this split? Like, oh, I need to do that differently. I need to do this better.
Oh yeah, I definitely learned a lot going into the split versus many good teams and like players, which made us a lot better, I would say.
Give me an example. What's one of the biggest ones that comes to mind when you're like, oh, I sucked at this at the beginning, but I'm getting better at it now?
I would say like in the beginning, looking for fights was like a more like difficult part, because I would be playing like in the beginning of the season, I played more Milio than like engage supports, so like I can't really start a fight. I would say like starting fights as an enchanter like Milio, it's something like I have to learn, which learned a lot during scrims.
Now,
had a couple of really good ones that last game too.
Yeah, and we also know that a lot of your teammates have either LCS aspirations or have a history of playing in LCS. Like, we know that Jerry is still looking to go pro. What are your aspirations in terms of League of Legends, and how far are you hoping to take this?
My aspirations has always been the same as Jerry, as both of us like we're trying our best to like pursue going pro if possible, and if it works, then it works. If it doesn't, then we can just get our degrees. So
not a bad secondary option, but I'm happy that you still have that same focus, that same frame of mind. It's fun to hear from the players about that. Well, we're going to let you get going here, but before that, I got one final question for you, Zyko. This is one that we've been asking a couple of people. It's one of my favorite ones to ask. Josh, you can join along if you want. I give you $1 million in a briefcase, in cash, untaxed right now.
That's a lot of
money. It's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money.
But for the rest of your career, you have to play Yuumi. Do you take the money?
I would take the money.
You would take the money?
I would take the money.
How long do you think you'd still be a pro after that?
Yeah. Do you retire immediately? Do you just like take it and say that's good?
I would just take it and say it's good. I've always been a big Yuumi guy.
Okay.
Since
get him out of here. Get him out of here.
Since last season.
Yeah, I can also imagine it would be hard to maybe get a job. Oh, wait. Now I actually want to ask, because it made me think about it in Pickman. Why were you hovering Warwick and then a Mumu? Me and Josh were trying to figure that out.
I was just requests from friends.
Uh-oh.
Requests from friends. Okay. We'll leave it at that. We'll leave it at that. All right. Well, thank you so much for coming on, Zyko. We're going to let you get out of here, but congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
All right. Request from a friend, clearly.
Yeah, Yeah. That's all we need to get into there.
That's all we need to get into there. Josh, what a weekend of games. We had the SmackDown yesterday. We had the teams that were in the SmackDown today smash their opponents in record times. And let's take another look at the standings here for one last time in Week 6. It's shaken up a little bit. We knew it would at the top at least. But the bottom, we still haven't seen any separation between these teams down there.
Yeah, there are still a lot of teams with 2 or 3 series wins, and they have different numbers of series left to play. The big ones that I'm kind of looking at right now are, of course, AoE, who still have 3 series left against Fear, Wildcard, and DSG. And then on the other half, we also have Supernova, who also have 3 series left against Fear, FlyQuest, and Wildcard. So we will see a lot of movement towards, the top of the seeds and also towards that big race for playoffs right on the bottom. If you get to 3 series wins, you're almost guaranteed an opportunity to play in playoffs, and there's not a whole lot of time left to try and get them.
Not a lot of time. Also, by my calculations, TLC would actually be in that 6th place position. So swap those two around in your mind. There's a little bit of movement there in particular, but DSG, Mirage still struggling as the teams that are looking like they will go into that promotion tournament unless they can turn things around in those final weeks that you were just talking about. But with that said, that's Week 6 wrapped up. So let's take a look at our Samsung SSD Fast 5 and catch up on all the stats that happened throughout the week. Josh, when you first take a look at this list, tell me, what are the most impressive stats you're seeing? I got a couple in my mind, but I want to hear from you first.
I mean, the first one is always the fastest legendary, or whatever the biggest gap is. And so the fact that they're getting that at 906, there aren't a lot of really cheap legendaries in the game right now that you go for. And so the fact that Quad is hitting his so much faster than everyone else, right? You have to remember, Spyrex is not on this list. And we just saw how quickly they played. He's the only Maryville member who is not on here.
Oh, wow, you had to call him out. But
had to call him out. Sorry.
Yeah, even on the Tristana game, got a solo kill, but still wasn't able to pull that off. That is interesting. It just shows how Quadtosi messages weekends win. Also, shout out to Sajed for the 2-minute 26 seconds for the fastest AD carry kill. That's pretty blistering speed right there. Also, the supports are really close. Look at that.
Yeah. Yeah, also, I mean, most of them are pretty close. Jenkins has a pretty decent spot right there. He did pretty well this weekend, but it's always interesting to see. As long as there's a cluster, it tells you, yeah, everybody's, staying on track with what they're supposed to do. And then whenever you see something like, oh my god, that's a big difference, that's where you always look. And that's why I like the Quad and Sajed ones, right? Because they are probably the biggest differences that we have.
Yeah, they separate themselves from the rest of the pack the most. So that's our Samsung SSD Fast 5 for Week 6 of the LCS Challengers League. Thank you so much for everybody for tuning in. We got 2 more weeks to solidify seeding, figure out who's going to go into the promotion tournament and who continues on into playoffs. Thanks, Josh, for sticking with us through the whole day. I only came in the last 2 games. Woo. Felt like my day is over quickly, but thanks everybody who watched, for tuning in, for supporting the players, everybody in production for keeping the gears rolling, and all the players for competing. We'll be back. 07's in the chat for Week 7 of the NACL. We'll see you there.